Good morning, Chatty House. Well, who got the belt?
Chatty gang. I believe Michigan Wolverines did. Big week for Michigan. Huge week.
Oh, I see him working.
Michigan wins the Natty.
I think this is his way of gloating.
Our guy M-Dub gets the belt in the chat.
Oh.
And Jim Harbaugh hasn't left yet. Congratulations. Minus 150 to be the next coach of the Los Angeles Chargers, by the way.
I have a pop-up and I don't know how to get rid of it. Uh-oh.
Hit the X.
Did I just leave?
No? Are you about to?
No, am I in the...
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, I can't see the chat anymore.
Is that David?
I don't know what just happened.
Did you click comments in the top right corner?
No, I got it.
Okay, good.
Some other pop-up happened.
Oh, all right.
You got flannel ham today.
Facts. Shout out to Big E. We got to start getting more creative with our players of the game. Although when you have a 37-point triple-double, it's not that hard.
And your 9th triple-double of the season.
Yeah. Oh, we're starting. Hey, just FYI, we're starting early today.
It must be 10 o'clock. Our boss just rolled in. Hey-o.
Sore subject right now. Oh, never mind. We're starting about right on time. Imagine that. Showing up and starting on time. All right, here we go. Let's party. 10 seconds to the legal. Good morning. Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Wednesday, everybody. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's James Ham. We're hanging out with you until noon. Already on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. And we have a ton to get to today. The Kings blow out the Pistons. Kind of weirdest blowout I think I've ever seen.
Yes.
131 to 110. You know what? I'm not even going to call it a blowout. It was a lopsided score. I'm not calling that. It can't be a blowout when it was tied with like 8 minutes to go. I'm sorry.
Kyle,
I can't get there.
I don't know if it can be a blowout when you give a 47 points in the first quarter to a 3-team win.
3-win team.
3-win team. That's what I meant. 3-team win. Wow.
3-team win.
Wow.
That's like a 3-way trade where every team comes out on the right side.
Yes.
Yeah, 131 to 110. And man, you know, I texted you during the game. They gave up 47 to the Pistons in the first quarter. And because it's the Pistons, we were talking during the game, and I said, I'm giving them another quarter before I call this a clown show. Because that's like the ultimate, like when I'm done with the thing, that's what it is. And I was like, I'm giving them another quarter because this is the Pistons. They're dreadful. And then sure enough, end of the second quarter, Kings up 3. And eventually they go on to win by 21. It's a weird vibe for this game because they blew out on the scoreboard a terrible Pistons team.
Yes.
But so many of the issues that we've seen them have this year in these types of games were present. It was like the duality of the Kings was just on full display. In the first quarter and the third quarter, they are down. What were they down? 18 after the first quarter?
Something like that.
I think they were down 18 after the first quarter. And then they tied the Pistons in the third quarter. So they were a minus 18 in those 2 quarters, but then a plus whatever it is to win by 21 over the other 2 quarters.
Well, Kyle,
I'd plus 39.
Hey, they opened the third quarter on a 15-3 run. They just punched them right in the face, and the game should have been over.
Yeah.
And then they stopped.
clawed back in. The Pistons did.
Yeah.
I don't. And you see, the Pistons are ready on a night in, night out basis. The Pistons are ready. We talk about this phrase all the time. Like, this is phrase of the year for the Kings. Let go of the rope, right?
Yep.
You see the Pistons do that night in and night out, and they did it in the third quarter, and the Kings let them grab it again.
Yes.
And we talked on yesterday's show. These are NBA players. You can't take them for granted. You gotta step on their necks, and you gotta blow them out. Like, don't give them hope. And it looked like they were on their way to doing that. And if they had just taken control in the third quarter and won by 21, then okay, great. You had a bad first half, but you came back, you throttled them. But you can't even say that. They really pulled away in the final, like I said, 8-9 minutes.
Yeah, Kyle, the concern I have is Domantas Sabonis, because of the way that game went, had to play 38 minutes last night in the first night of a back-to-back. Keegan Murray played 34 minutes and 40 seconds. De'Aaron Fox, who needs a break as bad as any player I've seen, rough. 33 points, 33 minutes and 18 seconds. Kevin Huerter even played 29 minutes. Trey Lyles played 32 minutes. Malik Monk, 28 minutes. Like, that is not what you needed on the front side of a back-to-back. And it's because you just let off the gas in the third quarter. Like, what were you doing?
You brought up De'Aaron Fox, and I don't want to harp on the Fox thing, because it's not like I feel no differently about him as a player. He's had a couple of rough games, though.
Yeah.
And he earned a couple of bad nights. But it's reached the point now, he had 4 turnovers in the first quarter. In the first quarter, he had 4 turnovers. All right?
Yeah.
Going into last night, he had 6 games with 4 or more turnovers.
Oof.
He has had so many outings this year where he hasn't reached that number in his entire night, and he did it in the first quarter. And then he has the breakaway dunk where the ball flew out of his hands.
Full on Space Jam. Full on, like someone took the basketball player out of him. It was just like what just happened? You just got Space Jammed.
It's so rare that something happens on a basketball court where I go, I could do that. I could 100% do that.
Oh, yeah.
You need me to grab a ball and throw it in the air? I got you. It's just that play really it's not just because of that play, but that play encapsulates everything we talked about yesterday with Fox. Like, man, he is just not right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this. I think physically, the last 3 or 4 games, he didn't look right. Last night, he started to look right physically, but you can tell that he's mentally exhausted as well. So I'm like, these guys are like, when you're averaging 30 a game forever, and I think there's a little bit of a letdown that he knows that he's dropped down to like 28 now, and that he's taken a step back. But I also feel like there's an issue with that, where it's kind of a letdown for him as well, because he wants to be an all-NBA player. He wants these things. And so maybe mentally he's needing a break as well. Physically, you can see it was like the struggle is real last week, like straight-legged, like really struggling to get upstairs. I think he's fought through that. I think his body has fought through, but that doesn't mean that the mind and the body are together. And I think late in the game, sure, he showed up and he started to look like himself.
Yeah.
And that's what you're hoping for, that he slowly starts to come right back
going again. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, ideally, like, look, and we're going to talk about this. A win is a win is a win. They're 8 games over 500 now. That's great. But those issues persist on a night where you would hope, man, this team has not had a night where they just, hey, up 30 in the fourth quarter, Domas, Fox, Keegan all sit. You would hope that they would, and this is, I guess, my frustration with them, is you would hope that this team that has suffered so many bad losses this year, so many inexplicable performances, would go out against a 3-win Detroit team. 3 wins. And go, hey, we are putting the screws to this team and we're going to dominate start to finish. You're not going to have a problem getting up for a bad team. It's nothing like that. Just go out and smoke these guys. Show that, hey, we're not going to get in the realm of that bad loss again. And then they give up 47 points in the first quarter. And they let Detroit tie the game in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
The turnaround is great. You love to see the fight. You love to see them not punting a road game in Detroit to start the road trip. That would have been a brutal vibe and a brutal look. If you go into Little Caesars Arena and lose that game, so you definitely prefer to win, but the way they went about it, and maybe I'm being picky, maybe my standard is too high, but the way they went about that win last night was not as satisfactory as I thought we were going to see.
Yeah. Well, I think the problem is that you see the light switch that turns on and off with this team.
Yeah.
And so sometimes the problem is they can't figure out how to get the light switch to turn on. Right. And so we've seen that too many times. And then other games where the light switch is like crazy on the whole time. And then other games where halfway through the game, the light switch comes on and you're like, oh, okay, they're fine.
Yeah.
We saw it in Atlanta. We saw it now in Detroit. So we now have like 3 different versions of the team. We have the really bad version, the really good version, and then the half bad, half good version. And we can say, hey, you almost lost to a 3-win team. Hey, this team lost to the Charlotte Hornets, who now have 8 wins. One of those wins is Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
They lost to the Portland Trailblazers, who have 10 wins. One of those wins is against the Sacramento Kings. If they take just those 2 games where they didn't walk in and stomp on somebody that they should have, you're 12 games over 500.
Man,
that's the difference. And it's rough, but that's where this team, 2 games like that matter. Right now, they would be the 4th seed. They would be, again, they'd only be like 2 games out of first place. But hey, shoulda, coulda, woulda. Like you got to find a way to be more consistent and to step up in moments where, you're tired or somebody else doesn't have it that night. Somebody has to step up.
Last thing on this before we get to the Pascal Siakam update from Sam Amick today in The Athletic. The Pistons stink. Holy cow. They are so bad.
They're like Bojan Bogdanovic and nothing else. And
that's bad.
Yeah. He's like
their problem is they have all these young dudes. First of all, their problem is Kyle Draper and Katie Christensen were talking about this on the broadcast last night. The Pistons backup center situation is basically James Wiseman v. Marvin Bagley for minutes. And right now James Wiseman is winning.
Yeah.
And James Wiseman is awful. It's a bunch of young players. Like you're accumulating young talent. Like Kevin Knox is still young, and it's Asar Thompson, and it's Jaden Ivey. The problem is all those guys are out there trying to get their own. Nobody's playing within any kind of system. It's like, yeah, hey, you go one-on-one. Okay, now it's my turn to go one-on-one. Okay, now he's going to go one-on-one.
That's the problem with young players, man. They all come into the league thinking they're going to be the next big thing.
How many drives did the Pistons have last night where they'd break down the first defender and they'd get in the paint? Like, I'm going to score. And then the Kings would collapse and they'd have no plan. The Kings got so many buckets off the Pistons just throwing them the ball.
It's wild.
It's good. No, it's good. I mean, it's a good adjustment by the Kings to create offense out of Detroit's bad offense.
I totally agree.
Just atrocious. Pascal Siakam update from Sam Amick. We'll also have James' 6 quick thoughts on this game. We'll dive a little bit further into Kings Pistons. Again, Kings 131, Pistons 110. Although if you're listening to this program, I'm sure you already know that. Sam Amick in The Athletic today published a piece that detailed what he knows about Pascal Siakam, what he knows about the Lakers and Warriors coaching situations. But here's what he said about Pascal Siakam. A couple quotes, and then I'll let you kind of react.
Yeah.
This much is clear. Siakam would not be excited if he were traded to Sacramento. That's one thing that Amick wrote. Another thing, according to 2 league sources, the Kings should have very little, if any, optimism regarding the prospect of Siakam re-signing in the summer if they were to land him. And then the last thing, I'll paraphrase here, Siakam seeking a full-term max salary deal no matter where he ultimately lands, and that he doesn't view the Kings as a good long-term fit if the Raptors choose to move on. That, to me, closes the door entirely.
It's done.
It's just not even from... Because like you noted this yesterday, the Kings could still trade for him. The Kings could still put together a package that the Raptors go, great, yeah, we'll take it. But it doesn't, now from the Kings standpoint, like forget building a trade package. If that's the case, if what Sam Amick is reporting here is the case, that Siakam's like, nah, I don't see it. That's just not worth the risk. The juice is not worth the squeeze there. If not only do you have to convince this guy to stay in your city and stay with your team, but then to do it, it's also going to cost you the Supermax.
Yeah, that's where it like you really have to start considering how your long-term team build is going to happen.
Yeah.
And it's nearly impossible if that's his stance.
Yeah.
And, there's a reason why he's not already locked up into a long-term deal. Although, look, I think Toronto's playing really well right now.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he is the guy that ushers this team to the next generation of Raptors, and he's sort of the senior statesman that stays with them.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a hot mess, and the best thing for the Kings to do is do exactly what they did with the Ben Simmons deal a couple of years ago.
Yep.
When you realize that it's a hot mess, you get away from it as quickly as possible, and you go find somewhere else to make your trades.
Yep. We will talk more about this and why this is the right thing to do, because financially, like you said, this becomes a mess for the Kings. We'll dive into that. But first, we got to get to James' thoughts on the game last night. 6 quick thoughts coming up next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
All right. I'm trying to think of a veteran player that makes the type of money that we're talking about. We're going to do 6 quick thoughts next, right?
Yes.
Okay. I want your whiteboard for the other thing.
You want my whiteboard?
Yeah. I'll come grab it.
Okay.
You're not using it, right? Today?
No, I wasn't planning on it. What color pen do you want? I've got choices here. I've got blue, black, green, red.
Let's do blue and red.
Blue and red. Okay. Are you going to do math? I think that's right. He can't hear me now. That's fine. I can say whatever I want. Guys, I think James' hat looks stupid. I don't. What up? What up, Rob? No, just me and Ham today. No KCP. Whiteboard Ham. Flannel Ham becoming whiteboard Ham.
That's right.
As opposed to white ham. I don't know. I was about to tell you guys 2.5 minutes. You don't care. Well, what do you want to do, if the Kings don't make a move, is it a failed? No. No.
Oh.
No.
No, because this team could still, again, we should talk about this on the air.
That's a good. Thanks, Mish. Thanks, Michigan. Big dub for you. Hey, Michigan, how much money have you spent on Michigan championship gear? And if there's any other Michigan fans in the chat, how much money have you spent on championship gear? And if Kenny Caraway happens to be watching, I pose him the same question. Hey, also, Chatty House, is anybody going to A's Fan Fest? The one that the fan groups are throwing in Jack London Square? This is it. This is the take. This guy gets it. If your team wins the title for the first time in a long time, blow it out with the championship gear, man. What did you say to write down? Failed season.
Oh no, I did. I wrote it. That's yeah. I think it's an interesting. Let me see. Give me a player that signed a max money extension last year. Giannis is different because he gets all the monies.
James, did you see this? You were on Michael Scotto's podcast.
Yeah, I was actually on that podcast. That was me and Michael Scotto.
That's only 3 for 1. I guess a first round pick counts. All right. Yeah, I think Trey Lyles is really, really good. Here we go. Kings 131, Pistons 110. Maybe a little uglier than the Kings might have liked, but you walked out of Detroit with a 21-point win. Now you go to Charlotte tonight. We will dive into that Kings Hornets game, the second night of a back-to-back, trying to get revenge on a Hornets team that came into your building and won.
Mm-hmm.
So we will dive into all of that. But before we talk Hornets, before we talk Pascal Siakam update, before I tell you about the 7 Kings wins you meet in heaven, I can't wait to dive into that.
Oh, yeah.
We have to get to 6 quick thoughts with our guy, James Ham.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go? Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
Gets better every time.
Oh, I love it.
If you're unfamiliar, after every single Kings game, oh no. My buttons went away.
Uh-oh.
I can't ding you into your next point.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. So if you're unfamiliar with the program, after every single Kings game, James will tweet out his 6 quick thoughts. And I said, hey, we should talk about those on the radio. So, oh, thank God they're back. We said, hey, we should talk about those on the radio. So that's what we do. James, your first quick thought from last night's Kings game.
Gave him a chance. Everyone else kind of walked into that game not knowing what in the world they were doing and played poorly. Domantas Sabonis backpacked this team.
Mm-hmm.
While the rest of the guys were figuring it out, he at least kept them within 30. And like, in all honesty, when you give up 47 and a quarter, you're lucky if you're not down 30.
Yep.
And the fact that he finished the game with 37 points, 10 rebounds, 13 assists, 3 steals, his 9th triple-double of the season, which puts him just 2 behind Nikola Jokic for the lead in the NBA. He's got, 19 straight double-doubles. This guy is playing out of his mind. He's over 20 points a game. He's just been amazing. And in this game, if it wasn't for him, this was a 40-point blowout the wrong way.
Yeah, 7 of 8 in the first quarter, 15 points. He was a minus 16, but that's because of everything else that was going on around him. I love that he took over the way he did in the first quarter last night. Very clear the Kings had nothing going. It was also very clear Detroit had nobody who could defend him, and so he was taking it into the low block. He was shoving his way to the rim, made a couple of nice little spin moves in the post, showed off some post moves, showed off some good footwork, and had 15 first quarter points. And I'm right there with you, man. Even if he has 9 points, it's a good quarter. If he doesn't have 9 points, they're getting smoked in this game, I think. So
totally.
Shout out to Domas. Really good game for him. Number 2.
Number 2, he brought it. Sabonis kept them afloat, but the moment that Malik Monk stepped on the court, you could tell that this was not the Charlotte game. He was ready. He was energetic. He got his teammates involved. He finished with 20 points, 8 assists.
9 assists.
Oh, yeah, 9 assists. Boy, I messed that up. Sorry, piece of paper.
I'm just trying to make sure Malik gets his credit. That's all.
Yeah. I correct that as I'm going through the end of the game. But yeah, Malik Monk, absolutely tremendous as the number 2 guy in this game.
He's the most important player, man. I think you see it in a game like last night.
For sure.
Yeah,
yes.
They needed a bucket. He's getting to the rack. He hit a big 3 late in that game. I think that he hit a 3 that put them up 9 late in, or early in the fourth quarter, and that was when the wheels really came off for Detroit and the Kings started to pull away. So I mean, Malik is excellent, and when he's as good as he was last night, the Kings are really hard to beat. Number 3.
I totally agree. Takeover. Sabonis kept him afloat. Monk gave him the big boost. It was Keegan Murray who shook off a slow start. You know he loves to go up against Jaden Ivey. Of course, Jaden Ivey got to be in the photo array with the top 4 picks, even though Keegan Murray was a 4th pick and he was a 5th. There's been some disrespect there with the way that Detroit handled themselves when they drafted, when Keegan Murray was drafted number 4 and Jaden Ivey dropped to them. It feels good to like light them up, and 32 points, 5 rebounds, 2 blocks. Huge night for Keegan Murray.
13 of 17 from the floor, and all 4 of his misses were from 3.
Oof, and they was all early.
He was a perfect 12 for 12 from 2.
Yeah, his they keep setting his dunks at 0.5.
That's not right. Hang on, that's not right. Keep going. Sorry.
They keep setting his dunks at 0.5 on Prize Picks.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's one game I can remember where he didn't get it, at least one dunk.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a winner.
No, I thought he did a great job last night. Obviously, the 3-point shots are going to fall sometimes, and sometimes they're not. But getting to his spots, and when he's doing that consistently, you see him have games like last night where he has 32 points.
Mm-hmm.
He is tall enough to get to his spot and basically get his jumper wherever he wants. And when he's doing that, even in the mid-range, like there's all this talk about the mid-range is a bad shot. The mid-range is only a bad shot if you don't make it. And if you can hit a mid-range shot at a high clip, you should be taking them. Keegan can. And when he's getting to that mid-range, when he's knocking down threes, you just mentioned it. He gets to the rack, smart cutter. He's a really, really hard guard. And I think you saw it last night.
I totally agree. He's coming into his own. And this is a good thing.
Yep. Number 4.
Space jammed. De'Aaron Fox did not look like himself.
Oh,
it fully looked like someone just pulled the basketball player right out of him. He figured it out. He found himself. Yeah. But those 4 turnovers early, the 5 turnovers for the game, the 1 turnover where he literally blew a fast break layup or dunk and just threw the ball up in the air. Like that's just not De'Aaron Fox.
Inexplicable.
Yeah, the mental focus. He's struggling a little bit, but he'll be all right.
Yeah, yeah. I think they need to get into a big game. They've got Milwaukee coming up. They have Phoenix coming up, and what's the other one on this trip? Philly.
Philly's the next one after tonight.
I think you see a more dialed in De'Aaron Fox in a couple, if not all of those games.
Yeah.
Also super encouraging. 4 of 6 from the floor, 2 of 3 from beyond the arc with 10 points in the fourth quarter. Okay. Didn't put up any other stats, but got going offensively confidently. He missed a 3, and then on the next possession came down and got a look from the left wing. He had all day. He sets his feet, took a rhythm dribble, and then shot it.
Yeah. And
I was so worried because he started to, he caught it on the wing, and it looked like he was going to put it on the deck and drive.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, dude, that was going to be worrying if he stopped confidently taking those 3. So I love that he took a little rhythm dribble, knocked down a 3, and had a really good fourth quarter. All right. Number
5. Number 5, a different kind of trade day. Lyles missed last game with an ankle injury. And this one, I think people may have missed that the Kings were getting dominated on the rebounding numbers in the first quarter, and then they end up blowing out the Pistons in the rebound number. A lot of that was Trey Lyles. Trey Lyles sensed what his team needed. He hit a couple of threes, but the 8 rebounds. Trey Lyles ran a plus 31 in 25 minutes last night.
Man,
like he was super impactful.
He played 11 minutes in the fourth quarter and was a plus 16. He recorded 1 rebound, and that's the only thing he did in the box score.
Oof.
Like he's being impactful without having to put the ball in the hoop.
Yeah.
He's doing a good job defensively. You mentioned the rebounds throughout the game. He finished the game with 8.
He took charges.
I think
2.
Took a couple charges.
Yeah.
In key spots as well.
Yes.
So I'm super impressed with what Trey Lyles has done. Not necessarily offensively, because you know what he brings to the team offensively, but more and more you're starting to see defensively, just knowing he's not a super athletic defender or anything like that. You're not comfortable, throwing him on Steph Curry or whatever, but gets to the right spots, willing to take a charge, smart player. I am here for any and all Trey Lyles minutes.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of watching Trey Lyles play basketball. He's just impactful.
Number 6, last one.
Rotational shift. Mike Brown started Kevin Huerter, which we sort of predicted here yesterday that might be happening. Juan Toscano Anderson, which I did not see that coming. Keon Ellis, Alex Len. Again, these are all things that we had discussed yesterday that might be like the pulse of this team. Is those guys that had 5 or 6 games to make their mark. They hadn't, and Mike Brown moved on.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're going to continue seeing. I want to talk about JTA a little bit. and that rotation stuff. Let's dig into that next, and then we'll get into the Pascal Siakam news from Sam Amick this morning. That's all coming up next on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Hey, everybody in the chat. I'm hoping that I was thinking about this the other day. I wonder if people at the breaks, if there's a bunch of people who watch who just mute at the breaks and then just come back in a few minutes. But if you happen to be around, if you could hit the thumbs up for us underneath the video, that'd be great. And then subscribe if you don't. All subscribing does, it doesn't like send stuff to your email or anything crazy like that. All it does is it just pushes our videos to the top of your YouTube feed. So when you log in and we're live, it'll just be right there at the top. You won't have to go digging for it. And then if you hit the little notification bell next to subscribe, you'll get a notification when we go live. So thank you. If you have done that, thank you in advance if you have not and are going to do that. And if you're not going to do that, you know what? Honestly, it's your life. I'm not going to be mad.
It's your life.
Do what makes you happy. Yeah, shut up, Bon Jovi. My man. Yeah, we're going to talk about this, Soren, for sure. Oh, hey, yeah, Keegan. I don't know, man. What up, Norm? I totally agree. Yeah, my man. I don't know if CV is definitely not who I think it is, but it'd be funny as hell if it was. I don't know if he's washed as much as he's just a fringe NBA player.
Blake Robinson. How do I feel about a Malcolm Brogdon for Kevin Huerter swap? No one's making that swap. I mean, the Kings would make that swap, but
say why would the Blazers do that?
I mean, maybe they would go younger with Malcolm Brogdon. Maybe.
Although,
I mean, you're gonna have to throw in something.
Scoot.
Yeah, but
Shaden Sharp,
like having a shooter or a 2-3, like that might make more sense to them than Brogdon long term. But yeah, I mean, yes, if you're the Kings, you would totally do that deal, like in a heartbeat. He makes $22.5 million next year, and he makes $22.5 million this year. I don't know that you could do a straight swap. You'd have to do like a minimum scale guy, maybe like a Kessler Edwards or something would have to go in that deal just to make the money work. Or again, like you can throw in Davion, but that goes it goes up. I don't mind it though. I think Malcolm Brogdon is a starting level shooting guard, and I also think he would be a great player to have in a 3-guard set. So that's a good one. It's one of those deals that we talk about that maybe there's something out there that we're not thinking about.
Just let it be known, and Drew Down hit the nail on the head here. If they include Kessler Edwards in a trade, I'm going scorched earth on the radio the next day.
Even like a Colby Jones, like if they had to choose between him and Colby.
Oh my God.
No.
If they put themselves in that position, your boy is showing up to the next practice and I am holding people's feet directly to the fire.
Oh, that's funny. They actually, Malcolm Brogdon, one of his nicknames, Humble Moses, Uncle Malcolm, okay, and Mookie Doo.
Mookie Doo?
Yes. And then the other
I see you hanging out with Mookie Doo.
The president. If you could trade for him, you could have the president and the senator on one team. El Presidente. Yeah, I like Malcolm Brogdon as a player. He's physical. He is 31 years old, but he just turned 31. He's only under contract this year, next. Yeah, I would be down with that. 6'4", 230-pound guard to go alongside De'Aaron Fox.
10 seconds. What did I say we're going to talk? Oh, JTA stuff. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it is. Thank you, everybody, for listening, wherever you're listening from. Maybe you're listening on the radio. Maybe you're listening on the free Odyssey app. Perhaps you're on YouTube at youtube.com/ESPN1320. Maybe you're at Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Maybe you're watching on Twitter, X. I hate that. It's Twitter.
It is Twitter.
That's it. It's Twitter or X. Whatever you call it. If you're watching on that, shout out. Thank you. Juan Toscano-Anderson played last night for the Kings. And not like mop-up duty, garbage time. Like, they were getting smoked, and they needed a little spark. And Mike Brown actually talked about that after the game, why he went to JTA, who first game back with the Kings since getting cut or released or waived or whatever.
He got waived on Sunday so he could clear waivers before the January 10th deadline to waive players before his money became guaranteed.
Right.
And then they signed him to a 10-day contract.
Right.
Yep.
So he was in uniform for the first time last night. Here's Mike Brown on why he went to JTA.
For sure. One, I mean, he just got back in uniform, I think, tonight before the game. And so I didn't plan on playing him. I just thought we needed a little jolt of energy. I thought we needed something defensively. We needed guys that would fly around. And so I called Juan's number. That's what he does.
Yeah, man. And I thought he did that, honestly. Like, I know that JTA is not, he's a fringe NBA player.
Yes.
He is. From offensively, defensively, he is a end of the bench guy. Great person, great locker room guy.
Yes.
Everybody appears to love him on whatever team he's ever been on. And that's great. But he's not a player that, if we talked yesterday, if the Kings started the playoffs today, what would their playoff rotation look like? Juan's not in it. God love him.
Yeah.
But I think he has immense value because of what Mike Brown just said. On a night where the Kings, once again, mind you, look sluggish and out of sorts and not playing with a lot of energy, JTA is going to at least give you that every minute he's on the floor. Every minute Juan Toscano-Anderson is on the floor, you're never going to be like, man, it felt like JTA just wasn't out there tonight. Like, no, you're going to see him. It might not always be great.
The good or the bad, you're going to see.
He might get beat offensively.
Yep.
Or defensively. He might not make a ton of shots offensively. He might have a turnover here and there, but he is going to bust his ass. And frankly, sometimes, and this is the frustration with the Kings for me, is they are, if every player on their roster approached every minute they were on the floor the way Juan Toscano-Anderson does, they wouldn't have nights like last night's first quarter. They wouldn't lose to Charlotte. They wouldn't lose to Portland. And that I think shows last night specifically, and JTA being brought into the game and providing that just little spark, that little hustle, that little energy where people go, okay, I need to match that. I think that matters a lot. And I commend Mike Brown for having the guts and the willingness to be like, all right, hey, this guy on a 10-day just suited up tonight. Get in there. And that's why he's here.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a shot across the bow for some of the other players. Like, look, that's what we're expecting.
Yeah.
Right. But I also think here's the but. I think that Keon Ellis does that exact same thing. And strangely enough, for a guy who's a two-way player who's in, his second NBA season, he does it at a more refined level.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's a better three-point shooter. He plays within the flow of the offense better. Like, there are things that you can do. Like, for me, there were times last night where Juan Toscano-Anderson looked like that, the like blow up thing outside of the Tire Center, the thing with the waving arms.
Mm-hmm.
And I get it. He brought energy. He's there to do whatever Mike Brown wants him to do. He's a Mike Brown guy, and I respect that.
Mm-hmm.
I also think that last season we saw the same exact thing. This team held on to Matthew Dellavedova because of this same thing. Like, when he does get in the game, he shows you what a pro who wants to be in the league, who's fought to stay in the league, looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And that for me is good. But at the same time, like, I think this team has other players that can do it. It's just like, how many minutes are you going to give him? I don't think, if we're sitting here for the next 4 games and he's playing, 15 15, 16 minutes a night, I'm not sure what your plan is because he's a 10-day contract.
I don't think that's the thing though, is I don't think that's going to be the case. I think it was very much last night. They gave up 47 freaking points in the first quarter.
Oh yeah.
And they had nothing for Detroit. They had nothing.
That's wild.
And so Mike Brown went, hey, all right, here's this guy. Like I would be not stunned, but I'd be a little bit surprised if they just went back to JTA tonight, especially if Sacramento's up, up in the first quarter or it's even in the first quarter and they're just kind of going back and forth. I don't think it's like, okay, hey, JTA is the guy now.
Yeah.
But last night they needed something. And that's something that, frankly, Mike Brown has done all year. He's not hesitated to move things around and put players in different spots. That's like how Keon Ellis got first put into the rotation.
No, totally. I think that's the good thing that I've seen with Mike Brown. It's a merit-based system.
Mm-hmm.
And the first thing someone's going to say, well, what about Harrison Barnes then? And it's, I can honestly say, I don't have the answer for why Harrison Barnes plays 33 minutes in a game where he doesn't have any rebounds.
Mm-hmm.
But you started to see last night, if Mike Brown has other options that he feels comfortable with, maybe he won't play Harrison Barnes all those minutes. And that's, again, that's what we saw last night. Harrison Barnes only played 14 minutes?
Yep.
And in those 14 minutes, 0 of 1 from the field, 0 of 2 from the free throw line, 1 rebound, 1 assist, 0 points. That cannot be what they're getting. And like, to be frank, that's why they're looking for a different player.
Mm-hmm.
Because the consistency, it's there.
Mm-hmm.
It's consistently not good.
Mm-hmm.
And so at some point, I'm going to give Harrison a little sliver of okay, maybe you are distracted because everyone and their dog is talking about how you're about to get traded.
Mm-hmm. And when dogs start talking, it's like hard to play basketball.
Yeah, it is. It's like everyone is barking. It's out there, Kyle. It's everywhere that you're about to get traded.
Yeah.
That you were the centerpiece of Pascal Siakam deal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it doesn't feel good to think, okay, tomorrow I could be playing in Canada, 3,000 miles away with my family here.
Yeah.
That doesn't feel good. And so maybe that's part of this.
And on top of that, imagine going to your job and you sit down to work or you do whatever you do to work. And your boss goes, hey, FYI, we're thinking about trying to replace you. So
everyone
do good work.
Everyone knows that they might be trying to replace you, including you.
Yeah.
Like, and they've communicated that to you.
And on top of that, you haven't been playing particularly well.
Yes.
So I get it 100%, but the counter to that sliver of grace that you're giving Harrison Barnes is like, yeah, it's your job. Like, it's a little, that's a little bit part of this, dude.
Yes, I agree. You got $17 million filling up your bank account this year.
Yeah.
It's part of that job.
And 15% more if you get traded.
15% trade kicker. And the 15% is on the entirety of the money.
Yeah, not just what he has left, not just this year.
No. It's what he has left this year, all of what he has left next year, and all of what he has left the year after that. That $19 million, a 15% bump on $19 million is what, $2.7 million.
In case anybody high up at Odyssey is listening, I would take 15% of $19 million.
Yes.
Please.
Yes.
Thanks.
And that's
just going to be my opening if I ever get to negotiate.
There it is.
It's going to be my opening.
I'm going to guess like his 15% trade kicker is worth about $6.5 to $7 million.
Jeez. I'd take it.
Yeah. Not going to say no.
No. But to your point, it's also very difficult to go out and play well and focus and lock in when you know that the team you're playing with is trying to get you out of there. And not just for Pascal Siakam. It wasn't like, hey, you know what? This is a one-time opportunity. You're here now. Like, we got you. This is all right, well, hey, move on to the next deal.
Yeah, and I want to, there's a question in the chat. And maybe I just hit the wrong one. Herter got benched. Why not Barnes? There's a pretty simple answer there, Kyle. Because you don't have a replacement for Harrison Barnes.
Yeah, there is no
Chris
Duarte.
Yeah, there is no Chris Duarte. There were other options for Kevin Herter. And I would even say, like, Kevin Herter, as much as it's been his shooting issues, it really became his defensive issues that sent him to the bench. And while Harrison Barnes isn't a great defender, he realistically, there are nights where he gets cooked. There are also other nights where you don't remember him or the guy he was playing against because he did a really solid job and he stuck with this guy.
Yeah, and they're confident saying, "Hey, go check Paolo Banchero full court."
Yeah,
like that. That's something that they can do with him. You can't necessarily do that with Kevin Huerter. Kevin Huerter, by the way, last night, 2 of 11 from the field.
Yeah,
0 for 6 from 3,
but
4 points. 5 boards, 5 assists, though.
He played hard.
Yes.
He played defense.
Yes.
He had the big block.
Yeah. You notice him on the court.
Yes. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, you're not going to, every night's not going to be a great shooting night.
All he has to do is take off the damn headband. It's not difficult. Like, people, oh man, why isn't he shooting? Is it the trade? Is it you were noticing a hitch in his motion? No, man. Lose the headband. Get rid of it. That's it. Like, it's not hard. He does that. He's going 4 for 6 from 3. Book it.
Well, look, the other thing I'm going to point, like a lot of people say, hey, Trey Lyles can move into the starting lineup. And I'm going to kick back again and say the switchability of Keegan Murray and Harrison Barnes as a front court pairing, there's no comparison when you add, like, Trey Lyles does not have the switchability. He cannot guard multiple positions unless we're talking about the 4 and the 5,
right? Like
Harrison Barnes can at the 3 and the 4. And that's just, it's a reality. Harrison Barnes has been a small forward his entire career. The fact that Keegan Murray can play the 3 as well gives you a switching combination at the forward position that Trey Lyles just doesn't give you. And like, look, I am one of the biggest advocates of Trey Lyles getting more minutes that you're going to see, because I think he's a really good ball player, but I also really like what Trey Lyles brings off the bench.
Yeah, you said this yesterday about Kevin Huerter, or specifically the shooting guard position. It's not about who starts. It's about minutes.
Yeah, and like Malik Monk is your guy.
Right, Malik Monk's playing 28 minutes. Trey Lyles last night played 32 minutes compared to 14 for Harrison Barnes.
Yeah.
Where those minutes I don't care. As long as Trey Lyles is playing more minutes and closing games and doing all that, then great.
Yeah.
I think the starting lineup tweak, the real meaningful starting lineup tweak, because okay, remove Harrison Barnes and put Trey Lyles into the starting lineup. I don't think you're going to see a meaningful change for the Kings. I don't. Maybe they start a little faster, so maybe they avoid getting blown out like this. That maybe, but or I shouldn't say like this, like they have this year.
Yeah,
maybe. Sure.
I'll tell you, he's a much better rebounder.
Yeah,
like there's no question. He's a much better rebounder.
Bar's not high,
and he's a much more willing passer than Harrison Barnes. And Harrison Barnes isn't touching the ball enough to really, like, I just remember the first 2 possessions of the game, I tweeted out, Harrison Barnes was super aggressive. The first thing he did, he took a guy off the dribble, he fired it to the corner for a wide open 3, and somebody broke the wide open 3. That was the first play. The second play, he took it right to the rim and he got fouled. He went to the free throw line, missed both, which is stunning. I mean, this is a career 80% free throw shooter. He's the guy that you usually have take all your technicals. He goes 0 for 2 early in the game, and it set the tone. Yeah. Like the tone was set right there. Like the missed 3 is like a downer. 2 missed free throws in the first 2 minutes of a game is like, what is happening? And then next thing you know, you're down. You gave up 47 points. And I'm not putting it all on Harrison Barnes, but
no,
like the aggressive play early in the game was like, okay, there he is. And then,
but that's it.
Nothing.
That's the whole thing with Harrison Barnes right there.
He had got to halftime and was 0s across the board, including 0 of 2 from the free throw line, and had not taken an official shot, with 1 assist. That's the only stat he had at halftime. Pretty stunning.
Didn't get a lot better in the second half.
Yeah.
By the way. Yeah, I'm with you. They don't have a replacement for Harrison Barnes, and that's why he's going to continue starting. But that's also why they're trying to make a trade.
Yes.
And whoever they trade for, whether it's a name everybody's heard of or more of a, I don't want to say, I don't mean like mid-level, like MLE guy.
Yeah.
Mid-level exception guy. Like a mid-tier NBA player. That's what they're looking to upgrade. So I think whenever they do make a move, because I think they will, it's going to meaningfully impact their starting lineup. Oh, how big it meaningfully impacts it, I don't know. Whether it's a 2% upgrade or a 40% upgrade, I don't know. But that's when I think you'll see a change in the starting five.
Yeah. I mean, they have to have someone else to put in the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like I mean, that's at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're going to make a move, it's because you have someone who's like noticeably better, markedly better, and you can put out there and know that you're going to improve the position.
Yeah, and particularly with Trey Lyles, for a long time I've pushed back a little bit on the idea of like, well, you need this coming off the bench, but I think they do with Malik Monk and Trey Lyles specifically. Like having that second unit to bail out the first unit when they don't play well is great.
Yes.
If the first unit doesn't play well and then you're bringing Harrison Barnes off the bench, like, oh boy, like things could get out of hand. So I'm
maybe with more opportunity, he would be fine. Like
maybe.
And again, I'm totally fine if Harrison Barnes is your reserve 3-4. Like, but the fact is, you need to find someone who can improve the rest of the lineup.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a really interesting couple of weeks because, like, look, the Kings intend to make moves. They're not trying to sit here.
Yep.
I mean, they went as far as you could go, pretty much, without landing Pascal Siakam this last week.
Yep.
And we're going to see more of that in the coming weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. We talked about some lineup tweaks yesterday. Every single one you brought up happened. Well done by you.
I will honestly tell you, I had no idea that they were going to do those. It's one of those feelings you get like when you've been around a coach for long enough, you start to understand where they're going on most times. When you see Keon Ellis have a nice night, when you see Alex Len again make an impact in his minutes, and when you see Kevin Huerter start to wake up, like, look, this team needs Kevin Huerter. They do. I mean, until there's someone better, the Kings need Kevin Huerter.
This is a major reason for their offensive step backwards, I guess.
Oh, totally.
Is Kevin Huerter.
Yeah.
That's not to put it all on him, but you had a player in Kevin Huerter last year who was just so dangerous from beyond the arc. And a player that, man, when he got open, you got teams scrambling and he is affecting defenses. There is a gravitational pull when he gets the dribble handoff and he gets behind Domantas Sabonis. It's like, oh God, we got to get out there. And this year it's just not there. And when you're losing, he was 15 points a game last year. He's at 10, 9.8 this year. That's like they're
for a guy who was your third leading scorer last year.
5.4 fewer points per game.
It's really wild, this step back he's taken. But at the same time, you've seen Keegan Murray take that step forward. You've seen De'Aaron Fox take a major step forward. To be honest, at this point, you're seeing like Domantas Sabonis take a step forward.
Yeah.
He went over 20 points per game
2 weeks
last night. He went to 20.1 points per game. And you're seeing him kind of start to figure things out too. So, yeah, I mean, look, this team is all over the board, but they're still 8 games over 500. They're still moving the right direction, even if it's, 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm trying to get the numbers here for Domantas Sabonis. In his last 13 games, so since December 16th, I just clicked a game.
Yeah.
That's where those 23 points, 13 boards, 9 assists. It's pretty good.
Yeah, he's playing out of his mind right now.
65.7% from the field.
Yeah, for the season, he's at 20.1, 12.8 rebounds, which leads the NBA, and 7.8 assists. Those assist numbers continue to climb, that's wild. For his assist numbers to get up to 7.8,
man,
like we're talking like really, really, really good point guard numbers to go with the league's leading rebounder.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, he just continues to improve. He's shooting 39% from 3, 60% from the field. We're shooting. Keegan Murray's all the way up to 37% shooting from 3 all of a sudden. Harrison Barnes, like, for as much as people want to say, hey, I don't know about Harrison Barnes, he's shooting 41% from 3.
Yeah, no, when he takes them, he makes them for sure.
Yeah.
But you gonna start drawing up plays for Harrison Barnes?
Yeah, it's tough.
Maybe that's the key. Maybe get Harrison Barnes going by kicking him the ball in the corner more often. I don't know.
Yeah, you got to find some way to get him more involved. I think it's pretty stunning to see that Trey Lyles is all the way up to 40.7% from 3. This team is really shooting the ball well over the last couple of weeks, and you're starting to see their numbers really start to jump up. They're up to 12th in the league in 3-point percentage at 37.2. Remember when they were like second in 3-point attempts and second in 3-point makes, but they were shooting, they were like 22nd in 3-point percentage. We're starting to see the positive steps forward.
Yeah, the progression.
Yeah,
I hate the
progression to the mean.
I hate the term positive regression. That doesn't exist. Regression is going backwards.
Yes.
Progression is the opposite of regression.
Yes.
You don't say positive regression. If a player averages 20 points a game for their career, and then they start the season in the first month, they're scoring 10 points a game. And then they start scoring 30 a game, and somebody goes, man, is he a 30 point per game scorer? You go, no, he's progressing to the mean.
Yes.
Not, there's a positive regression happening. It really sticks. It's a thing that doesn't matter that sticks in my craw. There's a lot of those. So I just want to get some applause here for James Ham. You had Keon Ellis getting back in the rotation. Only played 4 minutes last night.
Yeah, but he was one of the first dudes off the bench.
One of the first players off the bench. You had Kevin Huerter starting for Chris Duarte, and you had Alex Len over JaVale McGee. Alex Len played. JaVale McGee did not. So congratulations. Applause for you. You nailed it. Well done.
Yes.
You can hang that one out. I'll send you home with this rundown.
The rundown. Though I need yesterday's
put it up on
rundown.
the fridge.
Yesterday's rundown.
Oh boy, it's gone.
Called
it's long gone. It might still be over there. I might have it in my little stack of papers that I have here.
I don't need the rundown.
So you said no. So you said that you didn't have any idea that this was going to happen. It's not like you had inside info from Mike Brown that he was going to do this, and so you just said it on the radio and then it happened. That triggered something I wanted to say. You are now in my group of friends. It's a small group that when like you get a text message, I'm like,
oh,
what's that say? Like, it's not my business. It's not. But every once in a while, you'll get a text where you'll go like, like, why are you? Yeah, that noise. That what you just did. Like, what's that? What do you got?
Yeah,
You don't always tell me. Sometimes you do though.
Yeah. I'm like with my inner circle, I'm pretty I usually am pretty honest about what's happening.
Yeah.
But again, there's a lot of things that we know that we can't run with.
Right. Because you're rumors and
and then like in this situation, there's a lot of things we just flat out don't know. Like I would like to tell you that the Kings are gonna go make a deal with the Portland Trailblazers and come back with Malcolm Brogdon and hey, look, they got Matisse Thybulle thrown in on the deal. I would like to tell you that's going to happen. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's not out there. That's not something but I will tell you that this group, they like to play in the media where it's all out there. A lot of things are out there. And then the things that they actually do are not out there most of the time. And so nobody, we had heard that Sabonis and the Kings, was a potential thing, but in December or November, when it was like, hey, the Pacers might move on from Sabonis, and that might be an interesting fit for the Kings. Then it went dormant. We saw nothing, and then boom. That's how this group works. So I do think that there's an interesting way that they do business, and sometimes it's hard to read.
There was one time you got a text and you made the noise, and I went, you got to tell me because we're doing show prep. And I'm sitting across from you, and I'm like, bro, you got to let me know what's going on. And it was something about somebody needed to give somebody a ride to school or I think maybe your son had forgotten his backpack or something.
Oh.
And I was just like, oh, well.
Oh, no, I forgot.
Never mind then.
I drove away with the car with his backpack in the car.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Yeah. And I was like, oh, well, never mind.
Yeah, the wife switched cars.
I didn't need to know that.
The wife said, hey, I need to take the one car to work today. And I said, okay, I'll take the van. I drove the van. I looked down. I'm halfway to work, and there's the backpack sitting in the floorboard. Yeah.
Yeah. I was like, oh, what does that mean?
That's funny. I've
couple people in my life like that.
I've drawn up a really fancy numbers thing.
This is good. That's good radio.
That we can walk through in a little while.
Is that for Siakam stuff?
It is for Siakam stuff.
Okay, great. We will get to the Siakam stuff. I want to also talk about the idea of a win is a win and whether that pertains to this team. But next, I'm going to take you through the 7 Kings wins you meet in heaven.
Oh.
I have 7 types of Kings win. I have classified each of their games from this year under one of those types of wins, and we're going to go through it next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
I feel like I'm about to have my, hi, Mr. Norwal. Hi, buddy. Hope you find your dad. I'm about to have that moment. Kawhi Leonard has reached a new extension with the Los Angeles Clippers. I think it is a 3-year, $152 million deal. Is that what it is? Something like that. Maybe they didn't say. Let me see. It's a lot of money.
What happened?
Kawhi Leonard has signed a new 3-year, $152.4 million contract extension.
Oh, Malanta.
That's a lot of money.
Golly. I mean, he's still good.
Well, I mean, just so people know, that's what we're talking about with Pascal Siakam.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I got the numbers.
I can't wait to go through that. Just remember, when we're talking about it, you've got to like...
Yes, I know.
Point at the board.
The humble narrator. Yeah. So it's pretty wild, and like I don't know. Like, you have to make the right move here. You can't make a move just to make a move, but you have to make a move that makes sense. And we've talked about it before, but like if you were to go get a guy like Kuzma, the key to Kuzma is under contract for 3 years after this year with a declining scale, and you could move his contract at any moment if you needed to. There is no player option in Leonard's new deal, which is about $8.5 million under the maximum salary for his 3 years. Yeah, he didn't get fully max money. Did you pull the clip of the Raptors?
Oh boy, did I have drops from it too, and I'm really excited.
Oh my gosh, I loved it. Oh, he was so passionate. Oh,
it's a complete crap. Yeah, it is, man. You're absolutely right.
Oh, I loved it. I loved it. Tom Tuwitty, who is in the draft at number 25 next year. Like, the Kings don't have their pick. Just saying. So, Cool Rel, yes, prayers are for Scott Pollard. Scott Pollard, like I talked to Scott Pollard here and there. We go back and forth. He's had heart problems for the last couple of years. His father died very young of heart problems, and I believe one of his brothers has had major heart problems as well. Scott is now on he's on a heart transplant list, and I was actually going to have him on an Off the Record with the Kings Beat virtual happy hour, and he literally told me, he said, I can't go that long. I can't talk for that much right now.
Man.
So,
that's brutal.
Yeah, being 6'10" is and having heart problems, it's 6'11", whatever it is not great. So, yeah, he put stuff out there. I retweeted something that he put out. He really has had a lot of backlash over the last few years.
Come back. We got an hour left. I'm Kyle. That's James. We'll give way to D-Lo and KC at noon. I want to thank everybody for riding with us, whether you're on the radio, the free Odyssey app, or on ESPN 1320 TV, twitch.tv/ESPN 1320, or youtube.com/ESPN 1320. You can participate. You can watch there and you can participate in the chatty house. We have a ton of fun in there as well. So I want to talk more about these Pascal Siakam numbers and why the latest news on what he wants and doesn't want just kind of confirms that the move doesn't really make sense for the Kings. We'll talk about that from a financial standpoint, though. Not necessarily a basketball standpoint, but before we get to that, I want to get to the 7 Kings wins you meet in heaven. I was thinking about this today.
Okay.
On the way in, I was like, man, it feels like they've really hit the spectrum of types of wins this year.
Okay.
They've had blowout wins, and they've had come from behind wins, and they've had blowout losses, or they've had games where they're getting blown out and they come back, or they were blowing somebody out and then it gets closer than it needs to. So I put this list together. So I'll tell you the list, and then we'll run through some of the games and why they're in those marks. Okay. The first Kings win you meet in heaven, the We're Gonna Be championship win. This is a nod to Leandro Barbosa, something he said during the 2015 season when he was with Golden State. He said, we're going to be championship. So, and now he's on the Kings staff. You didn't make that connection. So shout out to Leandro Barbosa. But the Kings have 2 wins like this. November 24th at Minnesota, when they won 124-111. And then December 31st at Memphis, when they won 123-92. Best defensive performance, Mike Brown said, the best defensive performance they've had since he's been here.
Yep.
It's like, man, what a team. Went into Memphis, who was hot, and blew them out. All right.
Came back the next game at home and lost Charlotte Hornets. Just saying. Go ahead.
All right. I need to I'll roll through them, and then we'll go through some of the games. All right. Then there's the measuring stick win. That is the second Kings win you meet in heaven. The measuring stick win is like, all right, good win. That kind of shows you where you stack up with some of the other top teams in the West. All right. Number 3, Oklahoma City. Let's just play Oklahoma City and beat them. All right. Number 4, a vibes win. Get a win, and there's great vibes around that win.
Okay.
Some really, really good vibes. And I had a hard time with that one, so we'll discuss it. Number 5, the sledgehammer win. Just the blowout. Just dominated team start to finish.
Yep. And
you feel good about it. All right. Number 6, the 6th Kings win you meet in heaven. The would have been a loss 5 years ago win. It's a lot of them. That's the biggest category.
Oh.
We'll dive into those. And the final Kings win you meet in heaven is the win that felt like a loss.
Oh, yes.
That's not exclusive to the Kings. Every team has those. So I mentioned the We're Going to Be championship wins. The measuring stick wins this year. I have both the wins against Phoenix, the early December one at Phoenix, the late December one home against Phoenix, and then the December 2nd game against Denver.
Okay.
I marked those down as games that, okay, Phoenix a little banged up for both of them. I think the first one, they didn't have Kevin Durant or Bradley Beal. The second one, they did not have Bradley Beal, but you went into Phoenix, handled them. You handled them here at home, even with Kevin Durant. And then the Denver one, Denver was on the back end of a road back-to-back. So it's like, okay, that's where the Kings are. They're playing in this pool. They're playing in the deep end with the top teams in the West.
Yeah.
Agreed?
I totally agree.
Okay.
Like those are big. They're your signature wins of the year. And again, I think the funny thing is when you look at a box score, when you look at a list of games that the Kings won, it doesn't show things like that Denver was on the second night of a back-to-back. Right. If you're on a back-to-back, yeah, when you're looking at the schedule. So you have to kind of dive deep into some of these wins and be like, okay, like how big of a win was this? I would say measuring stick wins like the OKC games too. Like
I just wanted to make a little joke with that one. It was going to be 6. And then I was going through, I was like, they beat OKC. They handled OKC on November 10th without De'Aaron Fox.
Yep.
And then they beat him again in mid-December.
Yeah.
I mean, 2 separate months, 2 separate versions of each team. They've won both. And Oklahoma City is sitting there near the top of the West, and the Kings have 2 wins over them.
Exactly.
So Oklahoma City, that's pretty self-explanatory. The vibes wins.
Okay.
I have the season opener at Utah.
Yep.
That was Harrison Barnes goes off, and it's like, oh,
vibes.
Kings are back.
Yep.
The November 15th game at the Lakers, 125-110, just kind of smoked them at Crypto.Staples. And then the November 28th win against Golden State, that was the 23-point comeback.
Okay.
Great vibes win.
That's the in-season tournament game.
Yes.
That's that win, and that was great vibes. Great vibes.
Yeah. Especially because I think the in-season tournament played a role because of the point differential stuff. And so as the Kings are climbing back, it's like, man, they just got to cut it under 12, I think, or 11, whatever it was. Like, get it to 10, and you can lose the game, but move on. And all right, it's not that bad of a... And then they came back and won the game outright. The Sledgehammer wins. Cleveland, 132-120 at home without De'Aaron Fox.
That was a huge win.
I mean,
yes,
looked like they were in a different class than Cleveland. Dallas, November 19th at Dallas, 129-113. I think Luka and Kyrie combined for 48 points in that one.
Yep.
And the Kings did a really nice job and blew them out in Dallas.
They have a problem that, like, I watched their game they lost last night, Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
It's two dudes and nothing else. They are like the 2014, 2015 Oklahoma City Thunder. It's like two dudes and you're getting zilch.
Yep.
You're bad. Go ahead.
That's what they were. Last year, they were one dude and nothing else, or a couple years ago.
Yeah.
And now they're just two dudes and nothing else.
Yeah.
December 11th against Brooklyn.
Oh, yeah.
131-118. That was a game that we're going in like, man, Brooklyn, they can defend. Boy, they can shoot the three. Boy, this is a team that gives the Kings trouble, and the Kings is no trouble.
No trouble at all. They walked in, thumped them, and walked out the door.
December 16th against Utah, 125-104. That was the Keegan Murray 47-point night.
Oh, yeah.
Sledgehammer game. And then December 18th against Washington, 143-131, but that game wasn't as close as the final score.
No.
Yeah.
Not at all.
Kings let Washington climb back down at the very end. Would have been a loss 5 years ago. All right. This is a long one.
Oh.
Pause. November 17th at San Antonio, they won 129-120, but they fell behind 23-7 in the first quarter.
Yep.
They came back to win that one. December 29th at Atlanta, they were down 31-8 in the first quarter and came back to win. I think the Orlando game, 138-135 double OT. I don't think they win that one 5 years ago.
Okay. No, that's a good one. I mean, like, toe-to-toe with the team and who's going to come out on top.
I waffled on whether to make that a measuring stick game.
Yeah, I don't make it a
good in the East.
They are, but they also lost Franz Wagner and Harris in that game, Gary Harris in that game.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
And so it takes away a little bit for me.
Okay. All right. January 9th at Detroit. That was last night. They were down 18 after the first quarter and down as many as 20 in the first quarter. I have January 5th against Toronto, 135-130. They lost the second half of that game, 73-58. And Toronto had multiple chances to tie it late in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, they were up 20-something at half. It was 70. It was 79 to, 71 to 49 at half, something like that.
Yeah, I went, hey, you know what? I'm getting out of here. I got a long drive home. If it was close, I was going to stick around, but all right, I'm out.
Yeah.
And then I get home and won by 5.
Like, what in the world?
Wins that felt like a loss. October 29th against the Lakers, 132-127 in OT. That was a game De'Aaron Fox got hurt. And if you remember earlier in the year,
oh yeah,
it's like, oh boy, like this is because all the prognostication about the Kings before the season was, hey, there's no way they stay healthy again. And then De'Aaron Fox in like the second or third game twists his ankle. And then November 8th at Portland, that was the 121-118 OT win against a very shorthanded Blazers team. That was one of those ones that we came in and it was like, boy, like they won, but
isn't it weird that twice you've lost to, one you went to overtime and one game you lost to Portland?
Yeah, I wonder if that's just kind of an odd matchup thing for them.
Well, a lot of it is that you don't have anyone to match up with Jeremy Grant. And while I don't think Jeremy Grant is like the end all be all, he's long, he's athletic, and he just keeps scoring on the Kings.
Yeah. So that's it. The 7 Kings wins you made in heaven.
Okay. I like it. Yeah, you did. You spent some time on that.
I did. Yeah,
I dig it.
Thanks.
There are a lot of games this year. We could do the 7 or the 9 levels of hell. Because I am I actually took an entire course on Dante's Inferno in college. And,
as one does.
Yeah. And I could sit here, we could
if you want to put that together, by all means.
Maybe we can do that tomorrow.
Or let's save it for next time they lose. Which maybe tomorrow.
Tonight, you mean?
Tonight,
Yeah,
which
tonight.
may be the show tomorrow.
Yeah. That's funny.
All right. Let's get into, we're going to bring back good, bad, and ugly. We haven't done that in a while, but I think it really fits last night's game. We need to get to the sound from the Toronto Raptors coach last night.
Absolutely love it.
I have never heard a coach, Darko Rajokovic, I have never heard a coach lay into officials like this. And if you've not heard it, you're going to want to stick around and listen. That's coming up next.
Absolutely love
on
it.
ESPN 1320.
We also have to give away a gift certificate to the Jiffy Lube.
I see John Bull's in the chat
Yeah, where's John Bull been at?
with his bitch ass.
Hey, what's up, cousin Pete? I did get a text from John Bull like 2 days ago. Like we went back and forth via text. He's decided that he is no longer going to be on X. And until there's a way for me to double post everything on Twitter and Threads, then it's too difficult. I don't have the brain power or the time. And the other problem I have is that you have to do everything on your phone.
Not true.
It's changed?
Yeah, I believe they have a
They now have a desktop
interface. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, if they've done that, that would be a big deal, because I can't, sit here on my phone and go crazy like while I'm writing and while I'm watching and all that stuff.
Yeah. Threads.net.
Oh,
Get dialed.
Okay. Threads.net. I wonder if it's what's the other thing that we?
Oh yeah, shoot.
Yeah.
We got to let everybody know that we picked Domantas Sabonis as the player of the game.
The password is Domas.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Eric Spoelstra got 8 years and $120 million.
That's a lot. You know what?
But
He's worth every bit of it.
Right. It feels that's a lot, but also it kind of feels like he's underpaid.
Yeah, that's possible. We have a question. James, what do I think Sasha's future is with the Kings? I got to be honest. I don't know at this moment, but we will have, I believe, some clarity between now and February 8th. Because once you get past the trade deadline, there's potential for lots of players to be moved. Oh my gosh. Did you see this? The breaking news?
No.
A shocker in Seattle. Pete Carroll is expected to be out.
What?
As the Seattle Seahawks head coach, per sources. He still could remain within the organization, but not as a head coach.
Is he retiring?
No.
Oh, dang.
No. No.
Oh, God.
That's crazy to me. Patrick, you'd love him with the Raiders. I mean, Pete Carroll, isn't he like 72? He is not a spring chicken.
30 seconds. Pete Carroll is older than Mike Shanahan.
What?
That's a fact.
That is a hell of a stat.
And it's so funny because they showed Mike Shanahan during a 49ers Seahawks game.
Yeah.
And he just looks all weather beaten and old. And then there's Pete Carroll chomping his gum and doing cartwheels on the sideline.
Looking like a handsome man.
All right.
Yeah.
Here we go. Well, damn. I was going to get to sound from the Raptors coach, but before we do that, we have some breaking NFL news.
Hot diggity.
Not anything I expected. I wrote down yesterday on the rundown the possible coaches who could still get let go. Matt Eberflus in Chicago, although reports this morning say that he's sticking around for 2024. It was Mike Vrabel who got fired right before the show. There's Bill Belichick in New England, Mike McCarthy if Dallas flames out early, Nick Sirianni if Philly flames out early. Like there's all these things. Pete Carroll is out as the head coach in Seattle. That's according to ESPN's Adam Schefter. Carroll is expected to be out as the Seahawks head coach. He could still remain in the organization, but not as the head coach. Damn.
Wild.
Damn. I get it though. Like at some point a thing runs its course, and it feels like the Pete Carroll thing had kind of run its course.
Okay. I mean, like, look, they did have like a pretty strong collapse, but I also did not think that they were nearly as good as people thought they were.
Well, I think that's the
year.
thing is I think they as a team thought that like, okay, hey, we're ready to compete with the Niners. We're ready to compete in the NFC. And then they missed the playoffs entirely and they didn't get better.
Well, yeah,
and
but
they've now been since like the peak Russell Wilson was 10 years ago.
Yeah, but I would also say like
10 years
watching last season, they overplayed their talent level by so far. So if you're going to give him, if you're going to bump him out the door because he took a team that had no business being as good as they were last year and helped lead them to what they were able to accomplish, and then like use that as a standard the next season when you still didn't have the talent, I don't know. That's tough.
Well, here's the other thing. Geno Smith is 34 years old. He's under contract through 2025. And if you're thinking about moving on at quarterback or bringing in a new quarterback, you probably want to hire a new head coach who is going to be able to pick that quarterback. Because if you roll with what you're rolling with and maybe you draft a quarterback and you invest resources into that position and you're like, all right, hey, this is going to be it. And you do that with Pete Carroll and it doesn't work. Now you're setting yourself back. So I think here they're just kind of getting ahead of that.
No, I think it's probably the right move too. Like you're right. It does run its course. He had a great run, 14 seasons.
Incredible.
Two Super Bowl appearances, 1 victory.
Yeah.
I mean, he put them back on the map because they weren't on the map. They had they were
going nowhere, man.
Downtrodden franchise for a long time.
Yeah, no, he hell of a run for Pete Carroll, especially you consider his time at USC. The fact that he went from unsuccessful NFL head coach to college, very successful college coach, back to the NFL to be a very successful NFL coach for a decade and a half.
Yeah.
That is a really remarkable run. So shout out to Pete Carroll. His tenure as the Seattle Seahawks head coach is over. All right. If you've not listened to the sound from last night, the Raptors lost to the Los Angeles Lakers. And the Lakers in the final frame shot, I believe, 29 free throws. Is that right? 29 free throws? They shot a ton.
I think it was 22-23.
They shot a ton of free throws in the final frame. For the game, the Raptors shot 13 free throws. It was 36 for LA in a 132-131 win for the Los Angeles Lakers. In the last quarter, 23 free throws for the Lakers, 2 for the Raptors, 2 in a 1-point Raptors loss. And their head coach, Darko Rajakovic.
Sounds good to me. Let's roll with it.
Our guy Darko let this rip in his post-game press conference.
That's outrageous. What happened tonight, this is completely BS. This is shame. Shame for the referees, shame for the league to allow this. 23 free throws for them, and we get 2 free throws in the fourth quarter. Like, how to play the game. I understand respect for all stars and all that, but we have star players on our team as well. How's possible that Scotty Barnes, who is all-star caliber player in this league, he goes every single time to the rim with force and trying to get to the rim without flopping and not trying to get foul calls. He gets 2 free throws for the whole game. How's that possible? How are you going to explain that to me? If that's the case, just let us know so we don't show up for the game. Just give them a win. But that was not fair tonight. And this is not happening first time for us. Scotty Barnes is going to be all-star. He's going to be the face of this league. And what's happening over here during whole season, I've been holding the bag. It's a complete crap.
I'm a winner.
Incredible. If you're going to be a head coach and you are going to unleash your fury
Yes.
on the officials, that's the way to do it. Don't go, I disagreed with the calls, or, that was bad officiating. That was let it rip, dude. Say, this is not just tonight. This is all year. Small nitpick. Scotty Barnes never going to be the face of the NBA. And that's fine. Scotty Barnes is an excellent player.
He's a face of NBA Canada.
There you go. All right. That's fair. But no, I'm with him, man. I know that officiating is a problem in the NBA. And I know that the NBA will come out and, tell you that they review these plays and refs are held accountable and this and that. But a 23-2 free throw discrepancy. And this is a great point. With the Warriors, you'll see that, especially during the prime of their run. You would see that a lot, where there'd be these huge free throw discrepancies in favor of the other team. But it's like, yeah, that's what happens when you shoot a lot of 3-pointers and you're not trying to get to the rim. And when you're undersized and the other team is trying to get to the rim and you're fouling. But that's not the team the Raptors are. He says it. Scotty Barnes goes to the rim with force. Scotty Barnes is a big dude. There's no way every time he goes to the rack, he's not getting a foul. And if you're calling so many fouls on the Raptors, where the Lakers are shooting 23 free throws, if you're going to call that type of game, then the Raptors should be shooting more than 2 free throws. We just saw it here in Sacramento. They like to go to the rim. They like to play in the paint.
Yeah, they're physical. They attack the rim.
Yes.
They are a very, very physical team. And look, we've seen this play out in Sacramento so many times. I get it. I'll tell you, Scotty Barnes against the Kings, 0 free throw attempts. The next game against the Warriors, 0 free throw attempts. The next game is this game that he's talking about. He has 2. But, look,
Scotty Barnes is getting fouled more often than that. Trust.
Yeah.
It's a complete crap. This is completely BS.
I love it. I love that this is now part of our...
I wish that he was a listener of this program. And I wish that he had closed that rant with this.
You can suck it. Thanks.
No,
Thanks,
like I said, I'm almost always, with exception, I am almost always in the camp of, like the refs, they could make bad calls, but there's other plays that you could make that eliminate the refs from the equation, this and that, da-da-da-da. That's usually where I land. And I usually land on, you know what, a couple bad calls when against the 49ers in the Browns game.
Yeah.
But they've had bad calls go their way too. And over the course of however many games, I think it kind of comes out in the wash, whatever. A 23-2 free throw discrepancy. And you just read it. Scotty Barnes has shot 2 free throws in his last 3 games.
Yeah.
I love that the coach went out. This is not a one-off.
No.
This was not the Lakers complaining that LeBron James gets fouled too much and that they're sending video to the league and stuff.
Even though he's like 4th in the league in free throw attempts.
Right.
Yeah.
And honestly, frankly, they probably have a point. But this is crazy. This is outrageous. And I think that you have a head coach going up and not only standing up for his players, but trying to even this thing out, like calling out I think it needs to happen more often. And I commend our guy Darko for coming out and saying, frankly, what needed to be said in that spot.
It's a complete crap.
I agree. It was a complete crap.
Yeah. I can't and I also want to thank him for giving us
this is completely BS.
Some incredible stuff.
He does. He gave
on the board.
On the board. The board. I might need to be able to touch the board at this point. Like I'm not supposed to touch anything, but I might need to.
I will hopefully before you get in here tomorrow, I will set that up in there so I can show you how to do that. It's
really?
Very easy.
Should you though, Kyle?
Yeah, because it's a page and you'll have buttons and then you just click those buttons.
Awesome.
You're welcome. All right. Anyways, we're going to get to good, bad, and ugly, but that got derailed by our guy.
You know what we should do right now while we still have like 45 seconds? We should probably announce our Jiffy Lube player of the game for last night.
Yeah, Jiffy Lube fast break player of the game. It's Domas. DOMAS. So here's what you're going to do. ESPN1320.com. There's a Jiffy Lube logo front and center.
That's right.
Click on that. Enter the code word DOMAS, DOMAS, because Domantas Sabonis is the Jiffy Lube fast break player of the game.
37 points, 13 assists, 10 rebounds.
If you do that, enter the code word DOMAS, you will be entered to win a $100 Jiffy Lube gift certificate. We've had a ton of people in the chat already win.
Mm-hmm.
And Manny was here yesterday, standing in the window awkwardly. I was like, Manny, what's up? I was waving. He gave me double birds. It's crazy.
I did see him there, like,
Yeah,
oh, he's right behind
ESPN,
Kyle.
ESPN1320.com, Jiffy Lube logo, click that, enter the code word DOMAS, and you will be entered to win a $100 gift certificate to Jiffy Lube, courtesy of our friends at Jiffy Lube. And let me tell you, I went to Jiffy Lube yesterday.
Well, that was awesome.
2 days ago.
2 days.
It was great. Got my car done, in and out of there, little oil change, little transmission fluid, little tire rotation. Feels great.
Awesome.
When your car has 250,000 miles on it, you notice those things.
You better take care of it.
Got to. And Jiffy Lube took good care of me. They'll do the same for you. So get that $100 gift certificate by entering today at ESPN1320.com, code word DOMAS. All right. Good, bad, and ugly from the Kings game last night. There's plenty of both, plus a little bit of NBA coaching news as well. And then we will get to your 3 keys to a Kings victory tonight against the Charlotte Hornets. That's coming up next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader.
I decided this morning, instead of turning on ESPN or whatever was on, I just let it go. So I've been watching Diagnosis Murder this morning with Dick Van Dyke. And the reason why, because Betty White was on the episode that it was on when I first got here. And it's just playing.
God, I love Betty White.
There's a cop car that just pulled up with like the big bubble.
I'll be right back.
All right. What's going on? You guys have any questions for me? Yes, Aldrin J. We just talked about that. Pete Carroll out as Seahawks head coach. There is heavy security here. Somebody had to let him in the door. We do have locked doors leading up to the studio. So just don't think you can show up and stand behind Kyle like you're at a ESPN zone. Oh yeah, Alex, that's very possible. Duncan Robinson is having the season that they sort of make those players down in Miami. I'm not sure how they do it. Loki, no. Maybe Bojan Bogdanovic, but like the Kings need defenders. There's outside of that, I don't think there's a player on that team. I mean, I really like Jalen Duren, but you're not getting Jalen Duren. So I don't know. Let's see. James, what's the Kings' most valuable trade asset besides Keegan? Draft picks. They have they can trade a 2026, 2028, a 2030 draft pick. Let's see. That to me is their most valuable. I mean, if you really want to get down to it, it might be Malik Monk if you wanted to like do something crazy. John Poles asks, "What are there names out there that I'm hearing that he's targeting?" No, I mean, like, look, we know the Siakam stuff, and then there are players that are coming available that you're going to see him jump on. Yeah,
dude, Damian Barling is outside.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
the Damian Barling.
Yes.
Oh,
he's right out there.
He is?
Yes.
Oh, that's amazing.
It's insane.
It's better than him not being outside because he's got to be on in 28
I don't know what
minutes.
Like, do you think I'd say hi to him? Do you think I could meet him?
I don't know, Kyle, because this happened when I was in the building one time and you didn't say anything. So I don't know. I don't know if you can do that.
When we were at NBC.
Just mess with you. Hey, Paul Zaleski, what do I think about Wendell Carter? That is an intriguing name. He is a guy who blocks shots. He's a guy who plays hard. He's also a guy who spends like 25, 28, 29% of the season on the injured list. But young, active. I don't know. I wouldn't just say no. He is. It sounds like it's very likely he's on the move there, or there's a possibility.
We're back. Here we go. I'm Kyle. He's James. D'Lo and KC coming up at noon, talking a ton about the Kings win over the Pistons last night. There was also a little bit of Pascal Siakam news. Did you want to run through those numbers still?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so we're going to put good, bad, and ugly from the Kings game on the back burner. Maybe we'll do that with Kenny or D'Lo when they come in. But if you missed the top of the show, Sam Amick reported this morning in The Athletic that Pascal Siakam, quote, would not be excited if he were traded to Sacramento. Sam has a couple of league sources that said the Kings should have very little, if any, optimism about Siakam re-signing this summer if they were to land him. And he also reported that Siakam is seeking a full term, and this is the important thing that we're going to talk about. Siakam is, and this is directly from Sam Amick in The Athletic, Siakam is seeking a full-term max salary deal no matter where he ultimately lands. And while Siakam has not asked for a trade, the sources say he doesn't view the Kings as a good long-term fit if the Raptors choose to move him.
Okay.
So initially, the thought was, hey, if Siakam doesn't want to come to Sacramento, the Kings could still conceivably trade for him and then see if they can convince him to stay over the course of this year, try and, make a run this year. But the long-term, full-term max salary contract thing throws a wrench in this that made you say, like, well, then it's off.
Yeah, because that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
And we're talking about a guy who's almost 30, right? This is not, if you're paying him a max extension, we're talking about 30, 31, 32, 33, 34 years. That's it, his 5-year deal would cover those seasons. So I made a small, we have a little whiteboard, and it shows what a King's salary would look like if we were to do something like this. And what I would like to point out is, so a contract, we keep hearing a 4-year, $192 million contract for Siakam. If he gets traded somewhere, he's going to want the 5th year, right? This is he's going to want the 5th year. And that 5th year, the first year is going to be at about 42 million, and then 46, and then 50, and then 56. And then that 5th year is going to be $60 million.
That's a lot of millions.
It is. So I think it's okay. You're okay in year one, where, the league salary cap for next year is 144 to 145 million. If you take Fox, Sabonis, Murray, Monk, and Siakam, the deal that we've talked about that Monk could possibly get, right? This 17.4 million to start. These are all approximated all the way through, but this 17.4 million, you'd be at $145 million. So the problem that you have is that's with only 5 players.
Yikes.
145 million with 5 players, which means you at least need 9 more players to fill out your roster. You can still get in probably underneath the luxury tax in this situation. Year 2, we have this, it jumps to 158. That's a lot of money. And you're like, okay, but that still might be possible. Then you start talking about, hey, TV money might come in, things could change. You might be okay.
Sure.
Right? We get to year 3 of this team. And again, if they're a championship team, hey, that's fine. All bets off. We're totally fine with this. But if we get here to year 3, Fox now, because he's an all NBA player, and he'll probably be a multi-time all NBA player, he can sign an extension that starts at 52 million, goes up to 56. Just look at Brown's salary from the Celtics, right? So that's a concern. The other concern, Sabonis jumps up to 48 million. Now, here's the other deal. Keegan Murray, he's due his rookie scale extension. It's going to jump to 28 million bucks. Right here, we have Monk over 20 million. Siakam jumps to 50 million. Your payroll's 198 million. And again, Kyle, we're talking about 5 players. Five players.
Lord, man.
Now we get to the 4th year, you're at $215 million. Siakam's making 56. De'Aaron's making 56. Sabonis is making 51. Keegan's making 30. Malik Monk is like wondering, where is my money at 21.5 million? And that's saying that you did not add anyone else. And that's why it's really dangerous. Really dangerous.
So more or less, to compact all that down.
Yes.
Let's say Pascal Siakam does go, hey, you know what? I'm now amenable to signing with the Kings, but only on that full-term super max deal. That is essentially okay. So let's say it's the Barnes, Herter, Mitchell trade. Okay, so that's the players.
Yep.
Those are the players. And then you're bringing in Pascal Siakam.
Yes.
So it's those 3 players, but then down the road, it also probably means no Keegan Murray.
Possibly.
Assuming that he earns a max rookie extension.
Yep.
Which I think he's tracking toward.
Yes.
And then what does that do about Malik Monk? Does that mean Malik Monk is also gone?
Oh, yeah. I mean,
so now the Kings are trading, even if Pascal Siakam, so let's eliminate the whole he doesn't want to sign with Sacramento thing.
Mm-hmm.
Even if he did, even if he's like, yeah, that's where I want to be, but only on a full term super max salary. It's now Barnes, Herter, and Mitchell, and then whatever picks, plus eventually Keegan Murray and eventually Malik Monk. Like that to me is
very possibly the way that it goes.
The list of players that I would make that specific deal for is short as hell.
Super small.
And that list of players is all dudes that teams aren't letting getting away from them. So
they're the dudes. They're
right.
like not to disrespect Siakam, he's a good player.
Very good player.
But I don't think he'll be an all-star again. There's a good chance
I'd be pretty surprised.
He won't be an all-star again. So a 2-time all-star, like that's a lot to give up. That is like a tremendous amount. Now, you might not lose Keegan Murray. And I'll also say, factored in these first 2 years here where we have this, the first 2 years of this, you would have paid Harrison Barnes $18 million and then $19 million in year 1 and year 2. And you would also paid Kevin Herter like $17 million and $19 million, right? So the wash, it's close to a wash. Maybe it's a little bit more money for Siakam in the first 2 years, but it's the 3rd year, it's a 4th year, it's a 5th year. And again, if you're Monty McNair and you're right, and this makes you a championship team, hit that button.
Yeah.
Let somebody else pay the tab down the road. Let Vivek Ranadive like figure out a way to bring in like partners 35 through 45 as opposed to just like 34 partners. Have him bring in some more money and you know, like let's build this thing out and pay luxury tax out the, you know, wazoo for a couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to be right. And if you're wrong, Siakam would have to be the guy that makes you a championship winner.
And he's not.
Well,
at least check that. I don't believe he is.
Okay. If you don't think he is, like, I understand. I totally get it. And I don't know if that he is. But that's why when you hear me say Kyle Kuzma, because in year 3, right here, where we get to $50 million for Siakam, right there, and Kyle Kuzma is instead making $19.4 million, now I got $30 million to play with. Now I'm not at 198.5. I'm at 168.5, and I can start building a team. I still have the option to create something.
Yep.
If not, it's really, really difficult.
Yeah. And for people who couldn't see the whiteboard, it was all the numbers and all the salaries laid out. And that's, I mean, this is not about, and this isn't even about this is not even about in a vacuum, Pascal Siakam and Kyle Kuzma. Because in a vacuum, to me, Pascal Siakam is a better player. So, and if somebody wants to quibble with that, fine. But for me, like just
I'm with you. I agree.
Okay. So if somebody, like I said, if someone disagrees, then great. Then you should be even more for the Kyle Kuzma trade. But maybe you're sitting there going, Pascal Siakam's way better and gives the Kings a way better chance to win this year than Kyle Kuzma does. I would argue that may be the case for this year.
Mm-hmm.
But Kyle Kuzma keeps that window open over the next 3 years. At least the next 3 years.
Yeah. That, and I would also say the problem that you have is if Siakam leaves, you're in a whole bunch of trouble.
That's the right.
That's the other problem.
Right,
If he leaves, you're in a ton of trouble because replacing salaries without having cap space is very, very difficult. And it's not just that you don't have salary cap space. You also don't have a 16 or an $18 million player to trade for someone else, whether it's an expiring contract, whether it's whatever it is, a matching salary thing. You don't have the player to trade. And that's a problem. Like players, you can look at, I mean, it's horrible to do it, to look at them as assets, right?
Sure.
But they are as far as a basketball team, but also their salary in itself, that block of money is also an asset that can be traded for another asset. If you don't even have those pieces to trade, it becomes a little dicey.
Man.
Yeah. Complex, man.
I wish the NBA just did it like the NFL.
Where everyone just like,
here's the hard cap. However much you're making this year, that's what the cap is.
Yeah.
I know that you can mess with it a little bit in the NFL, but
yep.
All right. So Pascal Siakam deal, if it's not entirely off the table, it's dangling on the edge. And I'd say it's probably, if he doesn't want to sign with the Kings, it's off the table.
Yeah.
So
anyway. I mean, you do in that situation, you give yourself a couple of months for him to change his mind. But I just don't know. I don't know that that's worth the risk at all because, the one player who does know what this feels like is Pascal Siakam, who won a championship with Kawhi Leonard and then watched him leave that offseason.
It's a complete crap.
That's what he said when Kawhi Leonard left. All right, let's real quick before I think it's going to be Kenny today. Casey comes in for the handoff. Let's get to keys to the game. Real quick. 3, 2, and 1. Let's get to the keys to the game. James, what is your first key to a Kings victory tonight against the Charlotte Hornets?
Show up. You didn't show up in Detroit and almost got your beep kicked.
You can say ass.
I can. You almost got your ass kicked. You didn't show up.
BS.
It is completely BS. You gave up 47 points in the first quarter.
Boy.
You do that again, there's a good chance you're going to get in some trouble. Although Charlotte is missing LaMelo, Mark Williams, Gordon Hayward, Frank Ntilikina, and then PJ Washington is doubtful and Cody Martin is questionable.
Yikes.
So they're trying to give you one.
What, the Kings possibly struggling against a bad shorthanded team? That's crazy.
What? It's crazy. It's crazy, Kyle.
My first key is along those lines. You got to play clean. The Kings last night, part of the reason they struggled in the first quarter was because they turned the ball over. I believe it was 7 times in the quarter. They had 13 first half turnovers, 21 for the game. You can't have that. You have to take care of the basketball.
Yes.
Like that's true every game, but that's how bad teams stick around in these games. You take care of the basketball, you blow them out, and you move on with your road trip. Number two. How about you take away Terry Rozier? Yeah, got to do it.
And the fact that you have to worry about Terry Rozier is a problem, but the guy's averaging 24 points a game. He is a bucket. He has been a bucket for years in the NBA. He's actually a pretty good basketball player. They have him, they have Miles Bridges, and then you're going to play against a bunch of randos. You might have Brandon Williams. I think Brandon Williams will be there. But this is not a good team. Take away their one player.
Brandon Miller.
My bad. Brandon Miller, not
I hope Brandon Williams isn't there.
Not Mark Williams. Yeah.
Is Brandon Williams allowed to practice?
No, he's not allowed to practice.
Okay. All right, just making
Brandon
sure.
Williams is not allowed to practice or in the practice facility or at shoot around Kyle.
All right, good to know. He will not be there. This goes along with your Terry Rozier thing. You got a great Keegan Murray game on offense last night. He had a great Keegan Murray game on defense tonight. Whether he's defending Brandon Miller, whether he's defending Miles Bridges or Terry Rozier, Keegan Murray needs to be really good on the defensive end tonight.
Okay. I'm with you. And I would like to see Keon Ellis also step up and be the guy who you try on a guy like Terry Rozier.
Yeah, great
I think
point.
that's a good matchup.
Yep. I think at some point, though, especially if it's close and it's late, I think you have to go length on Terry Rozier.
Yep.
Because if not, he's going to hit some wild shots over a guy like Keon. All right. Number 3, last
one. Get your secondary guys going. And I know this sounds weird to call Keegan Murray, Kevin Huerter, and Harrison Barnes secondary guys, but that's the job of Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox. They are your primary ball handlers. They're your primary distributors. Figure out a way to get those two guys involved in what's happening. Those 3 guys. And so it's not just Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox or bust tonight. Like Malik Monk takes care of himself.
Yep.
These other 3 guys, somebody needs to help them get going. It's got to be Fox. It's got to be Sabonis.
I am right there with you. And you mentioned Sabonis. He is my 3rd key. He has to stay aggressive.
Yes.
When there is a team that cannot guard him, that does not have the defensive presence underneath to make his life difficult, he has to eat. He has to go like 16 of 21. And that is just, forgot to mute. There we go. That is just what it is with Domantas Sabonis. So I would like to see him step up tonight and stay aggressive. So that's where that's at. It's time for the handoff. Kenny Caraway in the building for the handoff. I love that Pirates hat you're wearing, man.
Oh, shout out to the Pirates. I ain't got nothing but love for the Pirates, man.
Yeah.
I don't know what is on in this TV in the studio.
Dick Van Dyke. James is doing play-by-play right here.
It is Diagnosis Murder with Dick Van Dyke, and I left it on because Betty White was in the first episode when I came in. Like a 70-year-old Betty White from many years ago.
Still a baddie.
Yeah. I don't even know what's happening at this point, but last time I looked, Scott Baio was making out with someone.
Oh wow.
I
like the Dick Van Dyke show, like not this one, the black and white one. It was a good show.
Oh,
Mary Tyler Moore is the wife.
The Dick Van Dyke show?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I heard one critic say about it?
It's a complete crap.
Oh.
Wow.
And this is completely BS.
Wow. That's a strong wow. Dang.
You did see this, right? The implosion.
I did. I did.
Absolute.
I was going to say, I was hoping you were going to say no, so we could share it with you for the first
time.
Well,
sure. Man. I want to hear it again. I only saw it once.
All right, great.
That's outrageous. What happened tonight? This is completely BS. This is shame. Shame for the referees, shame for the league to allow this. 23 free throws for them, and we get 2 free throws in the 4th quarter. Like how to play the game. I understand respect for all stars and all of that, but we have star players on our team as well. How's possible that Scotty Barnes, who is all-star caliber player in this league, he goes every single time to the rim with force and trying to get to the rim without flopping and not trying to get foul calls. He gets 2 free throws for the whole game. How's that possible? How are you going to explain that to me? If that's the case, just let us know so we don't show up for the game. Just give them a win. But that was not fair tonight. And this is not happening first time for us. Scotty Barnes is going to be all-star. He's going to be the face of this league. And what's happening over here during whole season, I've been holding the back. It's a complete crap. It's a complete crap.
It's a complete
it's beautiful,
crap.
Dude. If you're gonna rage at a referee, that's the way to do it.
And he's right.
Yep.
He's 100% right. The only thing that I would like to see these guys do a little bit more often, and they wouldn't do it, is call out like the way these refs get played by the players. Instead of just saying like, oh, foul calls to this or free throws to that, like, yo, you're getting played every single time. Yep. Every single time there's a bump and the guy throws his head back all crazy, like you're getting played as a referee.
Yep.
And they allow it to happen every single time.
You know, I would point out too, I hope the Kings watch a lot of the footage back, because they do have players who, in the heat of the moment, do silly things. Like I would like to, like, if Mike Brown had 5 challenges and he used one every time Domantas Sabonis like looked at the ref and acted like he didn't foul somebody, he would lose every single one of those challenges.
Sure.
Every time, because even we saw it 2 games ago where Sabonis, like with his 4th foul, was like, "Are you kidding me? How is this possible?" Clear hand on the hip and clear push.
Right.
Yeah.
And you're like, "Hey man, like you're fouling people."
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so there are some guys. I do think that, like, if you look at the Scotty Barnes aspect of this, De'Aaron Fox goes to the rim all the time and doesn't get foul calls. And part of it is because he doesn't do the demonstrative Ja Morant head flip and try to get the call.
Right.
That's it. But hey, like if that's how if he doesn't want to play it that way, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, no, and I would tell, to your original point with Sabonis and the coaching staff, like we would have a talk with all these guys at practice or shoot around or something and be like, look, if you did not foul, we will challenge. If you look back at us and we say no, that means you fouled. It's the end of discussion. Like,
move on.
What are we arguing? I just watched the play. You fouled them. Or at the very least, you guys got to understand they're not going to overturn it. Even if it's close, there's got to be people that are like, yeah, they're not going to overturn that. There's not enough to say.
Yeah.
It's not within the spirit of the game. It's not, hey, you're driving to the rim and you're getting fouled. If that's the case, then fine. And if the Lakers last night just got fouled a bunch of times and the Raptors are playing bad defense, and so be it. But like Kenny said earlier, that's not the case. It's guys that the move they're doing is strictly to try and go to the free throw line.
Right.
It's not to try and get to the rack and, hey, I'm too big and strong. You can't guard me. You're going to hack me on the arm. I'm still getting this layup.
Right.
It's, I'm going to do that. I hate the rip through. It's not a basketball. You're not doing anything. You're trying to hit the person's arm.
Right.
The Chris Paul move.
Yeah, Kevin Durant does it.
Yeah.
It's the tossing the head back every time you put the ball on the deck. Defender gets into your jersey and throw the head back, throw the hands. It's like Kenny said. It's gaming the refs. It's not playing basketball.
You feel slight contact and you just jump to your left or right, you know, like out of nowhere and throw the ball up. Like it's why. I understand what you say. De'Aaron doesn't do it all the time, but he does. It's an NBA thing. It's whack. It's whack.
I hate it.
Well, I'll tell you this really quickly before we got to go.
It's a complete crap.
It is a complete crap. The Kings, Orlando Magic go to double overtime, right? Yeah. Double overtime. If they would have had their challenge, which they should have had their challenge because they reviewed something and lost.
Mm-hmm.
If they would have had their challenge in the last seconds of that game, then the Paolo Banchero turnover would have been overturned.
Yes.
The Kings would not have gone a double overtime on the second night of a back-to-back, and then 3 games in 4 nights. They would not be in the same physical shape they are today if it wasn't for that. And that's why these things do actually matter. Like missing on a coaching review, it matters.
Yeah, I agree. I do think, though, wasn't the Paolo out of bounds play the second OT?
No, that was going into regulation.
Yeah, because he tied the game with the possession that he got.
Good
back.
Lord.
That sent it to overtime.
Double overtime.
Oh no, I think that sent it to the
no,
first
overtime.
overtime.
He hit a 3 in regulation, and then Malik hit a 2 in regulation to send it to overtime.
Okay.
Boy, what a mess. All right. Well, that's fun. Kenny, what do you guys got coming up?
Kings, Pistons. We're gonna try and figure out what's going on with these Kings.
Yeah, it's a weird win. It's like
a
win, but it's kind of like, I guess.
It can't even really be too excited about it. We'll talk about it. Yeah, we'll definitely talk about it.
All right, that's coming up next. D'Lo and KC right here on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader.
We did it.
Yes, indeed.
We did. You did it. World's greatest cup of coffee.
Chatty House, you guys were great today. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Chatty House.
See you.
Presenting sponsor for that mark, that Joe and Donnell. Yeah. What's up, Hammer?
What's happening? You got another sponsor?
No. A presenting sponsor like KSFM brings you a concert. That's what we were.
Got it.
We've been kind of working on one for a couple of weeks.
Oh, nice.
I think Rich Rickley might be close to closing it in.
What?
Oh, we got whiteboards now.
Well, we've had the whiteboard, but I used it today to explain the if you were to do the Siakam deal and he wants max money, what it looks like in year 3 and 4.
Oh, that's tremendous. Yeah.
Yeah, you're
That's
shot.
terrific.
You're shot completely. Like year 4, and then he has another year at 60 million because he wants a 5-year deal.
Yeah.
So year 5, you're at.
And he's 29 today?
Yeah, but he'll be 30 before next season.
Okay.
So you're looking at 30, 31, 32, 33, 34 years. And maybe he holds up that whole time, but even if he doesn't,
And maybe he doesn't.
he's not one of the top 5 players in the league. The Fox money matters too, because that's the other thing. Is people forget that Fox is going to get Jaylen Brown money.
Mm-hmm.
And he's getting that in 3 years. Well, in year 2, after the next 2 seasons, he'll have a deal kick in that pays him 52, 56, 60, 64, and 70. Yeah. And that's if the television money doesn't go up. The TV money goes up, his money will go up.
Isn't it true the expansion money they don't have to put into that? That's all them.
That's all for the owners, isn't it?
Yeah, so they don't have to include that. It's gonna be like a free $300 million.
Well, yeah, the expansion money is probably going to be $3 billion a piece. Maybe.
LeBron got that.
Yeah, I'm going to guess, like, by the time they do get to expansion, between 3 and 5 billion, and then that does go straight to the owners. But they lose.
Y'all need to stop talking shit about me. Don't think I don't see all these messages coming in.
What the hell they saying about you?
I took Ice Cube's clothes.
Oh,
Stop it.
I'm man of the woods. Yeah.
Do you have to turn around and show them what kind of shirt it is?
It's an Old Navy shirt, man.
Stop.
Leave me alone.
Don't do that.
It's an Old Navy
Don't do
shirt,
that.
man. Leave me alone.
Don't do that. I don't even know if Ice Cube could afford what you got on right now.
Bye, friends.
See you later, James.
See you at 3.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah, for sure. Thanks, Hammer. Oh, man.
For you.
Check 1, check 2. There we are. That's all right.
Damien said, "Oh yeah, do you want to ride with us?"
This audience is a bunch of jerks. Wait, did I do that?
Yeah.
Are you doing that or am I?
We got him screaming
Hold on. What's going on right now? Is the intro playing? Okay.
We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We a number one spot.
Hey! Vibe check. Where y'all at? Y'all know what it is. We're going to talk about it. There's some things to be said.
Yeah.
But the Kings got to win last night.
Wait a minute.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now.
See
Coming down the
now.
lane off the rebound.
Rebound.
It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now.
Love our boy Young Zell. Hey.
Yo.
It's a one verse day.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a one verse day. We ain't getting two verses for that game last night, man. But we're so happy that you're here. A win is a win. We're gonna talk about it. We're gonna talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly. But as we said, the Sacramento Kings get a victory. Lots of breaking news this morning. Pete Carroll out in Seattle. Kawhi Leonard signs a contract extension. Apparently, there was a bombshell in The Athletic today. We'll talk about that. Actually, we won't. We've been talking about it for 3 days. Absolutely not a shot at the individual who wrote the article. That is my man in 150 grand. But D'Lo and KC audience know what's up. We've been talking about that for 2 days now.
Facts.
Let's start with Domas. Like we could talk about everything else all through the day. We're starting with Domas, though. I said like 3 days ago, yeah, he's probably not going to score 40 in a game. That's just not his style. Like he's going to find other guys to do it. Well, my bad. He drops 37 last night. Boy, they love them some triple doubles unless it's Domantas Sabonis dishing them out. 37, 10, and 13. I almost fainted last night.
Netflix loves him.
Netflix do love him. We'll talk about that as well. I almost fainted. Last night, I was up way past my bedtime and saw Sabonis's 37 leads Kings on the bottom line of the ESPN ticker. Like, oh my God, what Kings fan hijacked ESPN? I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Nah, I mean, they are acknowledging him. You know, they are acknowledging him as they should. And
I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
yes, sir.
Acknowledge
There
me.
you go. Domantas Sabonis.
Acknowledge me.
Damn right.
Yeah, straight up. But you know, getting that acknowledgement that he deserves. I mean, last night, to a certain degree, he put that team on his back. Yeah. And I don't care if they're playing the Blind Sisters of the Poor or the Detroit Pistons, don't matter. Mm-hmm. Get that W. He put that team on his back, 37 points to go along with 13 assists, 10 rebounds. Yeah. Dominating.
Absolutely big time performance from Domantas Sabonis. There's a couple of members of the Sacramento Kings, including your second year star Keegan Murray, who had a big time performance. Those guys really kind of led the way for Sacramento. And of all of the different frustrating notes throughout the last little couple weeks or whatever, Keegan is the one, you know, the kind of ups and downs that I don't care. Not that I don't care. I'm just not concerned about it. Like, it's whatever to me. I try to keep the Keegan Murray thing in like a little bit of perspective here. We're extremely high on him. The young man is a phenomenal basketball player. He's also a second-year player. Yeah. And I talked yesterday about how I thought the firing of Mike Vrabel was wrong. And I felt like the lack of patience with owners and general managers sometimes leads to rash decisions. It was just my opinion that I was sharing on the Vrabel situation. Yeah. That I think happens a lot too with young players in the league. And while I'm certainly not suggesting a rash decision as I have like regarding Keegan Murray, I don't mean anything like that. But sometimes we get quick to criticize the way Keegan is playing, forgetting like, it's all right. Like, he's shown enough sign. It's all there. Like, you can see it. We've seen it multiple times this year in a far greater degree than we saw last year. I feel very, very confident about what Keegan is. I'm far more frustrated with guys like Kevin Huerter and Harrison Barnes than I am with Keegan Murray. I want him to be better. I want him to be more consistent, I should say. I believe he can be more consistent. But when he's not, I'm not mad at him. Right. It's just kind of be patient. Don't let our 24/7 information consumption fool us. Right. Like, be patient. Let the young man find his place.
So I agree with everything you're saying.
Thank you.
I think what's gonna come about today when we talk about a lot of different things is how important is this year to the fans, to the Sacramento Kings? Because there may be some things you got to sacrifice for this season to get what you want moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Keegan Murray being your third best scorer is one of those things. Like, you may not be what you want to be this year because you're letting him go through the ups and downs of being a second-year player. If you're okay with that, then that's cool. But if you say, I'm not okay with that, I need more for this team, I want more for this team, then not saying to trade him, but you're going to have to go find that consistent third scorer.
Yeah.
And I don't know what that's going to cost you as well. And then like we always talk about,
ain't going to cost you him.
The development of Keegan Murray and all this other stuff that may be put on the back burner. If you know what I'm saying, if you're looking to move forward and do things this year, and there's things we'll talk about later in the show where you got to say, hey, how important is this year to you? Is it more important than the next 3 or 4 years?
Yeah, it's weird. The Kings' record is better than last year at this time. And I don't think it's unfair. I don't think it's misleading to say it's significantly better.
Yeah, what was it? Probably like 2 or 3 games?
Yeah, we looked at it. I think we looked at it yesterday. What days? We looked at it one day recently. And it was plus,
it was like Monday or something.
They were +2 last year, above 500. What did last night? +8 now?
Yeah.
To me, that's significantly better. Sorry, Jessica. Go ahead.
It with the comparison to like where they were last year compared to now, is that the right comparison, or should we just be looking at how they left off last season?
That's very fair.
Say it one more time for me, Jesse.
So basically, like what I'm saying is like I see a lot of comparisons like what they were last year compared to right now, but isn't the comparison more so fair to compare them to what they were when they left off, like when they lost in the playoffs, I guess? Like what they were at that time.
So rather than comparing now to January,
they were
January to January, compare January to April.
Yeah,
I got you. You're right. That's completely fair. With the thought though that there wasn't much change this offseason, right? There was no, young rookie that you had to throw in here. There was no draft pick. You not to suggest they didn't do anything. You have guys you got to work in. Sasha came over, Chris Dorothy, like I get all that, but there weren't sweeping changes. There was no Domantas Sabonis acquisition. There was no Kevin Huerter acquisition, right? Like your team, the core of your team was still essentially the same.
Right.
So yeah, that's a completely fair assessment.
So when we talk about
I might change my mind in an hour, so we'll revisit it.
When we talk about that, the pieces and the personnel is still the same. But the thing that just kept going through my head last night is I saw the Kings give up 47 points in the first quarter. I prayed for times when the Kings score 30 points in a quarter, right? They scored 30 in that first quarter and were down 17, 18. I mean, I couldn't believe it. And the thing that just kept coming to my mind, and I mentioned it to you, Dame, I said, man, the Kings are trying to tell us something. This team is trying to tell us something.
Like they're Lassie.
They're trying to tell us something. I'm not sure what it is, but they're definitely speaking to us. Definitely. I don't know what it is. I got a couple ideas. I can share them with you guys about what I think it might be. But you don't just keep going down like this because it's just who you are. There's some things going on, I believe, in that locker room. They don't have to be like super dramatic or anything else like that. But yeah, the Kings they're talking to us. A-Marie talking to me.
Hey Marie, it's a good callback right there. I feel like what you just said is a big like thread of today's show. Like, what are the Kings trying to tell us? Kenny and I were out with our people last night. So we actually had a cool opportunity to watch the game next to the Golden One Center.
Yeah.
We were at the Revival, and there was, hey, when does the beam get lit? I was like, well, they got to win. I assume it's a few minutes after they win. Like, I swear the buzzer went off and boom, purple light in the sky. Because it was kind of like, all right, has anyone not, it was a pretty good sized group. Has anyone not seen the beam in person? Does anyone go outside and see it?
Yeah.
So the thought was the buzzer goes off. It's like, hey, anyone who wants to go see it, let's go outside. We can see the beam again.
Right.
We stood up. Oh, look, there it is. It's like it's time to the buzzer. Final buzzer. Boom, purple light in the sky.
Right there for you.
But let's come back. Because we're watching this game, kind of on the phone with our girl Carrie, big Kings fan, and it's like, how did they win this game by 20? Like they were down. We walked into our gathering. They're down 20. They get to halftime, and it's like, all right. It feels like we got this under control. Going to the fourth quarter, it's a 1-point game. It's like, what the hell is happening right now? Yeah. And then they won by 20.
Craziness.
So we'll dive into all of that.
And I'll tell you a story too that could be going on with this team.
I'm gonna go change clothes because the chat they're jerks. So I'm gonna go get an insider's.
You stand up and
I'm gonna
show them that tag or something.
I'm gonna go get an insider's sweater so the chat stops bullying me.
They'll be quiet.
And I knew too. I was like, I look like Debo. Like I look like I'm off an extra on Friday, like Debo's little brother. We'll come back. What are the Kings trying to tell us? We'll find out when D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm gonna go put all that stuff in the refrigerator.
What is that? Oh man. Getting through it, guys. I'm working through it. Yeah, I got a little something going on with some sinus stuff, man. I feel okay aside from the congestion in my nose. Yeah, we'll get through it. Huh. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm sorry. What we say? The video. Oh, the damn syringe, water syringe. Yes, that's first of all, it's disgusting. Second of all, my wife does that with my son, and it's just I can't believe that happens. It looks like it works like a charm, though. Like it looks like it's exactly what I need right now, but I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. That stuff is crazy.
You talking about that thing we were talking about before the show again?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Reese does it?
He has done it. Like
Jasmine makes him.
Yeah, Jasmine's like, all right, you know what time it is.
Oh man.
I bet the crazy thing is, I bet if I did do that, it'd be good like immediately. But I'm gonna throw up. Yeah, they need to. I almost responded for the big homie is like, yeah, hell
yeah. So did I.
What are we doing?
I almost did the same thing.
What are we doing? Is this a question?
I almost did the same. Yes, fucking now, like right now.
Is this a question? You need me to call him?
Yeah.
What's going on?
And he ain't even asking to do it for. Hey, can y'all make it work with what I got?
Right.
No, he's like, hey, I got more money.
Come on, man. Come on now. Man, we can work with him moving forward too.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep. I wonder if they were purposely wearing matching quarter zips. Hey, this thing with Pat McAfee and Aaron Rodgers, I think is a little too much. Well,
Go ahead, speak on it. Speak on it.
What I just said during the commercial.
Yeah.
No, I don't like the direction this Pat McAfee and Aaron Rodgers thing is going.
What you mean?
I don't like that Aaron Rodgers is using this platform to be a psychopath. Like, it's one thing to be I think Aaron Rodgers is a piece of crap. Like, it's one thing to be a bad person. Yeah. Like the stuff he did with Jimmy Kimmel, and then the stuff he did to like backtrack off. Like, why are you going on Pat McAfee's show on ESPN as the quarterback of the New York Jets to talk about some list of Jeffrey Epstein? Why is that a conversation?
Because he's smarter than everybody.
Well, why are we doing this? Like, why are you talking about the COVID vaccine? The hell does that have to do with any of this? And now that it's this, like, now ESPN has to apologize for what Aaron Rodgers is saying on that platform, because they essentially purchased the rights to the Pat McAfee show, and Pat McAfee pays Aaron Rodgers to air it during the season. And now, like, there's this kind of, I don't know if I feel like, and I could be completely wrong, like there might be this mini standoff between ESPN and Pat McAfee already. And I think I don't watch Pat McAfee regularly. I don't think I'm his target audience, but I'm not, like, I think he's very good. Yeah. Like, I think he's done an amazing job building a platform that is his. It is his style, and he has made a company like Disney cater to him. Mm-hmm. That's fantastic. Like, that's what everyone should strive for, right? Anyone in the content creating business, that's what you should strive for. But now Aaron Rodgers' appearance on that show is now a circus. And that idiot has the nerve to go on there and say, you know what the Jets need to do? You know what we need to do? We need to eliminate distractions. We need to eliminate all the outside noise. Bitch, you're the outside noise. I never heard a single New York Jet say anything except for your dumbass. Right. So you want to eliminate that? Cool, quit. Then it's eliminated, bro. This is you. Yeah. I don't like this. And now we're going in, from what I understand, he's done for the year. But now we're going into like an election season. What are these appearances going to be like come September, October, and November? And is ESPN, again, I have all the respect in the world for Pat McAfee. ESPN, you're willing to fall on this sword? You're willing to do this at this time of year, at this juncture of this country and this world? I don't like every day I'm opening up and seeing something about Pat McAfee and Aaron Rodgers. Yeah. That's got nothing to do with nothing.
I agree with everything you said, man. Like,
he's goofy.
He's a wild boy, man. Aaron Rodgers is
absurd.
Wild dude.
It's
man.
ridiculous.
And Pat McAfee, I know that's his boy. I know they're friends or whatever, but I mean, I feel like he's gotta see he's getting used right now. He's getting used by Aaron Rodgers.
He is getting used by Aaron Rodgers, but the problem is, from the Pat McAfee standpoint, I have no idea what Pat McAfee is thinking. I have no idea how Pat McAfee feels about any of this. But every time that dude appears on that show, it hits the news cycle. And I don't subscribe to the all publicity is good publicity. Right. I don't subscribe to that. But with McAfee now on ESPN, maybe he feels that way. Maybe it's like, this hits the news cycle. This doesn't just hit the news cycle at ESPN. This hit the news cycle of the Hollywood Reporter. This hit the news cycle of Fox News. This hit the news cycle of CNN. That brings attention to me. That ups my value. That brings attention to my crew here that I'm paying to work with me.
Right. Yeah. And like you said, I don't know.
And that's just a guess. Like, yeah. I'm just trying to figure out. Like, that's just a guess.
That's definitely what it does. Like, there's nothing to guess about that. That's what it does. Is he okay with it? Is the thing that we don't know.
And I feel like he is. I feel like he is because he plays into it. Yeah. Like, I've seen enough of it to know that he plays into the whole thing.
He could have squashed a lot of this a long time ago. Right. When he came out and called Kelsey Mr. Pfizer or whatever. Mm-hmm. Like, you could have, hey, bro, that's not what this is about. Like, you ain't even gonna clown him on air, but just afterward, hey, man, that's not what this is supposed to be about.
Talking about debate me about COVID-19. Like, bro, what Bro, you're literally the last person in America to talk about COVID-19 still.
But to that point as well, he was doing this before he got to ESPN. McAfee and Aaron Rodgers. Remember, he was doing this stuff before.
But see, that's fine.
I think Pat is probably like cool with it.
And I agree.
Because I would have squashed it when it wasn't on ESPN. I would have been like, bro, we ain't doing it.
But the problem is ESPN should have dealt with this then before signing Pat McAfee to the money that they did. Because they're if this is a football season deal, do the math. Yeah. This is going to line up to be a really, really uncomfortable situation for ABC, ESPN, and Disney next season, later this year. Yeah. Let's get back to the Kings here. Kings beat the Detroit Pistons last night. There's a number of things to talk about with Sacramento Kings. We'll open the phone lines for you as well, 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the convo. We're happy you're all here with us, hanging out. I'm happy to be the butt of your jokes today. For those that are watching on YouTube and Twitch, appreciate you. What do you think the Kings? You said this before the break. I thought you said this beautifully. You said this last night. Kenny and I watched the game together last night. We were just so confused by what we were seeing and what was happening and how it ultimately wound up being a 21-point game. I don't think it felt like watching the game back late last night that it was a lot like the Pelicans game for the Kings, in that it was a 20-point game for the most. It was essentially a 20-point game, but there were a few spurts just out of nowhere that turned it into a 40-point game, and then it turned it into a 50-point game. It felt like there were a couple of moments at the right time that just eliminated the 20-point lead. Like there were 3 straight turnovers in the second quarter. The Kings made them pay on all of them. I think it was capped off by, Keegan got super hot in the second quarter. And then there was a stretch in the fourth where the Kings just hit the rocket ship and took off on both sides of the floor.
Right.
And you said twice last night, they're trying to tell us something. I just don't know what it is. You said it a minute ago. We've had the night to kind of sleep on it. What are they trying to tell us?
I'm a talk, man.
Because they're Lassie.
I'm a talk.
What is it, girl?
What is it, girl? I'm a talk, man.
De'Aaron is falling down the well.
I think they're trying to. So let me preface this by saying I ain't gonna say no names when I tell this story, but I ain't even gonna tell you what team I'm talking about. But I remember talking to a player on a team that had just made deals at the deadline, and I was just kind of joking like, "Oh, yeah, getting player X out of there, that just cleared everything up." I was like, "Bruh, you don't even know." And it wasn't even like, "Oh no," like he didn't have a problem with this guy. This guy wasn't a bad ball player. What I took from that was the months of, number one, speculation of whether this player was going to be here or not. Number two, the player's energy the whole time. And he was like, "Bruh, you don't even know. Like, everything is just opened up now. Like, it's great." I thought about that last night with Harrison, Herter, and Davion. I don't know how they're approaching the team and all this other stuff, but it feels like the team is trying to tell us everybody's not all in here. And we keep going to these players and keep doing things with these players that, they could take it or leave it. You know what I mean? And I think not only is that, we talk about that weighing on the players that are involved, whose names are involved in these trade talks. I think it weighs on the players that are there too, because in a lot of respects, they're trying to accomplish something. They're trying to move forward. And it's hard to move forward if you got 2 or 3 guys that aren't pulling their weight and aren't committed to pulling their weight. Now, Herter, we don't have to speak around it, but Herter, Barnes, Mitchell, they're professionals. They're doing the best they humanly can to eliminate distractions and just be there for their teammates. But it's also human nature that you're probably not going to be as invested as you were if your situation was secure here. So what I got out of all that, what I think they're trying to tell us is they're all just waiting for a move to be made so they can move forward. That's what I think.
Okay. I smell what you're cooking. Harrison's game log is certainly eye-catching. I actually thought, again, not being able to watch like the entirety of the game as it was happening, I thought as I sat down, I was almost watching for Harrison to get hurt. And I looked back at I went back to some of James's tweets to see if there was a moment he got hurt. James didn't tweet anything. I went back to Sean's tweets. I was looking for something. There was nothing there. Matt George, okay, like maybe he didn't get hurt. And then I realized as I'm just watching the game play out, Harrison he didn't get the run. And Harrison, of the three individuals you named, and I agree 1,000%, they're all professionals of the highest level. Harrison will always be the one that I'm like the least concerned that he'll be affected by this. I agree with the sentiment that there's a thought of what's ahead over the course of the next, 28, 29 days. But I think the other part of what you said is more important and more accurate. And we touched on this earlier in the week, that the idea of all in might not exist anymore. It was a great jump start, right? There are things from last season that need to carry over. The beam needs to carry over. Your identity as a basketball team needs to carry over. The idea of all in carrying over, I think, was a stretch from the beginning, because I think, meaning the beginning of this season, because I think it's something that you can sit down, if you're Mike Brown, with your team last year and say, not all of us, De'Aaron's been here, 5 years. Harrison has been here, 4 years or whatever it was. They've been through some ugly stuff here in Sacramento. You wear a Kings uniform. You know the history of this organization. You know that this organization is at 16 plus years missing the playoffs. We're not missing the playoffs again. This organization isn't missing the playoffs again. De'Aaron Fox isn't missing the playoffs again. Harrison Barnes isn't missing the playoffs again. And the only way we can assure that happens is we've got to be all in. Terrence, you've got to be all in. Alex, you've got to be all in. Rashawn, you've got to be all in. Everybody buys into that moment. In my opinion, you can't give that speech again at the beginning of this year. Yeah. Now, I realize how weird that may sound, and then why wouldn't everybody be all in? You've got to find some type of different messaging, right? The messaging has to be different. To a certain degree, this team is a run it back team, right? That's what we talked about. We're running it back. Sasha, a couple of little acquisitions here. Well, Sasha wasn't all in last year. Maybe it works when you message it with Chris Duarte and some of these other guys. No, I don't think it does, because now you have, all right, success. Now you have, as Jesse was talking about, how this team ended last year. Yo, we're good. We're a good basketball team. This team knows that they're good. And now it's, all right, so what do we do to get to the next level? Which I think was everyone's thinking. You cautioned everybody on this for months. But the idea was always, okay, well, it's not a success if you don't, you got to win a series now. That's the progression, right? You made the playoffs. You lost in the first round. Well, the next you got to advance. That's how it works. You pulled up countless pieces of evidence. It's it's not. You could certainly point to moments where it's worked, but it's not the book. Right. There's no book for this.
If you're talking about a team that has been really good for 8 straight years or something like that, it's not first year, first round exit, then second year Western Conference Finals. It takes a little more time.
I mean, Portland. How many times did we ask the question? How many times did we ask, would you rather be Sacramento and not make the playoffs or be Portland knowing you're not going to win a title? You get those moments. You get Steph Curry missing that shot. You get Davion Mitchell hitting that shot in the corner. You get that Game 6 performance on the road in San Francisco. You get those moments. Maybe you get a walk-off from De'Aaron. But you're not going to win a title. You're going to lose in the first round a lot. That's the other thing about Dame Lillard. People, for some reason, don't talk about. Dame lost in the first round a lot. And is Sacramento, this Sacramento Kings team, closer to those Portland teams, or are they closer to the Denver Nuggets? I think, even though we love the Denver Nuggets matchup, I think they're closer to the Portland team. I don't think this is a championship caliber team right now.
Right.
So we are going to have to deal with the ups and downs. As Matt George said, you're up, you're down. I want to get off this ride. This is how Matt George let off his podcast. Like, just let me off of this. I'm getting nauseous here. There's a lot going on with Sacramento. But I think it traces all the way back to the all-in thing that you said right there. Like, that's not the thing anymore.
Big issue. The question is, like, what are they going to do about it, right? Like, what are the guys that are trying to be all in? What are they going to do about it? Are they going to just find a way, like Sabonis last night just said, forget it. Like, we'll do it live. All right. That's what he said last night. He said, we'll do it live. Damn thing sucks. Or are they going to?
Who was that again?
Bill O'Reilly.
Bill O'Reilly. That's what it was. Damn it. That's such a great clip. If you've never seen it, you got to see it. That's an all-timer.
Is that going to be the case, or, are they going to, band together? It also comes back to one thing that we hinted a little bit on earlier is like how important is this season to this organization? Because if this season and progressing this season is really important, they're going to have some tough decisions to make. They have some real tough decisions to make. It's not as simple as, just trade and get better. They're going to have some tough decisions they got to make. But if they feel like, hey, we want to see this thing for the long haul, we're willing to play it slow if need be, then I say all that to say, might not see any changes. And then what is this team going to do?
Mm-hmm. I don't know. I just asked the question.
So
okay, I can attempt to answer it.
Yeah.
Is there a sense of relief
for winning last night?
No. You said what's the team going to do if there's no changes?
Is
there a sense of relief?
Yeah, maybe so.
Are they shoop-a-doop? Are they waiting to exhale?
Congratulations, Angela Bassett, by the way.
Always congratulations.
Queen Angela Bassett.
Congratulations, Angela Bassett, just all the time.
Yes. There could be. I mean, hey, there's like it is relief, but like there's a sense of, well, we're here, at least for this season. So let's go ahead, push through as a unit. Let's make sure we're doing all we can as a team, because this is it. Like, we're not traded. We're not being traded. We're not going nowhere. This is it. Let's be the best we can together. So that could happen for sure. But I think this team is, one way or another, this team is waiting for, how do you say, like, a definitive answer one way or the other. Either we're going to stay together and we're going to get through this together, or people are going to move on.
I don't think that's an answer they're going to get until the trade deadline's over. I don't think the Kings organization is going to assure them, like, hey, we're not making any, because I don't think that's the case.
Is this current group ceiling, is it clear now? Like last year, we were kind of deciding, can they be contenders? Can they be title contenders? Do we know what their ceiling is right now with this current roster of players?
I don't think we do.
I don't think we do either. And the reason this might just be overly optimistic, or when this team is hitting, like, they're incredible. Like, there's still an incredible basketball team here. There's still an amazingly fun basketball team here. The problem is they're just so wildly inconsistent. Like, KC said this a couple of days ago. I don't know why I said that like he's not here. You said this a couple of days ago where, the ups and the downs. Could this team possibly win a playoff series? Yeah, because they could be up.
Yeah.
they could be up when the first round gets here.
Right.
And if the ball's moving, Kevin Huerter's hot. Harrison's feeling good.
Boom.
Guys are playing defense.
4-2 series win.
Yeah.
See, but how often does that happen though? Like Harrison, like
Well, don't ruin my point.
That's what I'm trying to
Yeah,
ask.
that's
Like,
what I'm
how
saying.
often does that happen now?
But here's the thing though. If this team's 8 games above 500,
Right.
if it happens one more time and it's around the time of the playoffs,
Yeah.
that's the thing. It's so wildly inconsistent.
It's crazy inconsistent. And then just you asked the question, how often does it happen? It happens enough to be 8 games over 500. You know what I'm saying?
Fair
and
point.
I don't know if I'm not saying that's where I'd want to be 8 games over 500, but the way they're playing, I wouldn't pick this out to be like, hey, play this way. And if you're 8 games over 500, everything is fine. Like,
Yeah.
I wouldn't choose that. But there's also a part of me that's like, all right, they're still trying to figure some things out. I'm glad they're trying to figure some things out 8 games over as opposed to 8 games under. You know what I mean? Captain Obvious there. But like you can try to figure some things out and find out who you are as a team and be awful. Like, you could be the Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
The Warriors are 2 or 3 games under 500. They're trying to figure it out. They may be able to turn it up and, make a play in or even a 6 seed or something like that.
Well, they're not. Yeah, they're still, even with that, they're not far away from the play-in because of the way the Lakers are playing right now.
Yeah. So that could happen, but I'd much rather be trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
8 games
Yep.
over with a little bit of a head start already. So, hoping and assuming that you figure it out, you're already 8, 7, 6 games over 500 when you figure it out, and you can really take off at that point.
We're talking through this right now. Like, are they like, because they're 8 games over? That's fair, but like, they're not. Like, there's something off.
Yeah, no doubt.
Because like, I feel like honestly,
Yeah.
for me, it's like there's 4 guys carrying this team right now. It's Fox, Monk, Keegan, and Sabonis. You get a good performance from 2 of those 3 or 2 of those 4, 3 out of the 4, whatever. You're gonna be fine usually, but it's just they're not getting the other contributions as often enough as they were last season.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things to take from that. The way that the stars, or just the top 4, are carrying this team is tough because it's a long season, and we'll talk more about De'Aaron. Like, I don't feel great about where De'Aaron is at. I know, I joked. It wasn't a joke. I kind of presented it as a punchline yesterday when I said, "Well, De'Aaron just dies sometimes during the season." But trying to take the over the top line out of it, it does feel like there's a stretch each year. I was like, "Oh, De'Aaron looks a little off," and then last year there was something going on with his foot, and you sit and you come back and like, "Oh, look, there's De'Aaron Fox again," and you start to have to ask yourself the question like this. This is the load management conversation, right? The Kings have played a ton of basketball over the last 10 days or so, 14 days. By the way, second night of a back-to-back tonight against Charlotte with with Charlotte's whole lineup out again. So you know what that means. Right. So it's just nonstop, basketball. And now you throw in the travel factor where maybe you do have to, hey, Foxy, chill. He had 26 last night. Right. He had
like 10 of them in the fourth. Or something.
He had double digits in the fourth, right? Yeah, he was the leading scorer in the fourth quarter. Fourth quarter, Fox was in full effect. And the funny thing about De'Aaron is he'll look a step slow for De'Aaron. But De'Aaron a step slow is still faster than virtually everyone he's going against. Right. And you watch that halftime, that shot he made right before halftime. It looked like he was, for De'Aaron, he was slugging through it. Right. He beat 2 guys in the process and hit his little in the paint, little floater, I guess it's a floater.
Little push action.
Yeah. Like that's a bucket. Yeah. A bucket right there for Fox.
Yeah, man, you're 100% right with all that. I just think this team is.
I'm batting 1,000 today, except for my shirt. Apparently,
shirt is fire. What is he talking about? Shirt is fire.
Chat's mean. Shout out to Primo J, by the way. Shout out to Primo J and Zach. If y'all listening, man, we appreciate y'all. Man.
Big ups. I just
true story. It's quick sidebar because hold your thought till we get back.
Gotcha.
Quick sidebar. We were at Echo and Rig last night, booking the territory, as they say in wrestling, with our bosses. And by the way, this is a line I think only our crew will get, like the Chatty House and everybody listening. You know who we are to our company? We're the Click. That's who we are.
That's fire.
Yeah, we're the Click.
That's fire.
Yeah, when Vince McMahon needs an idea, he comes to old HBK and Big Daddy Cool Diesel. But man, Primo J was
give us a championship.
Hey, we'll run with it. Boyhood dream has come true. Primo J was out. My man Zach comes over. Hey, big fan of the show. I was like, hey, man, that's awesome. Hey, I saw the McLaren outside. Is KC here? I was like,
stop it.
Man, Casey's not here. Sorry, man. He had to get home.
Stop it.
We'll come back. That's the truth.
Ridiculous.
It happened. Zach will tell you it happened. We'll come back. We'll talk much more about the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk about Mike Brown too. And I don't fault Mike for what's happening, but man, it's just I don't want this many bad vibes out of a win, man. But boy, there was some weird things that happened last night. We'll talk about it. Dealing with KC, brought to you by our great friends over at Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Scout, I feel like the dudes I feel like they're busting their ass. Like I feel like they're working. I don't feel like they're not giving 100%. I just feel like they're struggling, man. Jack, I do not have Nike Cortez on. I actually got those new Jordan 3s that just came out, and I swear to God, I've had these things on for 3 hours. They're creased to hell already. All I did was come here. I looked down at them talking to my man Complex earlier. I was like, what the fuck happened to my shoes?
You mentioned Cortez's. That was a shoe my mom said, nope, you can never wear that.
Oh, man. Yeah. Y'all need to stop with your cuz references, too. Oh, man. Who's on? I always forget. Who's on ESPN? Chennai or NECA? That's Chennai, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Nah, Polo, we're the Click. We're 100% the Click. Stop it, Dave Garcia. You know what, Lobo? I'm gonna star that. I'm gonna mention that out of the break. Stop it, Soren. All of y'all stop with these CeeLo references. All right, Jordan. I'll look into that. Good call. I saw Donna's Dope tweet something about the I think it was what do they call it? The Gratitudes. What are the new 11s called? Saying that they creased up really quick, and that's what's happening to these. Would I be cool if the Kings traded for Bogdanovich on the Pistons? Yeah, he beat the Kings' ass last night for a minute. I mean, obviously it depends on who, but sure. Jers Devs, don't worry about them, man. Oh, maybe. It was weird to see like Domas, huh? Okay. I admittedly never got into the quarterback series. I think I watched a part of one and never really I don't know.
It was cool.
Yeah, like I don't hate it. I just didn't for whatever reason it didn't hook me. Yeah. Can y'all hear that? Poor Perk. Perk out of breath. Oh, I forgot. I don't like that.
Them on Friday.
I don't like them against Philly on national TV.
Might not be a good look.
Someone asked yesterday, hey, what would be a better game to get tickets to, Philly or Dallas? I was like, well.
I think that answers Philly.
Well, Philly. I mentioned this real quick because it doesn't have anything to do with the Kings, but it does have something to do with the game last night. Our man GL says, it's kind of sad seeing Marvin Bagley yesterday. DMP, CD. Those are happening a lot. And I'll admit, I didn't really think about it until the very end of the game when he walked over. I think he hugged Domas. And I did kind of feel bad for Marvin. I felt bad in the sense like it didn't work out. I don't think it's going to work out. Like I do. Like, all jokes aside, that's a former number 2 overall pick. Like, I do feel a little bit bad for him that it didn't work out.
For sure. I mean, I said it a number of different times. You said it as well. He's a good man, good young man, good kid when he was here. You know, was never, at least from everything that I heard in my interaction, was never mean or rude to people. He's a good man. And, you know, it's unfortunate that it didn't work out for him in these first 2 spots. And hopefully he gets an opportunity to go somewhere and something does click. But, yeah, I definitely don't want to see him in a situation where he's just not able to play at all in the league.
Yeah, it's tough. But, you know, not to be, you know, diminishing. He's always going to be 7 feet tall or 6'11", whatever he is.
Yeah.
There's value to that
He
in the
should
league.
be in the league.
Yeah, like
years
hopefully
at
he can get a little run in the league.
Get an opportunity.
But I did feel a little bit for him. Hopefully my man has been, you know, he had a, you know, he got a fairly nice contract from Detroit.
Frank said he got $37.5 million from Detroit.
Yeah, hey, hopefully Brody's
money not everything.
No, it's not. But
That's a lot.
Hopefully Brody was smart,
Yeah.
right? Hopefully Brody has the right people around him. But I'm with you. I did feel for him a little bit.
Yeah, man. Hey, real quick, while we giving out shout outs, can I give a shout out to my man Hong over at Phenom down in Doco. Went into the store yesterday and was talking to him for a little bit, and he's like, "You sound familiar." I was like, "Yeah, you might hear me on the radio or whatever." He's like, Yeah, I remember that. I was mad at you. I said, "Oh, take a number." Like a lot of people are.
Well,
yeah, I was like, "What'd I say?"
Fine. I cuss Casey out like 10 times in my head a day, so don't worry about it.
He was like, one of the days I was listening, you said you'd take Fox over Luka. I was like, "Come on, man." I was like, yeah, I'd still take Fox over Luka. Luka, bad boy though. But no, man, Phenom. If you haven't checked it out, one of the dopest shoe stores.
You went yesterday, huh?
Yeah. So, well, that's where my car was. Had to walk down there real quick.
Probably one of them moments I was cussing you out.
I had to. Well, I don't have the connections in a parking garage like you do. So I got.
What are you talking about? I pressed a button and got a ticket. It cost me $24.
You said a number of different times, like, "Yo, my man's over there to recognize me." Out.
I've never said that.
Jesse, hasn't he said
what are you
where
talking
he parks,
about?
the guy recognizes him?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, no. Where's my challenge flag? Yeah, that wasn't even convincing.
You said,
I want
people
Jesse
recognize me where I.
That's cap.
That's exactly what you said.
No, okay.
Why do you think I just make things up?
I think you do.
You said this. Where would I get that from?
I have no idea.
You want us to let you in on our secret garage that we park at?
No, I know where you park at.
I didn't have to park there. I didn't have to park there yesterday.
I thought you guys didn't want that public.
No, that's why I'm saying secret garage.
No,
Don't say
I
it out
know
loud.
where
Okay.
you guys park.
Just making sure.
No,
I park where I park is fine.
I know.
It cost me $24, but you guys are
No
jerks,
people there.
man. I don't need this. I don't need this. According to Kenny, I'll go work at the end.
According not to Kitty, this was never said.
I was asked about that at dinner last night. She was like, "Did you ever go back and listen to it?" I was like, "No." I know what he said, and in the moment, that's what he said.
You're going up to Damon. So what's so bad about the end, huh?
Oh, that's not at all what they said. That is not at all. She was like, "You really took offense to being told you worked at the end?" I was like, "Oh yeah, hip hop, baby, hip hop." I mentioned Mike. Did you want to? You were about to.
No, we can go to Mike.
Juan Toscano-Anderson was waived, signed to a 10-day deal yesterday. I think we got the I don't even know that we announced that on the air. We might have gotten the alert like right after the show ended as we were leaving. That man played first quarter minutes yesterday. I like the acquisition of Juan Toscano-Anderson. I believe there's things he could probably do that are helpful for this team. He put Juan Toscano-Anderson in the game, but they were already down double digits at that point, so clearly he was frustrated with what they were doing defensively. I'm so concerned by what we're seeing from Mike, and not because I have an issue with what Mike Brown is doing. I have an issue that Mike clearly is looking for a specific style of play that the guys on this roster cannot give him, and he is searching. He's like that lady in that meme, doing the bit like this.
The bees.
He's trying to find it. And Mike, if you're in Charlotte listening, bro, it's not happening. You got to find some. You got to. I don't. It's not happening. We've seen Davion Mitchell in and out of the lineup. We've seen Keon Ellis in and out of the lineup. We've seen him start Kevin Huerter, then start Chris Duarte, then start Kevin Huerter again. Like the search for whatever Mike Brown is looking for is intense. He played a guy who signed a 10-day contract yesterday in the first effing quarter. Which that's not, again, be clear, it's not an indictment of Mike Brown. It's an indictment of the way the Kings are playing, and it's indictment of it's an exclamation point on the fact that whatever message Mike is trying to get across to them, it's not getting across to them. And he's searching. He is desperately trying to find something. And night after night after night, last night's the case of whether they win or they lose, he can't find it.
Does the fact that he tried switching stuff up in the starting lineup, because Duarte got hurt, so we don't know exactly how far that was going to go. But the fact that he tried switching things up before the season even started, what does that say?
It's concerning. It's concerning because I don't think he buys Kevin Huerter for what he wants.
So what I take from all this, there's a lot going on yesterday. I think Mike was talking. I think Mike was trying to tell. This is just my guess. He's talking to that front office a little bit.
Okay.
Like what you're giving me isn't good enough. I need something. I need a JTA type, and I'll go down with the ship because this guy, at least he's fighting out there. I'll go down with that. I think that was maybe directly, maybe indirectly, a little bit of a message then that, yeah, what you're giving me, what you left me with, it's not it. And I'd rather this guy that we got on a 10-day, I'll give him the looks. But everything else, that's not it. You got to do something for me here. So I think I don't know if a move is going to be made. I don't know. Said it yesterday. Sometimes I'm like, yeah, it's definitely going to be made. Other times it's like, I don't know. I don't think it's going to happen at all. So I don't know what's going to happen. But I do think internally there's some things they can do first.
Elaborate.
Move Harrison to the bench with Trey Lyles as a starting four.
Okay. So another change in the lineup.
Yep. This one makes sense.
Harrison did not play a lot yesterday. We've seen this before. This isn't the first time we've seen Harrison play such a relative, to what we normally see, low amount of minutes.
Yeah.
But given all the chatter, the talk, trade discussions, all of the things that are going on in recent weeks, it feels like, okay, and it could be our own fault, but it did feel different last night.
Yeah.
To feel a little bit different last night that they didn't play him. And it does, we're Trey Lyles fans, right? And I don't want part of what I'm worried about is like I feel like Trey's really effective. And I don't want Trey to become like the backup quarterback thing, where the backup quarterback is the sexiest player on the court, because you don't really get to see him very often. Or you get to see him in a specific role, like, oh, they work in that role, right? That's fine. But then it's like, no, your name's called now. Your name's called out with the fog and the lights and your pictures on TV on Friday on national TV. Like, okay, now it's different. Now you're playing with different players too.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're playing against different players. Now the vibe is set up a little bit different. Everything is different. Now you're not walking into a game where the tone is set. Now I'm expecting you to start the game. That could be part of the issue as well. Is he walked into a game last night where the tone was bad.
Yeah.
They were down, as they've been a lot lately in the first quarter. I'm honestly, I don't care. If that's the right call and it works, cool. But like, what if it doesn't? Do you go back to Harrison? Because here's my biggest concern. I'll give you my biggest concern and I'll shut the hell up. I don't think the Duarte Herter stuff helped anyone. Like, Herter didn't come out and shooting the lights out. Like, again, and he busted his ass. He was not invisible. Mm-hmm. Kevin Herter was not invisible. But at some point, fam, you're the 2 guard. You were shooting 50% for a stretch of basketball last year from the 3-point line. Mm-hmm. You don't have to do that. But at some point, you got to hit your goddamn shots. Mm-hmm. Like, that is what you're here for. It's great that you're doing the other stuff, but the idea of doing the other stuff is doing it in conjunction with hitting your shot. Mm-hmm. This move to Duarte didn't help him, and it did nothing for Duarte. So what if we hit a situation where I don't want to say it's basically the same for Trey Lyles and it's the same for Harrison Barnes. Do you go back?
No, the way I look at it, and this may be harsh or whatever the case may be, it can't be. There's no way to be worse.
No.
There's no way to be. I mean, the guy played 14 minutes, put up 1 shot. At least Herter put up 11. He gave the threat of making a shot by shooting the ball. Put up 1 shot, had 1 rebound, 1 assist. Trey Lyles could go in there. Hey, it can't be worse. It can't be worse.
Mm-hmm.
This guy's not doing anything. Then if I'm and they're in the chat talking about would Harrison accept playing on the bench and all this other stuff. I mean, I absolutely
believe Harrison would.
I think he would, but also, like, what leg does he have to stand on? You're not doing nothing. This is another game. How many times do we have to just come in here and talk about he didn't do nothing? We just had one like a week and a half ago against Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
We did nothing. Trey Lyles don't have to come in and score 12. Trey Lyles, get 8 rebounds, move the ball, at least be a threat out there to shoot the basketball.
But if he's starting, you don't feel like he needs to be more of a scoring threat?
Not they're 8 games over with the guy that's doing nothing more times than not in the starting lineup.
Okay.
Just have a pulse. And it feels like
Harrison has a pulse.
That would be an improvement at the 4th spot.
I can't confirm that, but I'm pretty confident Harrison has a pulse.
Is that lineup change when you say for after the trade deadline if Harrison's not moved? Like, do you want to send him to the bench right now? Because I don't know if they're throwing him out there or whatever for negotiations and stuff. But like, do you want to make that move now?
I don't believe that. I'll say this until this is not to be disrespectful to Matt Barnes. I just don't believe that's real. I don't believe showcasing is a thing.
Well,
if a general manager tells me otherwise, then fine. Because if Mike thinks Trey Lyles is the way to go, I think he's going to go with Trey Lyles.
I'm not even like going along the lines of showcasing, but like if I'm a GM and we're talking and it's like we're talking about Harrison Barnes, we're having conversations. You just moved him to the bench.
Well, yeah, you're trying to trade the 2 players that you just moved to the bench.
Yeah,
but that's
like if you don't make the move or whatever.
But that's the league, though. Like that's the league. That's the thing with players on expiring contracts. When you're dealing with a team like all of these, like the Siakam stuff, we want a 1st-round pick, bro. For what? The hell am I going to give you a first-round pick for a dude who might be here for 3 months?
Right.
Like, no, it's the same thing. Why would I trade for a player that you just moved to the bench? For the same reason I'm going to trade for a player that's on an expiring deal. We need to get through this season. Right. We manufacture all of these different things in our heads when it comes to trading players, and none of them are real.
And it's almost like
got to give up a young star. Get the hell out of here. You got to give up a young star for a player with 3 months left on their contract. Stop it.
And in that situation, it's almost like once again, like, well, you think I'm stupid? You think I'm stupid? This guy hasn't been a part of anything for 2 weeks. He's been on the bench. All of a sudden, you starting him. It's like, oh, well, did you trade for a starter?
Right.
No,
right.
I've watched the league. The guy's not playing.
Right.
He's not playing. So the fact that you threw him in the starting lineup now makes me think that, oh, no, we believe in him. We just think it'd be a different fit.
Like someone tunes in and Davion Mitchell is playing. Oh, we got to go get him. Like no one checks Basketball Reference except for us. Like no one has synergy except for us.
Right.
Like they don't have a sea of scouts who are watching everything the Sacramento Kings are doing.
They were at your last 5 games when he didn't play. The
Teams
scouts were there.
Literally have scouts that live here. And their job is to go watch Sacramento and every single team that walks through the Golden One Center. These people aren't as stupid as we sometimes make them out to be. They're watching, which is why I believe showcasing isn't real. If Harrison Barnes, with a clean bill of health, doesn't play another second for Sacramento from now until the trade deadline, that's not going to influence what a team that would potentially trade for him does one way or the other.
Yeah.
Team traded for Ben Simmons without Ben Simmons playing for a year.
Yeah.
James Harden got fat in a team traded for him.
Yeah.
Come on, man. These people aren't stupid.
Well, Jordan Meeks puts up.
Oh, I know it's going to be a smart ass remark.
That they aren't as smart as we think either, D-Lo, and he's not wrong.
Well, no, that's fine. No, that's fine.
He's not wrong on that one.
Well, I don't think. Well, I'll push back on that and say maybe not as smart. Everything they do is positioning. The text that we read privately yesterday, some of which we should that's positioning.
Right.
What Sam Amick wrote in The Athletic, it's positioning. What Michael Scotto wrote, it's positioning. That's all this stuff is. It's just positioning for who?
Right.
Toronto, Siakam, Sacramento, Zach LaVine, Chicago. Everything has an angle. Watch what's next. We got the trade NFL draft. Man, you got Chicago with that number 1 overall pick. How much BS do you think we're going to hear? It's the Mac Jones stuff. Just multiply that by every team in the league. It's the Mac Jones, San Francisco 49ers nonsense multiplied by 30. That's all it is. Yeah. That's all it is. And so, and in that respect, it's not being dumb or smart. It's trying to get over. No one wants the, hey, this worked out for everybody deal. They want the I screwed you deal. They want the I gotcha, pal.
Right.
That's what they want.
Yeah.
And they want to be on, hey, who won the trade a day later? Well, Sacramento got a D-. No, I'll upgrade it to a C after they made the playoffs. Oh, get out of here. Dummies, man. But that's all it's just positioning. Like, look, when we talk, you could choose to believe us or not. We're just sharing information with you. We've been very clear. I don't know what that information we shared with you all week means. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what the information Sam Amick shared. I don't know what none of it means. Right. And with Sam, I don't know where that information came from. I know where the information came from with us. I don't know. Do what you want with it. Here's what we have. Here's what we can share with you. Y'all put the pieces of the puzzle together. I can't. Because one thing we didn't do, we didn't talk to Pascal Siakam.
Right. And look, and we talk about Pascal. We talk about Harrison Barnes.
Ain't talk to him either.
Look,
I don't think I'm going to.
I got no problem with Harrison Barnes. I would love for him to prosper here in Sacramento. I would love for it to work. We have our jokes about it, but it is far from personal from Harrison. It sucks that I have to be out here and be like, the guy doesn't have a pulse.
Mm-hmm.
But in the same breath, what do you want me to do?
Lie to
what do you want any of us to do?
Yeah, you want us to lie?
Like this isn't good. The guy's not playing good. I would tell Harrison if he was right here and he had a problem with things. I mean, Harrison, what you want me to do? Like, this is not okay.
I'd ask those guys, what are we saying that's incorrect? Or more specifically, okay, where are we being unfair? I'd also say this to HB. You're the one player on the entire roster that Mike defended. Unsolicited. Mike defended.
Yeah.
I love HB.
And it's also one of those, they'd be like, oh, well, I don't get the shot attempt. So you just don't do anything? Like, I would just ask, is this okay? And if you say, Harrison, if you say, no, this isn't okay, then we can be like, that's all I'm saying. This isn't okay. This can't continue. This isn't helping things. It's all it is. It's all it is. If he figures it out and he starts to play well and get on the boards and do all this other stuff, great. That's one less thing we have to worry about as far as going to get somebody or a trade or anything else like that. If he doesn't, the team just supposed to wither away.
916-909-1320. We'd love to hear from you. This is your show. It's the People's Show. Let's talk to our man, Bill. Bill, what's on your mind, my man?
Well, it's nice to talk to you guys. I really appreciate it.
Likewise.
First of all, I think that some of the Kings' erratic play might be directly attributed to Brown's erratic substitution patterns. Now, with that said, he was Coach of the Year last year, and I have confidence in him. And we talk about all in and people playing all in. These guys have to realize that they have to sacrifice and so on and so forth. So with all that said, again, I think their erratic play might be contributed to Brown's substitution patterns, but we don't know if that's right or wrong because the year's not over.
Mm-hmm.
But Harrison, I mean, who couldn't help but like that guy? I mean, he's been someone that's we appreciated. Before he signed his contract, I said, I want Harrison. If he wants to play here, I hope he plays here. And if he can do better somewhere else, all the power to him. And I was happy that they signed him. But when you go back to last night, with the Kings after the debacle against New Orleans, Harrison went in for a layup early on, right at the beginning of the game, I think, and was fouled. He missed both free throws.
Yeah,
that was. Really, that to me, honestly, guys, think about it. I think maybe Harrison's had enough.
That was tough. I don't want to go that far. And Bill, we appreciate you, man. Thank you very much for the call. I don't want to go that far. Like I don't think Harrison doesn't not want to be here. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case at all.
I don't think that's the case.
I don't think we're anything close to there. Like, I guess we just have to keep saying this. And I understand part of it is our tone. Kings won last night.
Yeah.
They're 8 games over 500. It's just, and it took me a while to get here. I know a lot of people in the chatty house, a lot of people, in our wonderful community that listens to the show, they were there a long time ago. It took me a lot longer to get to, this just doesn't look right.
Right.
I was willing to go along. Look, they're winning. What are we talking about? Sure, it looks a little bit, but they're winning. Now it's like you guys were right. I was wrong. This just doesn't look right. And I had formulated the opinion, and maybe this is my own character flaw. When they got down by 20, we had to walk away from the game for a little bit, and we saw at halftime they were up 3-4, whatever it was. My opinion, regardless of what happened next, had formed. Because I saw a lot of the first quarter. We saw a lot of them, that deficit being built. Mm-hmm. I had kind of made the decision that no matter what happens, I think I already have an opinion on this game. And the fact that it was a 1-score game, with 10 minutes left, not a 1-score game, is a 1-point game with 10 minutes left. It solidified the way I felt at the end of the first half. And it's that you guys were right, and this doesn't look right. And while I disagree with Bill, I disagree with Bill about Harrison, maybe he's had enough. I do think there is something to the substitution patterns that guys not knowing their role, right? That always resonates with me, because Garrett Temple told me that. Like, when you don't know what you need to do on a night-to-night basis, it's really tough. You could talk about be ready at all times. In theory, that's great. But you could go 6 games without playing. 6 games could be 2 weeks. And then all of a sudden, you're asked to play 20 minutes, and you've got to find your flow within what you're doing. Because when you're playing that many games in a short period of time, you're not practicing a lot. So it's not like you're constantly game ready and sharp with your teammates. I do think that part's tough.
I'll talk to you about that when we come back.
Could you talk to all of us?
Yeah, talk to everybody about that.
Excellent. We'll come back. It's Stilo and KC. 916-909-1320, by the way, if you want to get in here. It's Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino, where we will be Friday, February 2nd for our next live show, 32 Brew Street, Sky River Casino. We would love to see you. It is a Friday.
Yeah.
There is a 4:30 watch party immediately following the live show. I think it's going to be one of the best events we've done to date, and we'd love for you to be a part of it. It's Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. That 147 ever get booked?
No. He said maybe tomorrow.
Okay. We got stuff. We're fine. We're rolling anyways.
They're 8 games over right now and all that. Is this sustainable, how they've been playing and all that for the rest of the season, and I'm not talking championships anymore, but just as far as winning a playoff series?
Winning a playoff series? I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know how to predict them anymore. I think, is this sustainable? Sure.
Like, they're 8 games over, but it just does not look.
Yeah,
good
but it's how they play. Like, I feel like it's sustainable through the regular season. This team could finish 8, 9, 10 games above 500 playing just like this the rest of the year. But what does that mean in the end? Fuck, I have no idea. I have no clue. I just also, another reason I think it feels a little bit different is because this team has firmly been planted in the 5th seed for weeks now, not the 2nd or 3rd, right? So they've fallen off. So it's just, while for those of us who are watching the games, you see the eye test is, hey, shout out to the Kings who are back into the plus of the point differential after last night's 20-point win. It doesn't feel the same. It doesn't look the same. And then you see the standings and go, oh, well, last year they were 3. This year they're 5. They must be worse. There's all of these just visual things that are hitting us like, oh, this team isn't as good as last year.
And in my opinion, what normally happens, that's not what's happened in these last couple of games. But what normally happens is they look good for 2 or 3 games, and then they get their ass beat.
Mm-hmm.
So what I mean by that is they don't look bad on the regular. They just end up having a game where they look horrible, and it's like, yo, what was that?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like,
absolutely.
3 out of 4 games, they look good. That 4th game, they get their ass whooped. And it's like, damn. So when you ask, like, is that sustainable? That's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, because my thing too is like we're going on 2.5 months probably right now with Herter and Barnes just not giving you anything. Like, we're at a point with Kevin now, which is, he hustled and got rebounds, and like that's not good at all.
Yep, I agree.
And it's like you're gonna need something from those spots eventually.
I agree.
Aldrin, that was yesterday, baby. We talked about that yesterday for sure. Patrick, what's there to talk about? Did he get minutes and I missed it?
No, we've
Did he play last night? He didn't play last night, did he?
We've talked about it though. We talked about it like last week when I
Confused
was
too.
saying when I was talking about Lyles being in the starter, I said Sasha should back him up. And we don't really know why he doesn't get playing time. You mentioned it.
Beamer, Benz, or Beamley. That's a great play on a great record.
Oh, welcome over.
Welcome to the Big Boy Show. You said something there during the commercial break, talking about, and you've said this repeatedly. What you didn't really break news there during the commercial break, but you talked about the way this Kings team is. They play good for a stretch and then like really bad for a stretch. I'm looking at you have the Orlando game, the hell of a game. You have the Raptors, which they obviously blew a large lead in that. I feel like that's basketball. But more importantly, they took some punches there late in the game and finished the fight and won.
Yep.
Played like hell versus the Pelicans, and I'd argue they did not play well yesterday. So the one positive out of, if your theory, or not theory, I feel like it's pretty accurate. The one positive behind your thinking is, I'd argue the Kings have played 2 bad games in a row. They're just 1-1 in those 2 games instead of most of the season, being 0-2 in that bad stretch. Because I'm sure there are plenty of positives for Mike and that coaching staff and that roster to take away from last night. But I expect that from Domas. Keegan, very, very capable. You're not surprised now when Keegan does it.
Right.
Malik did his job. And while I argued earlier, Fox doesn't look right, Fox's version of not looking right is still very good. And that's how you won. My bigger concern is the fact that you didn't really get much elsewhere.
Right. Yeah. And I would.
Which is why I don't think it was an overall good game.
I would, and that's fair. I would push back yesterday. I don't know if I wouldn't call it like this good game. It was just a game yesterday. That first quarter was really bad. First quarter was really, really bad.
Yeah,
but
really bad.
The Pistons also, it's always a chicken or the egg situation, right? Like they shot as good as they probably ever shot all year. I think at one point,
which was funny. Isn't that exactly what we said what would happen when we were talking to Will? Because Will's like, this team, they're not going to shoot threes. I was like, well, there it goes. They're going for 23s tonight.
I think at one point in the first quarter with like 2 minutes to go or something, they were like 13 of 16 from the field. Like they didn't miss.
I'll look. Was it like, this can't be, was it like 7 of 9 from 3?
Yeah, it was 7 to 9 or 7 to 10. I remember
7 to 10.
that.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah. You're right. 7 to 10.
Yeah. And I mean, like I said, is that bad defense, or is that, like, sometimes you could be left wide open and you still only hit 4 of 10 shots.
Right.
You know what I mean? So there's a little bit of that plays into how they played yesterday. But I just, I think that for the most part, they play well. They have these ruts in games for a whole game or something like that, where they just look awful. They just look awful. And is that something that is going to come back to bite them? Probably. I would say that it is. But they're still over. 8 games over. I remember this past weekend, I was coaching the kids, and they won both of their games, won by like 25 in both games. But they didn't play well. I didn't think they played well at all. And I was like, this isn't a whole lot to celebrate. Like, the only reason like you guys won the way you did is because these other teams you played were not good. Like, I would talk to you about how you played no matter the outcome. If you got beat by 20, but you were doing the things that you were supposed to do, and you were, playing good as a team, and you just were going up against a superior team, I'd say, you know what, you guys played well. We just got to get better skill-wise. Like, these guys are good. The results, sometimes you don't want to get too fixated on them. You want to see how the team's playing. And I think that's what's upsetting about this team right now is, yeah, they won yesterday, but they left something to be desired in a lot of that game yesterday.
Let's hear from you, 916-909-1320, and we'll start with our man, the Serial Connection. What's up, Manny?
Orale di loco.
All right,
Like
shut
your
up,
shirt,
man.
Holmes.
Shut up, jerk. What do you want, Manuel?
Hey guys, like touching on what KC just said. Hey, no matter what the outcome of that game yesterday, the way they started off just got me. I know they won. I know they came back from that 20 point, but that's just, oh man, it's just unacceptable. Like, it's as much as because Detroit's such a bad team that they were able to come back. Right?
Yeah.
I can't look at it totally as like, oh, you've got the grit to come back. No, look how bad that team was. That's part of what got you back into the game. I had a friend literally hit me up when they were up by 20, and he's a Detroit fan. He's like, don't worry, man. Give it about 5-6 minutes, and you guys will be back up again. Like, because you know what Detroit's going to do. You know they don't have the discipline or the personnel to keep a lead like that. And that's just, it's unacceptable. I'm glad they won. I'm glad it's a W, right? At the end of the day, that's what we need. But the way you've been playing to come out like that, nah, I can't get with that, man.
I feel you. Sorry, did you want to?
No,
I feel. By the way, I will point out our boy's playing hurt today, man. He's dealing with
Hold me up, Scotty.
We got you. We got you. It's the KC flu game here that we'll get you through. I tried to be like, I get Manny's thinking, and I think it's perfectly fair. I tried to be as I was thinking about this game, being able to watch it already knowing the outcome. It's like, man, maybe my line of thinking was wrong about how to approach this. We probably should be more careful. Like, there are ebbs and flows in a game, right? We had an amazing text exchange when Detroit was up like 20 on the Celtics, and the Celtics did what a lot of people thought they would do, did what Manny was just talking about right there. They closed the game out, they won, and the losing streak kept going. And I was like, that's basketball, right? The ups and downs of a game of runs is the cliche everyone likes to use. And then the only reason I backed away from that and tend to actually to be okay with what Manny said is that the frequency in which we're seeing it. That game in a vacuum, it's whatever. It's basketball. It's not that big of a deal. That game with the context of the season is just leaving Kings fans shaking their head. You know what I mean? Like, by itself, I don't feel like what happened yesterday is a big deal. Right. You're up 20, you're down 20, you wind up winning the game, keep it moving, go to Charlotte, win the second night of a back-to-back. In that's fine. But when you look at everything else that the Kings have done this year, that's where it's like, yeah, I understand every Kings fan who's irritated with what happened last night.
I do too. Here's the question I would ask. What do we want to see? What would we want 8 games over to look like? Now, once again, dominating wins, all this, like, I get all that. But just, is it the blowouts? It's simply the blowouts that we can't get out of our mind.
I believe that's a huge part of it.
Yeah.
Like, the Charlotte game, the Charlotte loss at home, that happens in February, barring it being like an incredibly critical piece of a playoff race. It's whatever. The Charlotte game had more sting because of the Blazers game.
Yeah.
And it was like, you just lost to a bottom 5 team. You lost to another one. Right. Those 2 games, I think, played a factor into people's line of thinking yesterday. And that doesn't even include the fact that you were down 50 on your home floor.
Yep.
You're taking your partnership with 50 Cent way too far. We're down 50 on your home floor. Not okay. So the point being is they don't want it to look like that.
Right. No, and I completely understand. I agree. The Pistons, if you went down the schedule, they probably have a lot more closer games than people give them credit for. Still losing. They're still not a good team. You still should beat them. But they're not getting beat. Like, I think a lot of people are like, Pistons are no good. You guys should go in there and beat them by 20, which they end up doing, ironically. Yeah. But, like, that's you know how I talk about the NBA all the time. There's a lot of talent. There's talent on the Pistons.
Mm-hmm.
Jay Knivey can play. Bojan can play. I love Jalen Duren. You know, he can ball. So there's legit guys out there. And I'm say, for instance, I just go to their schedule. They lost to Denver by 4. The Pistons did.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about the Boston Celtics game. That was a game that went into overtime. Brooklyn beat them by 6. Like they're not going to just get beat down every time. Milwaukee beat them by 2. They're not going to get beat down every time. Mm-hmm. So, like, this is the NBA. This is going to happen from time to time. But to what you just said, you combined last night with 3 or 4 other games this year and 3 or 4 other losses this year. And that, understandably, this is what got people like, nah, this isn't right. Something's a mess right here.
Let's get our man TC in here, 916-909-1320. TC, what's good, baby?
What's poppin', man? What's up with my 2 brothers?
What up, big dog?
What's poppin', man? Just, listening to y'all, man. Y'all hitting all fact points. You know what I'm saying? And what I do got to say is, though, man, as far as with Mike and the rotations with Sasha, I don't know if I know Mike is searching, and I know we ain't in a predicament to be not trying to play people, but I don't know if Mike is, like, trying to hide people for the playoffs. Like, you know what I mean? Like, teams adjust during the season. Like, oh, let me throw Sasha out here in the playoffs. Nobody scouted him, and he can be like an X factor. I don't know, like, why the dude's not getting no playing time. We feel like he needs playing time. Other players, Keon, I don't know. Like, is Mike caught up in the moment? Also, like, hey, Monty, I need somebody else, bro. We got to make some moves. Don't know who to play. Like, I don't moment or whatnot, bro, because that was unacceptable. I thought we was going to lose that game. Then we got up. I said, okay, man, we won the game, but it wasn't nothing to be throwing flowers over, bro, because we could have easily lost that game last night.
They didn't.
They didn't.
That happens a lot.
Let's get Maddie in here, 916-909-1320. What's up, Maddie?
What's up, homies? How we feeling?
We good, big dog.
Hey, man, real quick though, I took a trip to Sky River last night, bro.
Hey,
nice.
Yeah, that's what I thought too.
Very good.
And,
very good.
I was feeling good. Felt like a celebrity in there. I was like, man, I know D-Lo and KC. You know what I'm saying?
That'll get you a nickel slot.
Yeah. Sat down at the tables and started dropping names. I was like, yeah, I know Kenny Caraway, bro.
That's what I do.
And he looked at me. He said, bro, what that got to do with me?
That's what'll get you there.
There's no harm in trying it, though. I've learned that there's no harm in just saying, hey, man, I know KC. And you might get a blank stare, but more likely, oh, word? Oh, man, here, let me get you a drink, dog.
More likely not blank stare.
Nah. Well, I was going to open up. I was going to go to the cage and open up a line of credit on KC's name, but
no, don't do that.
Yeah.
Won't get you much anyway. Don't do that.
We appreciate you, Maddie. Yeah, Maddie showing love for the sponsor. I'm with it. I'm with it, Maddie. Come through February 2nd.
Yeah,
we
man.
want to see you.
32 Bruce Street.
I know who won't be there because he refuses to come to Sacramento because he's flying all over the world. Let's get our man Kamara in here. Is Kamara live from does he got the big circular phone?
We're in the office right now.
We're in the office.
Yeah, we're in the office.
Kamara, what's good?
It is a work hour for me, so
he's charging us.
Here. Yeah. Nah, listen. First of all, Damien's returning my text, so we're on good terms again. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, see, you know what I thought about Kamara at like 4 this morning because I knew it's 7 o'clock. I know Kamara's up. Like I could text Kamara. Y'all have no clue what our schedule is like. And I try so hard to respond. Nah, I got you, Kamara. I got you, Kamara. I got you. And I realized, I was like, oh, crap, I didn't respond to Kamara's text last night. He's going to be upset with me. I better respond to him right now.
Nah, man, it's all good. So, listen, I've been, you and I have been texting about this Siakam thing. And, I'll become another text group. I'm seeing the chatter online. And one of the fascinating things I keep seeing people say is that, oh, well, we don't want a 3-month rental of Siakam. And I'm like, why not? First of all, I don't think it's 3 months because you have a lineup of like Domas, Keegan, Fox, Monk, and Siakam. That's a bare minimum Western Conference finalist lineup. I'll stand on that. And for me, you're not talking about a 3-month rental. You're talking about a 5-month rental.
You really in on that.
And
okay.
And then somebody who's going to be playing in your team for 5 months, experience the best, vibes in the Sacramento playoffs. You sign him to you sign him to a max you're the only one who can sign him to the best contract. I think you take that gamble. Like these guys are about money, and so is he going to really turn down a winning situation where he can get the most money? No. So to me, I think you push your chips to the center of the table and you make that deal. Draft picks be damned, because I think we overvalue draft picks, and you could always get more assets. You could always get more draft picks later on down the line or whatnot. But for me, I think you make the change if you can do that. Especially you look at this team right now. There's something fundamentally wrong, and it's fascinating to see Mike Brown tinkering with the lineup when last year, same team, and they played the most minutes together.
Yeah.
And then this year, Mike is inserting them, taking people out, putting people in, not playing. We went and recruited the European MVP. This guy hasn't touched the court in 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's just madness over there. And so I think that clearly there's something wrong. You know what? Let's put the chip to the table. Let's figure out what we got to do and insert some energy and new talent in there. And that's just where I'm at with it.
So appreciate you, Kamara.
Good looking, man.
Here's one thing that we haven't touched on that I know James and Kyle talked a lot about this morning on the Insiders 10 to 12 here on ESPN 1320 is the money part of Siakam. So there's a couple of things because Kamara said, damn with the, to hell with the picks. And in some situations, I think I'm okay with that line of thinking. Picks plural, probably not in any situation that we've talked about so far this offseason, be it Levine or Kuzma or anyone else. Plural, I don't think I'm down for that for any of these guys. But as it pertains to Siakam, we believe part of the hang up, the grand opening, the grand closing was this dude says he's not going to resign here. He has no commitment to resign here. Given vibes that maybe he's not open to resign here. Maybe we would make the deal, but we're not including a pick. We'd be willing to do a rental trade if that's and we'll, as we've talked about on this show all week, we'll roll the dice, but we're not going to include that. We're not going to include a pick in addition to everything else we're including. We've talked about that for 3 days. Before Athletic articles, before Hoop Hypes articles, we've talked about that. Mm-hmm. But the one component we didn't talk about was the money that follows. You come in here, you win. Maybe Siakam's excited. Maybe he loves the Sawyer. Maybe he loves Tiger. Everybody loves Tiger. Yeah. Darling Avery, man, he's out there all the time. Him and DJ Abs kicking it hard. Abs won. But with the max money being what you're looking for, that really sets the Kings up for a difficult that really makes it difficult for the Kings to fill out their roster moving forward. I didn't get an opportunity to examine James Ham's whiteboard that he had in here earlier, but I did get like a peek at it and saw that those guys were going over it on the show as we were doing some of our other work earlier. And that's just a component to all of this that we haven't talked about yet.
Yeah, and I know we talked about it a little bit on Monday, and I understand what James is saying. Like, I get where he's coming from, but there, even with the mid-level, like, you'd be able to get a player in, so you're not completely losing out on everything if Siakam moves on. I understand completely why somebody wouldn't do it. And I don't know if I was really like pressed, like, hey, it's here, make the deal or not, if I would do it. But I think I got a little bit more consideration for it than others do, even if he's saying like, hey, I'm not going to resign. I don't want to be in Sacramento. I think, it got a little more specific about Sacramento. He doesn't want to be here. I think I'd still roll the dice, man. I really do. Because what you have isn't working. And you take an opportunity on a guy that you probably won't, even if you tried to trade who would be in that trade potentially around the league, you probably wouldn't get a guy better than Siakam at any point.
Okay. So I don't disagree with that. The Siakam's a good ball player. and I'll say this. I guess it's related or unrelated. I don't know. I don't think Siakam's a max player.
I don't
like at
think
this
he is
stage,
either, yeah.
like going on 30 next year. We're talking, potentially a 5-year deal. If he signs with the team that trades, I don't know how I feel about that at all.
Yeah.
That's actually a lie. I think I know exactly how I feel about it. I don't like that.
Right.
But it feels like we're in this. We're almost entering like starting quarterback stages, where if you're a good ball player, you're a max ball player. No, you're not.
Right.
You got to negotiate a contract.
Right.
And what does the league look like for Pascal Siakam? I truly have no idea. Remember, Rashawn Holmes was getting paid until he wasn't.
Right.
And that's what's the thread for what's the theme for today? Messaging.
Mm-hmm.
The messaging is out there. I want a max deal too. I want an NBA max deal. I want a Shohei Ohtani deal from Stacey Kaufman, and I'm not deferring any of my money.
I'll take Yamamoto's deal, Stacey.
And neither one of us are getting it. We can put all the messaging out there we want to. We ain't getting that.
Right.
What is 1140 going to pay D'Lo and KC? That's where it starts. What's 95.7 going to pay D'Lo and KC?
Yeah.
What's KNBR? Now you set the market.
Right.
What's the market for Siakam, dude? I have no idea. No clue whatsoever. But trading for a player that you think you're going to have to pay hundreds of $millions, if you're all in, like if you're Monty McNair, no, this is the guy.
Right.
This is the difficulty with Siakam and the contract. Does Pascal Siakam make the Sacramento Kings an NBA championship team? The answer has to be yes.
Yeah, because that's your last move.
That's it. And so you saying I'd be willing to part with the pick. In most cases, I would be. Siakam, I think I am. I think I would be. I'm not sure because I just can't wrap my hands around what we're hearing and reading. But I agree with the idea that there isn't a better player to trade for. But what if we don't package all of these guys together? What if you trade, and I'm sorry to these, but what if you trade Harrison for someone? Then you trade Kevin and Davion for someone else.
Yeah. It could.
And you're believing in, and to me, what that says is maybe you have some issues with this team, but you believe in De'Aaron, Domas, Keegan, and Malik. And you're going to that's it. That's who you're with, and you're going to find the right guys to complement those guys.
And if that's the way you're looking at it, if you're looking at it where, and I'm not saying it like it's a wrong thing, I completely understand it. But if you're looking at it where that's the 4 guys, then there's no urgency to make a move. You do things in the off season, or you get the right minor pieces around those 4 guys to improve your team. And that may be the answer. That may be the answer. I know earlier I said, and Tyler in the chat got upset saying isn't working. You're right. I'm not saying it isn't working. They're winning games, but we're looking at this thing, and I don't think anybody is confident that this is a team that can win multiple rounds in the playoffs. And that's what I mean by isn't working. They're winning games. Like I said earlier, 8 games over 500. I'll take that in trying to figure things out as opposed to being 5 games under and trying to figure some things out. But there's holes and there's chinks in the armor that we see that isn't working and that we need to improve on. So I could see their line of thinking saying Fox, Sabonis, Murray, and Monk. Those are the guys. Those are the guys, and we'll find pieces around them. And if that's the case, you don't have to take a gamble on a Pascal Siakam.
And then the question comes back. Who that is?
That could be
who are we talking about?
That could be a Caruso type.
Maybe it is.
Like I said, I'd still be trying to figure out how the Wizards feel about Kuz, what they really willing to give up for him.
Anyone else on Chicago?
Zach LaVine for sure. DeMar DeRozan. DeMar DeRozan is a great player. I love to have him. I just don't know how he fits. But maybe you can find a way to make him fit.
That's another expiring. I don't know what that costs you either. But
It doesn't feel like it would cost you as much as they're asking for Siakam.
Oh, it couldn't possibly. Yeah, it would.
That's what it feels like.
That felt really disparaging to DeMar DeRozan, but no,
Real quick,
it couldn't.
before
But
we go
DeMar
to-
DeRozan's at the end of his career.
Before we go to break, who would you take between the two, DeRozan or LaVine?
I'd probably take.
If you had to pick one, I guess.
I probably.
I'm taking DeRozan because you can sign Malik, right? In the offseason?
That's the X factor for me. Like, because I think there's a part of me that's like LaVine, be here long term. It's all good, but it leaves Malik in question. So you can get DeRozan, probably get some production this year. You get better, maybe sign him, maybe not, but it still leaves you open for Malik Monk.
I think I do the DeRozan trade too. Something about two things. The LaVine money makes me uncomfortable, but I've just been encouraged to keep our eye on Zach LaVine. So that's what we'll do. I don't know how the math works. I have a Malik Monk related question too.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm not as worried about LaVine's money and everything moving forward as others are. I understand why though, but Zach LaVine came to the Kings. I'll be like, let's go.
I'll pull it. No, I got you. I got you in that sense. We'll have Zach LaVine's exact numbers, and I'll throw this Malik Monk thought at you when dealing with Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
I didn't see that.
Well. Yeah, that's man, you should be around here more often. BBBB. Because you're right, man. The dude, he'll get to the line. It's a good mid-range guy too. So when that shot's not falling, that three's not falling, like DeRozan will try to get you at mid-range.
Yeah, his three's not great, but he is along the lines of like the bucket getter in the playoffs. Like, I need a shot, go give me a shot. He can do that.
I'm okay with that. Yeah, LaVine would absolutely, or I mean, because a LaVine deal, because of finances, includes Harrison and Kevin Huerter. The one thing that I just get hung up on is I don't see Monty McNair believing that's attractive. That's my main hang up. Like if Siakam isn't realistic for Sacramento, if they've completely walked away, I think the next stop is Washington. I don't think it's Chicago. I'll repeat this on the air, so act surprised. 43 next year for Zach LaVine, 45. A player option in 26-27 for 48. So you got Malik next year. And then I think, help me with the math, is Keegan's contract, you probably sign it in 25, 26, but it doesn't kick in until 27? Yeah, the numbers are pretty hefty, Kyle. Hey, did you see Charlie's note? Get your time cards in today because Aaron's got to deal with all that stuff.
Caller just called in right now. Do you guys like Kelly Olynyk?
I don't, but he makes it. He's a good ball player. I hear that name a lot, and I don't like his game, but
he's not in Miami still, is he?
No, he's in Utah.
Yeah.
Utah, that's right.
Yeah. That's right. I don't like his game at all, but he might make sense.
Can you believe that guy has a Game 7 moment? It was like in round 2, they beat Washington, Boston. He scored like 30 that game. It was insane. Never seen anything like it in my life.
Was it Olynyk that ripped Kevin Love's arm off and tried to hit him over the head?
Kevin Love's arm was weak and it fell off.
That's exactly what happened.
Dwayne Wade broke Rondo's arm, I'll tell you that.
No, that's just true.
Well,
that did happen.
Well, I got to change this goddamn music out.
I sent some stuff to Jesse.
We got stuff coming.
I know you did. I meant to do it over the
some other
break.
Stuff to do too. Some other beats too.
I meant to do it over the break, and I focused all on KSFM. So my apologies to ESPN 13.
It's all good.
You guys are my baby here.
1320 already forgotten. Wow.
Wow.
Did you see that text that Bobby Jarrell sent? That
you ain't send it to me.
Tweet. Excuse me.
Oh.
Yeah. You're in it about Gary Jarrell's father used to call games on 1320 before the Kings got to Sacramento. What a coinky dink.
From Bobby Gerald, hey guys, thought you might get a kick out of this. My dad used to work at KCRA. They had a radio station as well. It was 1320 a.m. So 19 years before the Kings arrived, my dad was calling a game on 1320. He included an ad from 1966. Follow the action of Camilla City basketball tonight with Bruce Lockie and Gary Gerald on radio KCRA 1320. This is amazing.
That is crazy. I never knew that.
G-Man has never done anything besides call basketball and auto racing.
It's a legend right there.
I listened to my man had the he had the in between the sheets vibes yesterday.
Who?
G-Man.
Oh.
Yeah, I was listening to it is what it is. It is what it is. Like I was listening to the Kings radio network.
I had it on my phone yesterday.
I did that too.
I'm a team player.
I did that too. I
better pull up that Gamecast on ESPN next time, pal.
I know how it be. I ain't gonna hold you too much. I know how it be. Sometimes you don't feel like the connection and all this. Just put the game on.
Yeah, I mean, we've all done it, but I've never said it out loud.
G-Man's a legend. I'm gonna listen to the G-Man. Not very often. It's the only thing on that goddamn station worth listening to.
Oh, Rob W., you're right.
What are you doing with him?
What are you doing with him?
You guys are idiots. You guys have been jackasses all day. All of you. Shout out G-Man. I support G-Man.
What are you doing with him?
What are you doing with him?
I gotta say, the new sound you put on the board, that's A1.
That's a great one. That's a great one.
Oh, I wish I had the Cat Williams. I didn't do the Cat Williams joint yet.
I'm not gonna spoil it for when it does come off, but he said something. It was hilarious.
The visual is fantastic, but yeah, we're gonna get that one onto the board. Bobby, thanks for tagging us in that. That's pretty cool. I had no idea that 1320 a.m. used to be radio KCRA.
No clue.
That's tremendous. That's tremendous. Now we're ESPN 1320. We got D-Lo and KC and the Insider. So how about that? Charles Barkley's funny. Charles Barkley on the Aaron Rodgers, Jimmy Kimmel situation. I'd have punched him in the face. Well, there's enough video evidence to show that Charles probably means that. I have a Malik Monk related question.
Okay.
You think they've talked at all about next season? Maybe not Monty calling Malik aside, but maybe Monty calling whoever he needs to, who represents Malik, and saying, I don't know what, saying, getting a feel. Hey, what do you guys, where are we at right now? How are you guys feeling about where we at? Do you think that call has taken place?
When you first asked that question 10 seconds ago, I was like, I don't know. And then when you break it down a little bit and I think about it a little more, it's like, you have to. Like, they have to have talked. Like, you have to if you do.
I would think so.
I feel like if you're doing your job, like, it's the discussion you might have had last summer.
Is it fair to say that at this point, Monty should have a pretty good idea of where Malik's gonna end up, whether it be the Kings or somewhere else? Just kind of, you got a player going into his he's not lame duck, not the right word,
it's
but like
hard.
Contract year or whatever.
Yeah,
and you got trades to make, championships to try to contend for. Like, you kind of have to have an idea of that.
So
right?
I've never actually thought about this part before. Like, how do you approach that if you're Monty with Malik's representatives? Because I feel like you have to have some sort of conversation. and I'm going to speak for Monty McNair on behalf of all Sacramento Kings fans, talking to, I believe it's Jeff Schwartz. Hey, Jeff, we have every intention on signing Malik Monk to as much money as the collective bargaining agreement allows. How are you guys feeling about Sacramento? How are you guys feeling about this impending offseason? And start the conversation. I don't know that it's as simple as that. It's certainly not. But I think when you have a cap on a dollar figure, you don't have to be goofy with this. You don't have to overcomplicate things. Malik is extremely important to what Sacramento is doing. Anyone watching this basketball team recognizes that. It's similar to a LeBron James contract. Rich Paul does not have to negotiate a LeBron James contract. If LeBron is coming to play for you, LeBron is going to play for you for as much as the collective bargaining agreement will allow him to play. There's no negotiations. There's no play that you have to do there. In this particular situation with Malik Monk, I don't think it has to be overcomplicated. Of course, I don't have to manage the salary cap nor the rest of the Sacramento Kings money. I think when you get into penny pinching with a player who can make significantly more money leaving Sacramento, I think your offer today is very clear. We will sign Malik Monk to the maximum contract that the collective bargaining agreement allows us to sign him to. Where are you guys at with that line of thinking?
Yeah, that's exactly how it should go down. I was pausing because, Jesse, do you think the things that we've heard as far as why these deals haven't gotten made tells you what you need to know about the conversations they have and how they feel about bringing Malik back?
Yeah, I think if Monty's holding on to him, I think like I told you, I think it's fair to say Monty probably has a decent idea of where Malik's at. Like Malik probably hasn't told him, yes, I will resign, but if Malik is telling Monty and the Kings, like, there's a pretty good chance we're going to see what happens. There's a good chance I'm not giving up Malik if I'm Monty.
Yeah, not at all. Not at all. And what I mean by that is we go into, some of the things where they say that the Raptors wanted Malik Monk potentially in a Siakam deal. And if that's the case, and that's where the Kings kind of walked away from things, that should it should tell you and it shouldn't tell you, to be honest with you. Because it should tell you like, yo, yeah, that's a no-go. We're about to re-sign him. There's no way you're getting him.
Yep.
But it could also mean, yeah, we're not giving you him when Siakam's about to leave. You know what I mean? Like, if Siakam was staying, maybe we could have a conversation.
Yeah.
But he's about to leave. Like, we can't lose both of them for nothing.
Yeah, right.
So, I don't know. Worked myself into a shoot there. I don't know what that.
It was good.
I don't know what
good.
that could mean. Because it could, like I said, it could mean, yeah, we coming back. He's coming back.
What Kenny means by that, for those that don't understand the lingo, he actually talked himself into getting frustrated with what he was saying.
I see the point that he's making, though, because if Monty's like, yeah, we're like, he's not off limits, then I think any player's available for the right price. But if it's like, no, we're not giving you Malik, we're holding on. Like, yeah, I think Monty has a good idea. Like, he's probably going to be sticking around. Because as much as like everyone loves Malik and his impact, like he is a player, a free agent in the offseason.
I agree to a certain degree. I don't think that's the case with Siakam, though, because of what Kenny just said.
Right.
I'm not losing my shot at both of them because I'm hesitant over. Man, they won't give me a clear-cut answer. There's room, man. New Orleans told me they're going to give him $25 million, and Monty's not going to fall for the okie doke. He's not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe. But at the same time, it's like, am I going to lose Malik and Siakam in the same breath?
Right.
Absolutely not.
Right.
Now, you don't trade Malik Monk.
Nah.
But if you did, it would not be for a player whose contract is expiring in 5 months.
Right.
Again, I'm going to repeat for those that missed it. You don't trade Malik Monk. But if you did, it's not for a guy whose contract is expiring.
So, like, if Malik's representation.
I'm not saying I did it, but if I did, here's how. Strong vibes. Strong vibes right
Not
there.
going to say his name, but his
Man,
initials.
well,
Hey, man, I won't mention this guy's name. I'll give him his initials. OJ.
still haven't figured out who he was talking about.
We haven't heard from Mitch in a while.
He
Been
called
like 2-3
in. He
weeks.
called in earlier this week, but I don't think we were able to take his call.
Call back in, Mitch. Call back in.
I don't even think Mitch actually listens to the show. I think he just called. He was like, hey, do the one Casey you're on. I'm going to call him.
Right.
Pull off from his route or whatever. Let me call the guys real quick.
Yeah,
Hold on. Let me pull over. Let me pull over real quick.
Yeah.
Can't
Got
wait
bit
for
by a
Mitch.
dog yesterday. I don't know.
Yeah.
Mitch Big Ten calls next year going to be fire.
But to that point though, if Malik's representation is telling you it's 50-50, and Siakam is telling you it's 3% that you would sign, you can't trade Siakam for Malik. But if Malik's representation is telling you it's 50-50, and just throwing a name out there, Washington says, yeah, you could get Kuzma, then you may have to think about it. Does that make sense?
Kuzma, Malik in a deal for Kuzma?
Yeah, I wouldn't do it.
I hear you. Yeah, that's
looking for stability is what you're talking about.
Yeah,
Right.
that's more. Yeah, that's more digestible than the other scenario. No, that doesn't happen.
Right.
But that's what we're talking about. That's a more digestible situation than Siakam. But still, even that doesn't happen. Before I.
Yeah, I don't think there's a name that's
right.
been the Kings have been connected to where I'd trade Malik for.
No, unless it's Giannis, Jokic, Joel, fine.
We'll sit at the table and
KD?
talk about it.
Will we take KD? Kawhi.
Well,
Kawhi, is he secure now?
Kawhi ain't going nowhere.
Yeah, he's secure.
3 years, 150 million and some change. Speaking of,
oh, whoa!
I was looking at a couple of things during the commercial break. Career earnings for the former number 13 overall pick of the 2014 NBA draft, one Zach LaVine. Anyone want to get in on this? Bless you.
I'm always down to play. I never back down from a challenge.
I'm down. I ain't never scared. I'm trying to get, right now I'm at 500.
No, you're not. You're 0-2.
I respect it. Kenny's always ready. Get back up. Let's see if we can get a win the next time.
You're 0-2.
See, if I was 8 games over 500, my poor play wouldn't be that much of a concern because it's still 8 games over. Right now, it's 2 under. So I'm the Warriors.
Let's make this a little spicier. Zach LaVine has played 10 seasons in the association.
Okay.
However, he has 3 years left on his deal. Let's include those 3 years. Zach LaVine, former number 13 overall pick in the 2014 NBA draft. His peak will occur in the final year of his contract at $48.9 million. When that season is completed, Zach LaVine will have played 13 seasons in the National Basketball Association. Kenny Caraway, you've yet to get on the board.
Okay, we don't have
in 2024.
What the hell is that?
It's tail of the tape.
Jeez, that came out of nowhere.
You are up first.
I'm going to say
13 seasons when all is said and done.
13 seasons when it's all said and done. I'm going to put Zach LaVine at $316 million.
$316 million. Shout out to the Rattlesnake, Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Oh, hell yeah.
Jesse, 13 seasons. The peak will be in the final year of his current deal in 26-27 at $48.9 million. Career earnings for Zach LaVine.
We're going to go 330 million, boss.
$330 million. Kenny Caraway is on the board in 2024.
Let's go. Let's go.
When all is said
Stop
and
playing
done.
with me. Stop playing with me. I'm him. I'm him.
You can't,
I'm him.
You can't do that with your first win in like a month. But it's
I'm
good.
standing on business over here. I'm him. Stop playing with me.
You getting excited over a single?
ESPN standing says Jesse last 10, 9-1.
That's about it. That's about right.
Season.
That's correct as well. Jesse is up 2-1 in 2024. Should the Sacramento Kings acquire Zach LaVine, he would be owed $43 million next season, $45 million the following. We're going to round up because it's like a $400 difference. A $46 million season. And then in the 26-27 season, that is the $48.9 million that we referenced. $301.5 million for Zach LaVine.
Because I thought I went a little high because on that second contract, I think I went 120 and it should have been 80. Wasn't that what the second contract was? 44 for 80. That's the one that what's his name match or the offer sheet that they had to match.
It was like
that wasn't the last one,
right?
That was the
one before.
Yeah, it was the one before. Yeah.
Whatever, man.
I'm him.
Okay. All right. Will you relax? Will you? Well, I don't even have to do that no more. Thank you. So Casey's on the board in pocket watching for 2024. That money made a lot of Kings fans in the chatty house nervous, though.
I mean, that money don't matter to me as long as you can sign Malik Monk.
Yeah,
if you can't
$40
sign
million,
Malik,
ain't none that King Caraway.
Well, it's not that. But if you can't sign Malik Monk, then yeah, that's an issue. But if you can, I don't care if you make $140 million a year.
How close?
If everybody is here, then it's cool.
How closer does it get you to a title this season, though?
This season?
Yes. Like you got LaVine, Fox, Monk, Keegan. Sabonis.
I think you're.
I was gonna say you close out the game, and you can answer this. Close out the game with Fox, Monk, LaVine, Keegan, and Sabonis.
Mm-hmm.
If you think if you think it gets you to the finals this year, don't you kind of just have to take the risk, even if like, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like you risk losing Malik Monk, but if Monty's like, I think this team gets me to the finals this year.
Yeah, I don't. You got to find a way to make it all work. Malik's got to be a part of what you're doing moving forward.
I agree. And
I just the thing I'm completely hung up on is that's what we want. Maybe it's what Monty wants, but is it what Malik wants? Not does he want to be in Sacramento? Not does he want to play with De'Aaron? Who's offering him the most money, and what's the breaking point?
So then I'll ask this question. Could Zach LaVine be looked at as Monk insurance?
Could be. Yeah, absolutely could be. But the thing is also you're trying to build a championship contender.
How much better is Zach LaVine than Malik Monk?
I think he's slightly better. Some of it has to do with size and things of that nature. Well, it's no. See,
I didn't say anything.
He flopped and you called that.
I didn't.
He flopped and you called that.
No, sir. It's 10-yard penalty. Holding. Repeat, second down.
You weren't gonna call that till he missed the shot.
I just ran into the locker room right now. That's what that was.
Kenny about to turn into Darko over here. Did you notice when in Darko's tight? Because Jesse and I both noticed this. That Darko says Scotty Barnes almost exactly the way that you do.
It's literally the same thing.
Oh, hold on. I got to get the clip. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Let me find my man Darko over here. Darko was letting them have it last night.
To that question, though, Jesse, are we sure that LaVine is better than Monk?
It depends. Like, can LaVine get me at least 25 per game on this team?
I mean, it is a little I love Malik Monk. You guys know that. It is a little disrespectful to Zach LaVine. He's a 2-time All-Star, gold medal winner.
It's one of those things Damian said, I think, last week where he mentioned like Porzingis. That's like a deal that at first seemed like a 6, but it turns into a 10. Like, on the surface, the LaVine deal feels like that 6 deal, but I can see the potential where it does work out.
Yeah.
Does the defense scare you guys at all?
No, have you seen this team play?
I'm just saying, chat's pretty torn up on the defense.
Okay,
so.
we're talking about defense. Okay, that's fine. Let's do that for a second. Everybody's worried about Zach LaVine's defense. Everybody's worried about Kyle Kuzma's defense. Okay, let's do that. Who are the Kings acquiring that turns this whole thing around? Who are the
say Caruso?
Who? Okay, so the Kings don't give up 50 to the God-blessing Detroit Pistons if Alex Caruso is here.
I need
somebody to say that. Say that to me out loud. The Kings don't give up 50 to the Detroit Pistons in a single quarter if Alex Caruso is here. What player is going to change the way this team plays defense?
Matisse Thybulle has been pretty popular. I'm out on that guy, though.
Monty, lean into it. All right, Mike. Sorry, buddy. This didn't work. You're going to have to be an offensive coach, dog. We're going to have to get Jordy a raise. Jordy's the offensive guy, right? Or is that Jay?
Jay's
the offensive guy. Give Jay a raise.
Lean
into it.
Give Jordy a raise, too. We got more work to do now.
No, Jordy's leaving.
Danny Fortson.
Oh, Danny Fortson.
Jordy might be leaving.
Feel like he will be.
He is
Doug Christian. I don't care.
He's credentialed enough to leave. Like he can, but I don't know. I don't know if the job's gonna be open.
It's Draymond. Trade for Draymond Green.
Well, let's stop that at all costs.
Listen to Darko. Specifically the Scotty Barnes part.
23 free throws, had fourth quarter. Thank you, Doug.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you, Doug. That's outrageous. What happened tonight? This is completely BS. This is shame. Shame for the referees, shame for the league to allow this. 23 free throws for them, and we get 2 free throws in the fourth quarter. Like how to play the game. I understand respect for all stars and all that, but we have star players on our team as well. How's possible as Scotty Barnes?
Come on, man. You telling me that didn't sound like Kenny Caraway 2 years ago?
Kenny, do it real quick.
How's possible as Scotty Barnes?
Scotty Barnes?
Yeah, Darko didn't know it. Darko, a big fan of D-Lo and KC over the years. He's been with us since day one.
Shout out Darko, man. Shout out Darko.
My man was letting him have it.
Did you hear Evan Turner tried to say something about that?
No.
Evan Turner was like, yeah, this rant wasn't as good because of his accent. Said,
Evan Turner, shut up, bro.
Have you heard your podcast before?
Hey.
Evan Turner might be one of those things where he you speak and you think you sound different than you sound to everybody else.
Yeah.
Evan Turner, stop. I'm not going to talk about the man like that. I'm just going to say to stop Evan Turner.
Evan Turner since posted an apology on his IG live.
Oh, hey. Whoa.
Uh-oh.
Well, we got some?
Not Kings related.
Don't do that.
Nick Saban's retiring?
Oh,
that's big.
Oh.
Wow.
We seen 2 icons
got that?
go.
Nick,
two icons go today. 2 icons. 2 legendary, 2 Hall of Famers. Wow.
Nick Saban is retiring.
Nick Saban is 70 plus years old, right?
Yeah, I think he is.
I assume so.
Wow.
Oh.
That's big time, man.
Yeah, that's a huge story.
That is big time. 6 national titles at Alabama. He's got 7 all time, doesn't he? Because he won one in LSU.
He did.
Yeah, he got 7 national titles. We talked about the greatest coaches of all time yesterday. I mean, he's the greatest college coach of all time.
Agree.
His time with the Miami Dolphins was not great.
Well, J. Cole, nobody's perfect.
I am not going to coach the Alabama football team.
Oh, that was tough. Pound for pound. Greatest coach of all time?
College is different. I can't. He's in the discussion for sure, but college is different. College is different. How do you do in Miami?
I like Soren. Saban's going to Michigan. That's really how college sports works.
If I'm not mistaken, off the top of my head, I think they went 9-7 one year and then 6-10, and then he was out of there after that. I could have it mixed up, but
with your boys?
Yeah. I mean, they look less like crap than they did before. So, I mean, there was a difference for a little bit.
David wants to do pocket watching with Nick Saban. That's almost impossible.
Yeah,
all that
Nick
money,
Saban,
all that money we don't know about.
The least amount of money he made was on his contract.
Yeah, facts. That man hasn't paid for a car in multiple decades. Dude probably hasn't paid for like internet. He probably doesn't even know how to get a hold of Verizon. He ain't paid for a cell phone bill. Y'all don't realize when you're in them places, you don't pay for nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Saban and Pete Carroll also going out 72 years old.
Both of them are 72.
Both.
Wow.
He's a hell of a coach.
Two icons, man.
Yep. He's a hell of a coach.
Icons.
You're moving
Deion to
next, Bill
Alabama.
Belichick.
Deion to Bama.
Hey, part of me thinks like a lot of the recruiting issues that Deion is having in Colorado is because nobody believes he's going to stay there for a long time.
Isn't that basically what college football based like it is recruiting is like the biggest part? Like if you
100%.
Like
yeah,
if I'm
100%.
Michigan or whatever, like if I think like if you think Deion can recruit, is like that's not as easy as that, but he can be an option, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to recruit the right guys. But the waters open up a little bit when you're in Alabama. That's where you have to be like a peak, recruiter. Because now you talk about you're talking Bama. You're in that SEC country. You've got a lot of options. That's why how recruiting will be so interesting for these formerly Pac-12 schools. Like how do you recruit now? I don't know.
You're going to be on national TV every day.
You're recruiting against Michigan.
Right. Better start recruiting some linemen.
You can't win,
That's
Rocky.
facts. That's facts right there. We'll come back. We will talk. Man, lots of breaking news today. We did the Pete Carroll stuff, Nick Saban retiring, Kawhi Leonard re-signing, and the Kings beat the Pistons. It's all major news here.
Big time.
And the Kings back on the floor tonight. I think Will Z joins us. Yep, Will Z joins us when we return. James Ham coming up at 3. Lots more Kings coverage ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Maybe. I think we've got like 15 minutes to work with.
I could kill half hour.
So maybe. Yeah.
I'll just take questions from the chat for a half hour.
We can do that. Then in between, we pop into the studio. Say what we need to say. Yeah, I don't know. I love to have them both, man. I love to have them both.
I so badly want to say that. Yeah, 2 is going into KC this week. Below freezing, they're going to win, but who knows?
That's what the forecast is calling for. Freezing.
0 degrees.
Ooh.
Low of -9, I believe.
Oh man.
I'm at any given Sunday at this point.
Oh man, that's not a good look for Miami. Oh man.
Miami 0-10 in their last 10 games, with 40 degrees or less. So they're due. They're due. Where's Polo at? We're gonna win, Polo.
I think when the Bucks beat the Eagles in the NFC Championship game, last game at Veterans Stadium, I think their record was 0-40 in games under 30 degrees. I think it's something around it. Like they had never won a game as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers with the temperature under like 30 degrees.
This Dolphins team will be the 1 and 1-10.
And that team ended up winning their first game under like 30 degrees or something like that.
They win. I don't know how I'm going to react. I've never seen my team win a playoff game before.
Yeah, that's true. You've never seen it.
We've been down bad.
And you win that one. You guys are the 6th seed.
Get to head to Baltimore unless Pittsburgh pulls off the upset.
Well, that ain't happening. Sorry, Mike Tomlin.
Come on, Steelers.
That ain't happening. But you're perfect for me. Nobody's perfect.
I don't think he's available. But how much are you giving up for Michael Bridges?
I'd give the Siakam deal. I give up first. I might give up 2.
Yeah, I'm giving up 2 first at least too.
Yeah, I might give up 2 for Michael.
That's the one where like I say, he's not available or whatever. But that's the one. If somehow they made that happen.
Yeah. What about
William.
for what up, Will Z?
What's up?
What about for Cam Johnson?
Not 2 first-round picks, but
No, not 2 first round, but I'd give up a little something.
Yeah.
I have to say, you look fucking incredible in that picture.
We're stars, baby.
Great picture.
Facts.
Stars.
That's facts. William, what's going on, man?
Not too much. How about you guys?
Man, we're kicking it.
Good, man.
Nice.
We're kicking it.
I love the East Coast games. Just the 4 o'clock start. It's nice.
Well, yeah, it's a little early for us.
Yeah. I'm sure
Yeah,
it's tough
today's
for you
gonna be
guys.
tough. We're gonna see the game a couple times today. We will see the game a couple times. Oh, Drew Down getting his jokes off. Me and Will gonna cut down trees together today. We're
I
coming
thought of
back.
that when you wore it. It's a great look.
Appreciate you, Will. See, Will appreciates
Yeah.
me today.
And
It's cold out.
And look, don't let this man fool you. That is not an Old Navy flannel. Stop.
Got it at Old Navy.
Hey, you ain't cutting down no trees in that. Not nothing that expensive.
I think they've taken this new oversized thing a bit too far. I feel like I put this thing on. I was like, yo.
Was that a large?
Oh.
It's a medium?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. That's what I said.
Yep.
Like, give me a toddler size. Man. I was like, do I look silly? I'm like, no, I look good. Then the chatty house started, and I was like, well, maybe I don't.
Don't let chatty house tell you.
I'm about to choke on an almond. Y'all go ahead and talk.
Whoa. Well, Will Z, let's talk a little boxing here on the 13th round.
Right. No, I'm fine. I'll just go down with the ship here. Goodness
talk about Tim
gracious.
Tszyu.
No, well, as long as you put it in the title of the
Love Tim
video.
Tszyu.
20 minutes in, they haven't even talked about Tim Tszyu yet. That's what the commenters would
I
say.
can't lie. I get a kick out of those every time.
I know you do. Our man Will Z, WillZstats.com. Will, we haven't spent a lot at the Kings play tonight. Second night of a back-to-back. They'll take on the, again, shorthanded Charlotte Hornets. Will, what'd you think about? I didn't get to follow your tweets as much as we normally do last night with these 4 o'clock starts, but what were your takeaways from what were your takeaways from the first quarter of last night's game, and what were your takeaways from the rest of the game?
Just such a wild difference. I mean, so I put this out after the game. The advanced ratings from the first quarter, Kings had offensive rating 103.6, defensive rating 167.9 for a net rating of negative 64.3. Then you go quarters 2 through 4, offensive rating 136, defensive rating 82.9, net rating 53.1. So it's literally 2 different stories all in one game. And it's just the epitome of the Kings season, I think, in a single game where they came out slow. To me, I know that the Pistons hit their shots, but I think that they were getting really good, easy looks because of the Kings' lack of defensive tenacity. I think that they got to the paint pretty much as they wanted and kicked out, got really good looks from 3. It's not just that they hit tough looks, it's that they so easily generated those good looks. And I don't know if it's the group that's out there, all the tinkering that Brown is doing. It's just the first quarter problem kind of stuck with me where they won easily, but you're not going to come back against most teams when you're down by 20 18, whatever it was, to end the quarter. Like the Pistons will let you win. Other teams won't let you back in that game.
Yeah, no, that we literally have seen that. Like Kings down 20, they stay down 20. They don't usually
Or go down 50.
Or go down 50. They stay down. Stay down. The matchup against the Pistons, they clearly didn't hit the shots they hit in the first quarter. But do you think the defense improved in that game with the Kings, or did they just stop hitting shots?
I think so. I think the defense improved, just tightened up a little in terms of not letting them get those drives and the easy kick out threes. And also they took care of the ball more. The Kings were so sloppy in the first quarter. They had like 3 or 4 passes just like over the head back to the top passes that the Pistons seem to just get and take and get easy transition buckets. So I think them getting more crisp on offense led to better defense. And then they just kind of got in the passing lanes and the Kings use fast break points to kind of get back in the game. One of the things that I really liked, Damian, we talked about this yesterday, was they didn't just start chucking up threes. They stuck with their game plan of going inside, getting twos, and kind of working the long game to get back into it.
Yeah.
Which I thought that was a really good takeaway from that aspect.
Yeah, a stat that we've neglected to mention so far. We haven't done a lot of like dissecting of last night's game. More talked like big picture stuff. Kings scored 131 last night. They won the points in the paint battle 82-46. That is such an incredible Sacramento Kings stat. They wound up shooting 13 of 33 from 3. And I know this is in our notes somewhere. I think they only hit like 2 or 3 in the first half.
Yeah.
2 threes.
Yeah, I think it was 2.
They had 3 threes in the first half. So that's such a turn. And still, and to me, I guess this is where we should, Detroit Pistons or not, we should be a little bit more positive about what the Kings did last night. When you put those 2 components together, they didn't hit your threshold, KC, of 15 threes, but hitting 3 in the first half, putting up 6, I think it was 60 points, close to 60 points in the first half, finishing with 131, winning the points in the paddle. They scored a lot of points in a completely different way.
Yeah, which is something we haven't seen from them this year very much. They were so good at that last year, of finding a defensive weakness of the other team and kind of exploiting it. But this year's been so much on the 3. I mean, you look at just the restricted area, they were 31 of 38 for 81.6% last night. That's a ton of shots at the rim and a fantastic, incredible percentage that you'll take on any night. And it's just something that we haven't really seen as part of their game plan going forward this year. So it's seeing that Detroit doesn't have the capability to stop them inside and just spamming that over and over and over again.
We talked about them going up against the Hornets about a week ago. What do you see with this team? Obviously still dealing with some injuries, but they got Scary Terry. Scary Terry's he had another monster game the other night. They lost to Chicago, I think, in overtime. But I think he had 38 in that game. He's a guy that right now is in a zone. You got to be aware of a guy like that.
Yeah, his last 5 games, 32.5 points, 7.3 assists, 3.5 rebounds on 51.9 from the field, 44.2 from 3, 96.4 from the free throw line.
Ooh.
He's doing everything on the court. And when he gets on a heater, he's like a real heat check player. And we saw it kind of come back to hurt the Kings last game. And it's something that I hope when he starts to get going, maybe throw a blitz earlier at him and kind of take him out and make someone else beat you. But he's got the nickname Scary Terry for a reason.
Looking at tonight's game, did you draw back on the game from a couple of nights from a week ago, 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, to put this together? Because this Charlotte, Kings fans hate this. Charlotte's not good. Charlotte was the second of the bottom 5 teams, the 2 bottom 5 teams that the Kings lost to. The numbers couldn't have changed that much from when these 2 teams played a week ago or 10 days ago. But what was it that what was it that actually torched the Kings that night, or what was it that Charlotte did good that night that wound up sending the Kings home with a very frustrating L?
Yeah. What stood out to me was what the Kings did so well last night against the Pistons. They were just terrible at against the Hornets, and that's scoring inside. It's the game they shot as a team 21 of 39 in the restricted area, and that's the game where Sabonis himself was 10 of 20 inside. He had 21 field goals in the first contest against the Hornets. 20 of them were at the rim, and the Hornets they swarmed to have a little pun.
I see you.
Yeah, they had 10 blocks as a team, with Bridges having 2, Nick Richards 2, Terry 2, Nathan Mensah had 2, and Nick Smith Jr. So they were, as a whole team, very good at protecting the paint, and it felt like it got to Sabonis. That's one where he kind of shook his head and coming down the court, where it felt like he was missing some of those bunnies. But so for me, I'll be looking at, can the Kings do a better job at scoring in the paint tonight, especially Sabonis, who is coming off. He shot 14 of 16 at the rim last night. And on the season, he's up to like 70% in that area. So he's kind of getting his groove back inside. So are we going to see that performance, or are we going to see the same type of performance the first game against Charlotte?
See that dunk that he had too, on Jalen Duren. I want to see a little bit more of that. A little more.
Yeah.
Tomas listens.
He does.
Oh, yeah.
Tomas is a deal on KC guy. We need to send him some merch.
That's right.
He's starting to dunk a lot more, like we demanded.
Throw it down, big man.
We normally, I'm glad you brought those. I think I said on this show, it might have been this week. Tomas, he's not going to go out there and score 40. He's not going to do what De'Aaron does. Yeah, I'm an idiot. He scores 37 last night. He winds up taking 21 field goals. I can't remember a time we've seen that. Just the volume of field goals he's taken. Was it the matchup, or did things just come easy for him last night? Like, was there a particular thing that you thought stood out from him working on the inside, or was it just a favorable matchup with Detroit?
I think just a good matchup, and the whole team realized it. So no one
Feed
can
him.
stop Sabonis.
Yeah,
So just feed him.
make him fat. Yeah.
Yeah, it was his season high in points, season high in field goal attempts, tied for season high. And he only had 4 free throw attempps, which is great. He made all 4, which
Hey, hold on, man.
There we go.
Hey,
I'm talking about.
Hey.
But it was just him being able, when he finishes in the paint, it opens up so much for the offense, and it's why he can have the huge nights where he does with both points and assists. And he's just kind of able to impact the game in so many different ways. And another thing that they did so well last night was the pick and roll game. Sabonis had 13 screen assists for 28 screen assist points. For reference, the Warriors lead the league as a team with like 11.7 and 27.9 or something like that. So he had such a huge game in the screen game, where I'll be looking at that. He's been a little down in those numbers lately. Can you get him going with more screens and help, especially Monk? They're so lethal in that 2-man game. And more Herter with some pick and rolls with Sabonis. I'd like to see more of that too, because they were so good with that last year, and it feels like we haven't seen as much of that this year.
De'Aaron Fox, are the numbers bearing out like that? Just his percentages might be down or whatever, but is he getting the same looks? Is he getting the same amount of attempts up every night, or are they bearing out that he hasn't been maybe as aggressive as of late?
Yeah, let's see. His numbers were, he had a sneaky great game last night. A very quiet 26.
He didn't jump off the screen, but when you look at his numbers, he was 4 of 7 from beyond the arc. 10 of 19 isn't bad at all, 26 points. And that's where my question is with
double digits in the fourth.
Yeah, my question with the aggression, because we all think there's something, kind of off with him. Are we seeing a dip in the shot attempts or something like that? Is he being a little passive due to maybe not being 100%?
Yeah, it's really just the Pelicans game with the 3 points. He had 10 attempts in that one, but after that, 19 last night, 10 against the Pelicans, then 20, 22, 25, 23, 20, 26. So in the last, it's now 6-game stretch where it's been kind of a little down. It's not much of a difference in terms of attempts. The turnovers have gone up, which is tough. That dunk last night where the ball just kind of slipped out of his hands was so interesting.
That was wild.
But yeah. So in terms of just total numbers of attempts, it's about the same. His 3-point attempts have gone down. Last night he had 7, but before that, 4, 3, and 5, which is pretty low for him on the season. It feels like he's not taking as many pull-up threes, especially. It's like one to kind of test it out, and then that doesn't go in, and he doesn't really go back to it. It's just what it feels like. That's just a feel.
Yeah.
In Charlotte tonight, we got a swing stat for this one.
I don't yet. Still looking for one. It might end up just being that kind of restricted area scoring, just since the Hornets shut them down so much last night. I'll probably end up going with that.
I like Will's swing stats.
Yeah, I always keep an eye on him once he puts it out there. I'm like, oh yeah, let me stay tapped in.
I was
All
glad
right.
last night that we didn't have to get into the free throw game very much with Detroit.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this, Will. I got really nervous in that first quarter when they started hitting threes at the rate that they were, because that's the conversation we were having on this show about how they shoot threes, and that's how lit them up.
Yep.
Let him up. I was like, goddamn Willsy, I swear. Like Will's one more remark on the show away from getting thrown off forever.
Just gonna jinx everyone.
Just
night.
team setting new career highs whenever Will Z brings their name up.
Yeah.
No, just tell us how great the Hornets are right now. That's all we need.
Oh, they're
it's a great ball club.
8-26 is deceiving.
Yeah,
I
throw the record out when you look at the tape.
You do, even with 9 guys out of the game.
And honestly, even when guys are out, guys are playing hard. Like end of the bench guys that don't normally get run, like they'll play hard to try and earn some minutes when guys get back. Like they're fighting for their lives out there. So
you know
that's why you can't take it for granted.
This day and age, man, with social media and people having access to every single second of every game, they're not really allowed to to dog it out there, because somebody gonna find it, post it, and that could be, the definition of your career. So these guys, they're trying to find playing time, or even the superstars. Like you dog it, you're gonna be put on blast, and I think you see less of that because of it.
Yeah, man. I just looked at the Charlotte box scores. They're 1-13 in their last 14 games.
Yeah, who's the one, Will?
Come on.
You want to guess?
No.
It stands out like a sore thumb.
If we don't
that
talk about
W
it,
among the L's.
Ignore it. Just ignore it. Appreciate you, Will. Thanks as always, man. We're just tapped into the Twitter account for the swing stat and everything that you got going on during the game, man. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Take care, Will.
All right, it's our man Will Z right there. Shout out to Mike and Tony. Having a little idea of how this show works. I looked up and saw that they had a segment on, thoughts on Nick Saban retiring.
They
which
called
means
them like,
come back.
Hey,
come back. We got to do the show live, guys. We got breaking news. Normally this show, it's not recorded, like it's kind of, I think they call it live to tape, where it's like it's recorded, it's one take, the commercials are like everything is just recorded like it's live.
Right.
And I think it airs maybe an hour later, around that. But looking up and seeing that Saban started the show, it was like, oh, they called the guys back. They had to do it all over again.
At the very least, they had to do that first segment.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Shout out to Mike and Tony.
Man, I mean, and one of the other things going on that we didn't talk about, I know we've been locked in with the Kings, but Pete Carroll out in Seattle, man. And this is a guy that has been a thorn in my side as a 49ers fan for I don't know how many years. I really don't. I can't even keep track now. 13, 14 years. And he's a hell
How many
of a
thorns
coach.
do you have in your side? A lot of them were Seattle
Seahawks.
colors.
Yeah, the Seahawks. the Dodgers,
No.
the Lakers, the
No.
Warriors.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, too many.
The who?
Okay, Lake Show.
Yeah, the Lakers. Yes, I don't like them. I don't know. Beamers, Benz, and Beamley. You know, the first time you listen to this show, I don't like the Lakers. Don't listen to what these people are talking about.
BBB knows you're a big Laker fan.
He doesn't like the Lakers, of course. That's stupid. He loves the Lakers.
No, I don't.
Okay,
No.
Lake Show.
BBB. Don't listen to these guys. That's gonna be his name now. BBB.
Beamer, Benz, or Beamley. Beamer, Benz, or Beamley.
That's funny.
That's fire.
That is funny.
I'm on track. Yeah, Pete Carroll, man. Did we settle on what we thought happened? Was this Pete Carroll's idea? I haven't had an opportunity to follow
they say
up
he's
as
staying
much.
in the organization.
Go ahead, Jesse.
I saw a quote from a reporter. I think it was from his press conference where he's saying like he fought to still coach, but
He gave a
ultimately-
press conference?
I don't know if he gave a press conference or a quote, but it was attributed to him or whatever that he still wants to coach and stuff.
Oh,
but it's just,
So they pushed him out.
Okay, so I just went to, he did give a press conference. Oh, wait, what is this? Okay, Pete, I'll just read the freaking article for God's sake. It's Pro Football Talk. Pete Carroll made clear Wednesday it was not his idea to mutually part ways with the Seahawks. I competed pretty hard to be the coach, just so you know.
Wow.
Via video from the team.
yeah, that's the quote I saw right there.
Carroll said in the post-game news conference Sunday that he planned to continue coaching the
Yeah, that's what I
Seahawks.
saw.
He reiterated that on Monday on his radio show. 2 days later, the Seahawks announced that he will move on to an advisory role. All the advisory role means, I would think, is it's a strong word, but I don't know how it's inaccurate. They fired him as the coach, but they'll continue to pay him based on his contract.
John Bull said it, not me. It's that Alvin Gentry role.
Well,
that who was the other one? Tyrone Corbin was the other one who was like that.
Did Tyrone Corbin get an advisory role?
Somebody, dang, bro, hey, chill, man, you blinded me with that watch. But still, chill, bro. I'm trying to.
I'm not gonna. I noticed it. I'm not gonna. I noticed it. I didn't say anything though. I noticed it earlier too.
Around here, man.
Yeah,
chill.
you know it too. Look at.
No, this is fire.
I saw that earlier. I don't want to say anything.
This joint is fire. This is the one.
Trying to do a
This
show
is the
over here,
one.
man. Damn.
This is the one.
But James will know. James said it's either Tyrone Corbin or Keith Smart. I think it was Corbin.
I feel like they all got paid.
Oh, they all got paid. But a couple of them, they're like, we ain't gonna pay you to just be gone. Go hang around.
Yeah.
That's
the bottom
crazy,
line.
though,
This is from Florio. The bottom line is the team wanted to move on, and Pete Carroll went along with it.
That's crazy, man. I much like you felt with Vrabel, I didn't think Pete Carroll needed to be
Absolutely
let
not.
go. And it's time to
Absolutely
move
not.
on from Pete Carroll. That's kind of crazy. Bad job by the Seahawks.
I don't know how you look at the Seahawks and think like, because I'm assuming management just was done with him. Like, how you think he didn't get the most out of this team the last 2 years too?
Yeah,
like he could still coach.
I mean, they overachieved, didn't they?
I think so. You had people at the beginning of the season saying they were going to win the NFC West.
Okay, that's their fault.
I never believed in that.
You said they were going to win the NFC West?
Yeah.
The division with the 49ers in it? That's their fault, dude. That's silly.
Nick Wright was out there saying it. I know how people
Well,
feel about Nick Wright, but
well.
he said the Seahawks. But he wasn't the only one though, so that's why I'm not going to just go crazy on him. A lot of people were thinking Seahawks were a sleeper, all this other stuff. They missed the playoffs by one game. I didn't think he needed to be fired. You give him at least one more year. That's my thought.
Sorry, I found an article. I did not see this morning.
It's
because it wasn't posted this morning, dummy. That's why. Pat McAfee wisely distances himself from Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, I thought he made that announcement earlier today. I thought
I did not.
You mentioned it that the season was over.
Wait, what did he announce?
He's not going to be. Aaron Rodgers ain't going to be on the show no more.
See,
I said for the season.
Yeah,
the
that's
season's over.
That's they're not trying to get over, but like he's not banned from the show. He'll be back next year probably.
Yeah, that's the impression I got. Is just
next football season when it begins.
You know, when football seasons end, guys can change sides. Like if you're paid to be on a station, and the football season ends, if you're paid to be on a station to cover football and the football season ends, your deal ends and you can appear on another station. I'm just throwing that out there. I'm just saying like that can happen.
I've heard about that.
Yeah. Could happen. Anywhere on ESPN, on Pat McAfee, on anywhere.
I guess it was wise for Pat McAfee. Oh yeah, no, he's not coming back on till week 1 of next year. He's not coming back on. I feel like he appeared during the offseason, didn't he? Like
yeah,
what?
he did.
Because he did the darkness retreat.
Yeah, he was talking crazy. By the way,
I bet that idiot went to like Hawaii or something.
Probably so.
Just didn't turn on the lights in his hotel room.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Well, like Draymond, just be in the man cave for 2 days.
Well, okay.
Dad, please, I want some cereal. Can you please get up here?
Dad, we haven't eaten in 3 days. We thought you were gone. Come feed us.
Real quick, football note. Sacramento's own Burbank stand-up Terrence Mitchell signed to the 49ers practice.
Oh, right on, Terrence Mitchell.
Yeah.
Love that. Terrence Mitchell, early guest of D-Lo and KC.
Friend of the acquaintance of the show.
Acquaintance of the show. Yeah. Terrence Mitchell, great guy. Great guy for sure. So is James Ham. He'll join us when D-Lo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. Terrence Mitchell. Absolutely nothing wrong with vacation in Hawaii. Absolutely nothing. It is, though, when you tell everyone you're in a darkness retreat and really you're just laying on the beach.
Don't go to Maui right now either.
That too. Oh, that's the quote, David J. That's interesting. Where'd the article? I think I just closed the article out. I didn't want to catch myself reading it, so I just closed it out. I'll have to read it today. This is gonna be weird, man. We've had a couple. This certainly isn't the first game.
I think Australia, David. I'm not happy about it, but I think Australia.
I haven't seen any follow-ups on any of that. Australia's February or is it March?
I've double checked that.
Matt Riddle, Brock Lesnar ruined my chances of winning the Royal Rumble. What? Nothing on the rock here.
February 24th.
February 24th. All right. I don't know. It feels like it should be a WrestleMania main event.
Does Roman need to have the belt at WrestleMania?
Yeah. Absolutely.
What if The Rock interferes or whatever? Is the reason why he loses that Royal Rumble? And then you have Cody versus.
Well, you don't need to do that. At Royal Rumble.
Yeah, so you take the
you
belt
don't
off
need to do
Roman and
that.
then you set it up for WrestleMania between those two. So you still get Cody for the title. Because he wins the Rumble and faces Orton, Styles, or whoever a late night, I guess.
I don't like that. I don't like so. No, you have this. It's a 4-way, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I don't like Roman versus The Rock for the belt at WrestleMania. Because like you just already know what's gonna happen. Like you already do. Obviously, like Roman to win either way, but you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's too obvious.
So I think this is completely. I think this is completely out of the question now because of the CM Punk acquisition. But one of the original ideas I liked was Rock versus Roman night 1, and Roman versus Cody night 2. You talk about historic. Headlining 2 nights of WrestleMania, beating The Rock on the first night, and then Cody being the guy to be. Oh, I think that'd be terrific. But
it's too many. They're too big of. Like they got to be like their own thing. I think they're too big stories. Like what would Vince do?
He'd book Mae Young to give birth to a hand.
Almost versus Roman at WrestleMania.
That will beat Roman at WrestleMania in 6 seconds.
And it all ties back to Hornswoggle somehow.
And every time, yeah. Hornswoggle is actually the Hand's dad. It wasn't Mark Henry. The Mae Young had an affair with Hornswoggle. It was the silliest stuff that they've done. And still not worse than the transgender Sammy that they had on that Mark Henry fondled. It's Sammy, baby.
Mark Henry was a freaky dude.
Yeah, Mark Henry was a freaky dude for sure. Hey.
Hey, real quick, you guys talked a little wrestling.
You can get rid of
during the
this
break.
one too. This one got to go too. With all due respect, this is
we got respect.
Yeah,
It's
just got to go.
It's what it is. Did you guys see that? I don't even know what to call her. We'll just call her Sasha Banks. They're talking about she's going to be in AEW.
I've heard that. Yeah,
They need something bad.
They teased. She teased something on her story of her in front of a picture of Hunter like a week or so ago. So I think that's Sasha Banks or is it Mercedes Moné? I think is her other name.
I can't remember her other name.
Go back to the WWE.
I mean, I don't want the AEW to like fall off the face of the earth. I want them to be around, but
yeah,
Sasha should go to. They got to develop their own stars. All right, Sasha's a WWE star.
They got Adam Copeland now.
Really?
It's Edge.
Oh yeah. I was like, why does that name sound familiar?
Oh man, that's terrific. Yeah, it is. It did kind of chuck like a big pay-per-view match was essentially Edge versus Christian.
Jeez.
And it was great. Like they did a terrific job, but in the end, it was Edge versus Christian.
Wait, Twitter was talking too. It's what saved the pay-per-view as well.
That's not true.
That's what I saw on Twitter. That's what I saw on Twitter.
I thought the end was terrific.
I feel like they had a little buzz on Twitter that night.
Yeah, with the Adam Cole reveal, I thought that was terrific.
Yeah, people were talking about that.
It was MJF is solid.
They also showed when Edge and him missed the burning table.
Well, that.
Shout out to the guy that was still selling it too.
They got to stop doing that stuff, man.
Did you see that?
They got to stop doing that dumb stuff.
Did you see that video though?
Of him missing the table?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And then the sale afterwards.
Buddy, you're fine.
Hey, bro, you missed it. We all saw it.
Like, just grab your back. You're not on fire. You don't have to do the stop, drop, and roll.
Oh man.
I just don't like. You guys don't have to do this anymore. Stop lighting stuff on fire. Stop throwing people through tacks. Stop hitting people with barbed wire baseball bats. Like, stop it.
It's what they feel they have to do, though. I guess. Just get some stars. That's about it. That's what you got to do. Get some stars.
MJF is a star.
He is. He is absolutely.
And I wonder if he's going to WWE.
I would hope he stays because that's a star that they created and developed. I want him to stay.
Yeah.
But they
you don't want to see Ricky Starks under the big boy lights?
No, because once again, I don't want AEW to go away. I want them to. The only way they're gonna make it is if they create their own stars and build them. So if Ricky Starks and MJF leave, like they're not gonna create another.
There's that one guy that Chris, I can't remember his name. Eddie
Kingston.
Yeah,
the New York guy.
Yeah. I can't get into that dude at all.
Yeah, I don't get it.
He's got a big buzz though.
Like he had a really good play. Like he has a great story, and it gave you like a little investment into him, and I liked it. But I started to see things like they do stuff that I saw him do something that Austin did in '96, where the Stone Cold character is getting together and he's talking and he looks like off into the distance, like off camera, and says, "Stop counting me down. I'll stop talking whenever I want to." It's like, oh, you've never seen that before.
Yeah,
he did it. And I was like, bro, that's what are you doing? And maybe it's not his fault, but it's like, what are you guys doing? It's dumb. We've done this before. And get it. I understand everything is recycled.
Right.
Recycle and
Jesse
repackage.
might not have seen that though.
Yeah.
Can't confirm. Haven't seen it.
All right. You saw it.
By the way, are those that one tag team? Are they still there?
I don't know what
the one
means.
that
ones where
No,
Casey alley-oop to you.
No, I don't know. I'm not talking about that. What's their name?
Can't recall.
No, seriously. I don't think they have a crazy name.
No,
Do they?
honestly, I don't know their name.
I don't know their name.
Those guys.
Yeah, we could just call them those guys. Billy Guns guys.
Billy Guns guys.
We'll just call them that. You know, Billy Gunn is
The
like 60.
Acclaim,
You know,
that
Billy
is their
Gunn's like
name.
60.
Really?
Yeah,
He actually looks pretty good for 60.
he looks great for 60.
Does wrestling hit a peak? Like since whatever the last 20 years, 30 years. Like, is it
Oh
back
yeah,
at its
it's
best?
hit a decline.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I gotta be. If it wasn't for Roman, I don't know how much I'd be watching wrestling.
Yeah,
he saved it for, I don't know, 5 years for me.
The ability to consume wrestling right now is just different, and it causes you to be less invested. Like when I can watch a 3-hour Raw in 20 minutes.
Yeah, I'm a big social media clip
It's hard to get as invested. Roman, this is 4 years. Like you're invested in that. Cody, you're a year and some change in here. You could be invested in that. The Rock, it's the peak that you're talking about. You can be invested in that.
Yeah.
You know, some of this other stuff, it's like, I'm consuming it in short. I don't know. I don't know it as well. Like I've grown to really like that dude Gunther, the Intercontinental. I've grown to like I kind of like his style. He has like I get the personality that he has, and I'm starting to see he's got a unique look. Like he's long. He's not like really big.
Yeah.
Like he just has this like he's like long and almost like Kevin Durant. Like he's just like the long and lean. It's just a really unique look for the company. But he's really good in the ring, and I think his character is solid. And it's a guy at first I was like, oh, I don't know, I don't care.
Did you see R-Truth on Monday?
Yes, I absolutely
He's a Hall of Famer. I'm saying right now, he's a Hall of Famer, first ballot Hall of Famer.
100%. Arguably the funniest dude to ever like be in wrestling.
When he started CGIing himself into the Judgment Day.
It was so good.
You see where he was talking to the Judgment Day? He's like, yeah, you guys jumped me in. I'm glad I'm in. But you guys, that was a little personal. It felt like you guys went a little too far.
There's some great like TikToks or reels that you'll come across of like R-Truth's greatest hits, where he's like, yo, I'm gonna win the fatal 4-way. And then you got like Kane, like, bro, you're not in it. He goes, wait, I'm not in the match? No. Oh, my bad. And then leaves. Like, it's so dumb, but it's funny.
Oh, he did that something like that with Brock too, where like he says he's in or whatever, and Brock's I'm in too or whatever. Paul Heyman announced, and R-Truth's like, I'm out.
He said, I'm gonna be the first to what was it? What is the word that they use when they're entering the Royal Rumble? Declare for the Royal Rumble?
I think so.
Yeah.
I don't remember what word.
Undeclare?
Undeclare. I'm gonna be the first person to undeclare for the Royal Rumble, and he leaves. I love R-Truth, man.
I do too.
And R-Truth, like I see R-Truth doesn't age. What is he like? 50 something?
Oh man,
He's at least 50.
At least that. Still kind of ripped and everything.
Because he was in TNA in 2004, I think.
Oh my God.
That dude.
R-Truth 51.
Yeah, that dude. He's a legend, man. And there are some people I remember. They're like, man, should be like an R-Truth, man. He doing the dance out there, and then like
man,
this.
he's
But
funny.
but look, the same people were like. Then I actually I interviewed him. It's like, nah, he's just a funny guy. Like he's not doing a dance.
Mm-hmm.
He's just literally just having a good time out there playing his role or whatever the case may be. Good vibe.
I've read like no one can make Vince McMahon laugh the way that R-Truth can. I read that somewhere. Yeah, but dude, Matt George brings up a good one where he's cutting this promo with Brock and Paul Heyman in the ring, and he's talking about how he's gonna win and he's gonna yeah. I'm gonna take you out, Paul Heyman.
He got Brock to break a little on that one.
Yeah, he did. And Paul's like, What? And like Brock's, it's so good. It's so good. James Ham's going to join us in a minute. We'll ask him what his favorite R-Truth moment is.
R-Truth hilarious, man. That dude funny. Hey, before I remember this game. You remember this game? This is like the coldest game ever with the Vikings and the Seahawks in the playoffs.
Oh, yeah, a handful of years ago.
Yeah,
when they missed the field goal at the end.
Yeah, now it's probably like 10 years ago. But yeah.
Was it that long ago when they missed the field goal?
Yeah, because they were playing.
Because it wasn't at the stadium.
Right. Because at University of Minnesota, right?
Yeah, because they had the year they had to play there because the stadium was finishing in the Vikings roof collapse. Remember
I
that?
remember that. Yeah, they had video of it. Like all of the snow goes collapsing. That was crazy.
Anniversary. Well, it wasn't the anniversary of that, Bud Grant. It's a happy anniversary to him. But what I was going to say though was we didn't give our thoughts on Domas Sabonis being part of that first group of the NBA version of the quarterback show on Netflix.
I wonder if that's the who else is in it? Ant-Man,
Jimmy Butler,
LeBron Tatum.
Domas. That fits. That's 5 best players in the league right there. It fits. I wonder if this is a more like I wonder if this is like a more comfortable setting for Domantas Sabonis in the fact that you'll get the basketball stuff obviously, but you'll also get family stuff. You'll get like it's not live, it's not like immediate, it's not there's editing involved. It's a sit down and talk situation. Whereas like he doesn't like talking.
Right.
And you can normally tell when someone really dislikes talking because they talk really, really fast with the idea of I want to get this over as quickly as possible.
Right.
And I wonder if this is a setting that will be a little bit more comfortable for him, and maybe we'll get a little bit more of Domas's personality out of it.
Domas did something. I think it might have just been for the Kings. I don't know if it was for the NBA, but he did something that's like a day in my life type deal. I think like a year ago during the season, during when the Kings were good. It might have been on the run or something like that. But yeah, I agree with you. I think and it was good. I said to say it was good. He goes with you. Hey, this is the route I take to get to the arena, all this other stuff. So I think it'll be pretty good. One of the things,
maybe him and Sean can go to the zoo in the new show.
Maybe so. There you go. It's a little cold to go to the zoo.
That's very cold.
It's
cold to do anything.
Yeah. One of the things
including
about
walk to your car after a very late dinner.
Facts.
Freezing.
One of the things about the show that I was interested in that's a little different than the quarterback shows, they don't have the fringe basketball player. Like Mariota was the fringe starting quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Like all these guys are stars.
Mm-hmm.
Or all stars at the very least, all NBA guys. So they should have had like a.
Could it be because they were
Kessler
more
Edwards.
Well,
how much content can you get out of that, bro? Come on.
Come on, man. Don't make me.
Cam Reddish would have been a good one.
Like, don't do that.
Reddish would have been good.
But,
you can still follow Kessler Edwards.
But were
around.
you? But with the quarterback series, weren't you kind of handcuffed by the quarterback? Like you had to find a quarterback, and a lot of guys said no.
True.
So it left you with like, okay, we can create a different storyline here by we've got stars. Here's Mariota. Here's the guy on the.
Did you watch the?
Oh, they're gonna get jokes off with the way me and James are dressed.
Well,
like she's.
Kenny's didn't get the memo.
Slicker here.
You didn't get the memo.
I didn't have a flannel for flannel day, and I guess James and I are making up for it here.
Did you watch the quarterback one? I watched a
little bit.
I don't
think I saw a full episode. Did you watch any of that stuff, James?
No. I don't have time for that.
I tried. Like I don't. It just didn't hook me very quick.
It showed a little different side of Pat Mahomes, I thought, from what I saw. Like he's a little more intense than maybe I thought.
Is that Peyton and Eli's?
I don't know.
Is that Peyton?
I think it's Omaha Productions because I know they're going to be. Yeah, it should be because they're going to be on this NBA one too.
Oh, really? Okay.
It's going to be Omaha Productions, Barack Obama's thing, and then LeBron's.
Ah, got you. Hammer, what do you think about this series that Domas is going to be a part of?
I think it's huge for him. Like this is a guy who can't get the respect that he deserves on the court. As far as like I mean, off the court, on the court, like fan voting and all that stuff. You have the Kevin O'Connor thing, and that's sentiment of maybe a handful of journalists out there. But this is a guy that if he makes the All-Star team this year, that's number 4, right? So he's like 1 or 2 away from like being Hall of Fame status. This is a way for me to get himself out there as just sort of the cool gentleman dude that he is off the court too. And I think he'll pick up a lot of fans around the world that will watch that. And so I think it's a good thing for him. This is like being around him all the time. Like we don't get to see all the sides of Domas that his teammates do, but I get to see plenty of it. And he's funny. He's just a real fun loving guy. And I think that like this will humanize him a little bit and take away some of that sort of stoic thing that you get on the court from him.
Yeah, one of the things that we just couldn't believe, and it to our we follow the team. We know these guys, know them as much as we can, aside from somebody outside of Sacramento. But like when everything was going on last year with Sabonis and Draymond during the playoffs, like it was crazy to hear the people in the Bay Area talk about, oh, Domas is this, he's that, he's a 10. And we're like, you guys are crazy. Like this is the furthest thing. Like he's number one, like probably one of the nicest guys you'll meet. And the last thing he wants is like extra attention. And this, to your point, James, this will maybe give the rest of the NBA world an insight to what we feel we already know about Domas.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's the purpose of these shows, right? It's to give you a glimpse behind the scenes of maybe who these guys are that you just had no idea. And for me, again, I've spent enough time with him, not just like in huddles, but like I'm in the locker room in pregame every night, and I hang out. I don't pull my recorder out very often and actually record and ask people questions. I'm just like you try to be part of their culture, part of their world, and allow we all have conversations. It's not all the time that I'm talking to these guys, but I do get to see some of the fun side of him, and I just think he's a good dude, and I think that's what you'll walk away from this thing. He's a family guy. He's got 2 little ones at home. They've really like bought into what's going on here in Sacramento and the family vibe, and and not only that, but he's got a really interesting story. Like I still haven't got to sit down and write the son of a legend story that he is. It's something that we don't get to see Arvydas all the time, and no one gets to sit down with him. But it would be cool to tell that story of being a player who his dad is just this gigantic human being, both on the court and in real life. I mean, he's seriously one of the biggest people you're ever going to meet.
Mm-hmm.
And it would be cool to dive into that story and really be able to tell it.
Vince McMahon would have loved Arvydas.
Oh man,
he would have beat Hogan in '91.
Hey, he would have been.
He absolutely would have beat Hulk Hogan in 1991.
What are you doing messing around with this basketball? Come over here.
Yeah, I can hear it. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the 1320. What are we live on? It just switched up on us. It hasn't been the same for 4 years. It's the Odyssey app.
I'm about to say, did it?
Nope, it's not. I'm just an idiot, and I can't read what's directly in front of me. We're live on the free Odyssey app. We're live on the TuneIn app. We're live on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter as well.
To us in Damien's spaceship from anywhere.
Yeah, or yours, or James's. Because like jackasses, we park all right next to each other. Sophomore class right there, all the big hot spots. Walking into work with our Letterman's jacket on.
You said we're the clique. We are.
Oh, boy, I'm telling you.
We are the 3 best friends that anyone could ever have.
Yeah, he doesn't get the click reference. He'd be the kid in the click reference. He'd be the 1, 2, 3 kid. You look this up later, James. Let's stay with Domas, though, because Domas had a monster performance last night. And I want to make sure we start there. There's plenty of other things we could talk about in as it pertains to that Detroit Pistons game. Hammer, but can we please start with the 37-point performance from Domantas Sabonis, which I had said earlier in this week. I don't think we're ever going to get that from Domas because I just didn't. That's just not how he's going to play. And literally days later, he goes out there and has a 37, not only a 37-point performance, but a pretty hefty 37-point triple-double.
Yeah, I know you guys won't get this reference at all, but I'm sure some of my friends out there will. There's this scene in Goonies where they're trying to escape the pirate ship and get out while the walls are falling around them, and Sloth lifts up a rock and holds the rock up while everybody else scurries between his legs to safety, and then he gets trapped inside. And then eventually he escapes, but that to me is exactly what Domas was last night. The walls around him were crumbling. It was nothing but chaos and a bunch of guys who forgot to set their alarm clocks. And he's just battling, saying, please let me hold on and give us enough that when we ride this thing out, we still have a shot. And sure enough, he did. He ends up with a huge night, but realistically, his work in the first quarter, while that thing all hell broke loose and they couldn't defend anybody, was just a masterclass in how to be a strong leader and a teammate. Just like, look, I get it. None of you guys got it. You guys don't have it tonight. You'll get it eventually, but until then, I'm going to hold down the fort. And then we saw Malik Monk come in the game and was like, oh, no, this isn't happening. What happened in Charlotte is not happening again. I'm not getting pulled after 5 minutes. I'm going to jump on board. And the next thing you know, Keegan Murray says, oh, wait, that's that guy that was drafted after me that they took the pictures with the top 4 picks, and I wasn't in the picture. I've got it now. And so we saw this sort of this momentum build, but the key was Domas being able to just keep them within striking distance early in the game, because it was a hot mess. And until everyone else woke up, to me, he's just such a star for this team.
Yeah, not everyone.
Some people alarm clock had AM and not PM. They just never. It just never woke up. Like 5. What was it? 5 o'clock start. So 7 o'clock start over there. It was 7 a.m. on some people's iPhones.
There are some people's alarm clocks that I think might be set for February 9th at this point. There's a countdown.
True that.
There's a countdown on their phone. Just all right.
Yeah. Facts.
27 days, 14 hours. Goodness gracious. It was a unique game. We were talking about this with Will Z a few minutes ago, with the fact that they couldn't hit the 3. They hit, I think it was 3 in the whole first half, but just were absolutely dominant in the paint. It's the first time, and I'm sure it's happened more, but it's been glaring recently. It's the first time I remember, 3's not driving. Okay, let's do something else. Oh, Domas is cooking. Let's just keep giving the ball to him 2 feet from the rim. And he finished.
Yeah, they have 82 points in the paint. I think it's the highest in their history. That was
82 to 46 was the final tally.
82. Wow.
82.
And I'll tell you, that's not the craziest most points in the paint I've ever seen. Like my first year, the Denver Nuggets rolled in with George Carroll and put on the most incredible clinic I've ever seen. I think they had something like 92 points in the paint. They had 1 jump shot that went in and a couple of free throws, like the entire game. They didn't make threes. They didn't make jump shots. It was all points in the paint. And it was an embarrassing game to watch for the Kings. But like, look, like sometimes you got to grow up and you got to play smart basketball and you got to climb back into a game. You can't just let every game that gets out of hand just be a blowout. And this is twice now we've seen them claw back into a game that they had no business being part of. This and the Atlanta Hawks game, but that's good. It's a sign of something. I know it's not a sign that they're learning how to not go down big in a game, but it certainly is showing you that maybe they're figuring out that the game isn't over in the first quarter, which it's felt like a couple of times this season where they're just like, all right, well, we're losing this one. Might as well pack it in. And that's how you lose 10 games by double figures out of your first 14. So, yeah, I think there was a little bit of learning in that. And can they do it on a second night of a back-to-back against a team that beat you like this last time?
James, I've been saying a couple of different times today. I said, you know what, this Kings team, and I was thinking about it as they were giving up 47 points in the first quarter. I said, they're trying to tell us something. They're talking to us, and I can't decipher what they're trying to tell us, but they're trying to tell us something. Now, I've speculated on what that could be, and I think I came around to the fact that everybody is waiting for a move to be made so they can move forward, and not necessarily like the people who aren't going to be traded want the move to be made, but they want to know who they got going moving forward. And I feel that's what I kept coming around to, is the uncertainty is really bothering this team right now.
No, I get you. And that's where I kind of circle Harrison Barnes and say, like, look, he looks distracted. The first two plays of the game, I tweeted out after the first two plays of the game, oh, look at that. Harrison Barnes is being aggressive. He took the ball to the hole in the first, like one of the first possessions. I think it was the first possession. And he kicked it to the corner and they missed a three. Then the next time he came down, he took it right to the basket and he got fouled. He goes to the free throw line. You're thinking, okay, maybe Harrison Barnes is going to have a game. And he bricks both free throws. Then he finishes half with, I think it was something like 8 minutes, 0 for 0 from the field, 0 for 2 from the free throw line, 1 assist, no rebounds, 0 points, 0 fouls, 0 turnovers. It was just like, man, that's a ghost. Like, what is happening? And, he's such a pro's pro when it comes to, this stuff normally. But I think this time around, it may have got under his skin. Like, hearing that he was almost traded for Pascal Siakam last week. I think that's sort of jarring. I think that when he walked into this contract, he understood that there's a good chance he wouldn't see the end of it in Sacramento, and that the Kings, if nothing else, were doing him a favor by giving him 17, 18, and 19 million over 3 years with a 15% trade kicker on top of it. So if he does get traded, he was going to walk away with another $6 or $7 million bucks. I think all of that stuff is now like playing out, because it doesn't feel good to be on the block. It doesn't feel good for everyone around the league to be throwing your name into every trade. And this is year one of your contract. If it doesn't happen right now, there's a good chance it's happening this summer. There's a good chance you're going through all of this again next February if it doesn't happen this summer. And so you just really do have the realization of what it is to be that guy on your team right now, the guy who is very likely not going to be there after February 8th. And that's tough, because I think Harrison has put a lot of heart and soul into being a Sacramento King over the last 5+ years. And, maybe like I'm going to give him a little bit of leeway here when it comes to just, this is a tough time, and a lot of players handle it differently. And I think he's probably gonna figure it out, but for right now, it doesn't feel really good. And I mean, look at how it's manifesting in Kevin Huerter. I mean, the guy can't hit a shot at all, even when he does earn his starting spot back by playing hard. And he still played hard last night. He had the big block. He had 5 rebounds. He had 5 assists. But man, you're known around the league as a shooter, and you can't shoot. That's tough. And I think with every player, it's different. But for him, it's manifesting in his ability to shoot. And Harrison, it might be manifesting in his aggressiveness or his willingness to call for the ball and just be a louder, part of the rotation.
Hammer, if that's the case, if yours and Kenny's assessment of what's going on with this team is the case, James, we got like a little less than a month before the trade deadline. We've got a ton of basketball games to play. Is this what we're doing for the next month?
Man, I hope not. I hope that one of these alerts that comes in from Shams or from Woj, or that we get the news. Yeah. That we're breaking something. That's what I hope, that something happens sooner rather than later. And look, I think the Kings are definitely in that mode. They are looking to improve today. They're not trying to wait around until February 8th. that's just a mystical date that's hanging out there. It's the last day you can do anything, but they would like to get the assignment turned in well before then. And whether that happens or not, like, who knows? But I think when you do that, if you're able to make an early trade, then what if another trade comes up that helps your team as well? So you can start getting the ball rolling on what your team is and what they're going to look like, but then you can throw in another piece or two. And I honestly think that, the Kings would like to move. If they're going to move, they'd like to do it now. They'd like to, as quickly as possible. Let's give yourself 45 games to get these guys together and let them build some chemistry and everything else. But it takes two to tango in the league, and it's not always easy to get a deal done when some of these guys are looking for the best possible deal that they can possibly make. And that usually requires someone being on the clock to make a deal like that.
And James, just if you can speak to the aspect of, the other aspect that I talked about is like, feels like the rest of the team, like guys that are secure here, they're not going nowhere, but just the uncertainty of if these guys that they enjoy or don't enjoy, I think they all enjoy each other, but say person they don't like, if they're not going to be here, in 2 weeks, like that, it feels like that's bothering those guys just as much. That's what I'm reading when I keep saying they're trying to tell us something. Like the people who are going to be here, who are solidified here, I don't know if they like the uncertainty of what's going on.
No, I would agree with you. I would say the De'Aaron Fox is probably, it's a little different for Fox. Fox looks like he just went 15 rounds with somebody. That's what he looks like at this point. He's just beat up. He's been carrying the scoring load for this team all season long, and we're just seeing the hiccup. And like, if you look back historically, De'Aaron Fox has always had a hiccup. He's always had a small stretch of games where he doesn't look like himself. But I expect him to like pull right out of this. Watching a guy like race down court and go up for what was probably going to be like a two-handed dunk and just throw the ball up in the air, like, it just doesn't make any sense what we're seeing from Fox, except for the fact that it does. It looks like he's beat up, and not only is he physically not 100%, but I think he's also, like, mentally he's fatigued. And we'll see him come out of this. His body already looks like it's starting to recover, because I thought last night he looked more like himself as far as just the athleticism, the defense, the way he was moving on the court. But mentally, you can tell like he's a little beat up. And like, to your point, him and Harrison Barnes are close, and him and a lot of players on this team are close. They've been together for, if there's anyone that De'Aaron's been with for, like, on this team for years, it's Harrison. He got traded there in De'Aaron's second season. So they've been together like for most of this time, and there is a lot of love and a lot of respect between those guys. Like, the Foxes know how much Harrison Barnes means to the team and means to the community and means to what they've built here. And they've never wanted him gone. And so if he is traded, it's purely a basketball move. It's because they need to get better, and that's a position where they can get better at. But like I've told you guys, if they don't have to move Harrison Barnes, if there's a way to somehow go get Kyle Kuzma for a package that doesn't include Harrison Barnes, I think that a lot of people would be fine with that as well, as long as you're getting better as a team. And, having Harrison Barnes as like one of your three guys off the bench, probably be a pretty good team.
Well, let's stay with that line of thinking, Hammer. Not Kyle Kuzma, but Trey Lyles. Is there, I know a lot of Kings fans have talked about it today, is there a case to be made for Trey Lyles starting and Harrison Barnes coming off the bench?
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but I continue to say the same thing when it comes to this question. I like Trey Lyles a lot. Like, you guys know that. I tweet out about Trey days. I talk to Trey all the time. He's always reading a new book. I'm always checking in to see what book he's reading. He's a good dude. I know how much he wants to be in Sacramento, how much he loves Sacramento, how much he's felt like this was his basketball home that he had been searching for forever. But at the same time, like Mike Brown's defense is very specific. It's a switching defense, and it's nonstop switching all day long. And the fact that you have two forwards in Harrison Barnes and Keegan Murray that are defensively switchable, that can guard each other's man at any time, that's why Harrison Barnes continues to start. And I don't think that while Trey Lyles is he's fine defensively, he's not great, but he can hold his own. He's not that type of defender. He's more of a 4 or 5 than he is a 3-4 or a 4-3. And I don't even think he can play the 3. So I get what Mike's doing there. And I also would say, like, you got to, at some point, you got to think about value. And even if Harrison Barnes has a bad night, we're talking about a guy who started, I don't know how many games straight now. But it's in the hundreds. And so, yeah, I don't know. I mean, there could come a point if this just keeps going like this, where you do have to make a move. But I think Mike is going to try to keep mixing in Trey, going to Trey for longer minutes, just like what we've seen from Malik Monk playing longer minutes. And then I think he's going to try to steal minutes with guys like Juan Toscano-Anderson or players like that, like the Keon Ellises of the world, where you can mix and match rotation. So if Harrison isn't holding down the fort, again, worry about who's finishing the game. Worry about who's playing the most minutes. Don't worry about who's starting and who's not, because this starting lineup is still one of the best in the league. Like, there's still like a plus 12 per 100 possessions on the season. I think like before last game, they were top 5-man lineup in the league in point differential. And like, this is a good starting lineup, even if they aren't playing at the level that everyone should be playing at.
Is the whole theme of today seems to be Lassie. They're talking to us. We're trying to figure out what they're saying. What are you saying, boy? Girl, what are you saying, girl? We're trying to figure out what they're saying.
De'Aaron fell down a well. We've got to go save him.
De'Aaron did fall down a well here. Yeah.
Do you think Mike was Mike talking to us when JTA got those first quarter minutes?
Man.
Yeah, sure. I mean, look, Mike and Juan Toscano-Anderson have a long history together. Like, he's here for a reason. He's here because Mike wanted him to be on the roster during training camp. He wanted him on the roster during summer. Like, this is a guy that he has faith in. It's a guy that he has familiarity with. He's a guy that, if nothing else, that he's going to bring energy, right? And that's, again, look why he's played Keon Ellis. It's about energy. It's about changing the dynamic of what's happening on the court, bringing something new to the table. And I think maybe it was a little bit of a shot to bring Juan Toscano-Anderson in, but I'd also, like, look, he's on a 10-day contract, and he might be on a second 10-day contract, but his 10-day contracts will run out before the trade deadline. And so, like, there's only so much they can do here. They can come back around to him after we get past February 8th, but the Kings are the management team on this squad, they're going to value that open roster spot above everything else. So you can't rely too much on JTA, because there's just no way for him to be here unless you make all of your big trades right now, open up a roster spot, and then go sign him. And you ignore the fact that Keon Ellis probably deserves that spot before he does. And so I think it's going to be complicated there, but I do think that, as long as they can have him around, Mike's probably going to go to him when he can. And yeah, sometimes it is proving a point. It's just to say, look, that guy's doing what I want you to do. If you're going in the game, I need you to be disruptive. I need you to get deflections. I need you to just try your hardest the whole time you're out there, because if not, I'm going to go to someone else.
I think there's a lot more to talk about there. And we will. Thankfully, James isn't going anywhere. As a matter of fact, we'll be your pregame show today. We'll take you all the way up to the Sacramento Kings and the Charlotte Hornets. We'll talk more with our insider, James Ham, with Dealer 1KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino. Returns here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Still good for Matt on Sunday? That's in studio. We got to dress nice.
What do you guys have in studio?
We're going to go see Matt for the first time. Matt and Kevin John. ABC.
Oh, nice. You guys have been following the Scott Pollard stuff today, right?
Sort of. Like, I saw it. I'm not a fan. Like, I didn't read it. Like, I don't wish the man. It looked like something was going on. I don't wish the man any ill will, but I'm not gonna.
Yeah, he needs a new heart. He's on the transplant list. So
good luck to him, man. That's terrible.
Yeah.
Good luck.
He's a different cat. I don't know.
I just don't really appreciate some of the things he had to say about DC following.
Yes.
Yeah, I have a problem with that.
There's been a lot of like splintering of that group on that front.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. But again, I don't wish the man no ill will, so I hope things turn out okay for him.
Yeah.
Man, I was going to ask you something during the commercial break. I don't remember what it was. Did you get that note from Charlie about your time card, Hammer?
No.
Get that can you get it turned in today?
Did
you already? Oh, okay. Yeah, if you already did, that's fine.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, if you already did, it's nothing.
No, I'll check and make sure.
Oh man.
Man,
I guess we got to.
We were seeing Nick Saban's last game at the Rose Bowl.
Harbaugh retired him.
Harbaugh.
I'm sorry.
Broke
I
him.
love you. And sent him on his way. I don't know. Pete Carroll looked pretty damn chipper in that video they just showed a second ago. I don't know what he said, but
he might pull a Bruce Bochy and come back and coach somewhere.
Well, how long was Bochy away? At all?
Yeah, maybe 2 years.
That's what I thought. Okay.
After Harbaugh, Carroll's like the top coach on the list, right? Or is it someone like Vrabel as far as like most sought after?
It's Carroll.
No, I think it's if Pete Carroll's I think it's Pete Carroll. Yeah, I think it's Pete Carroll. I don't think Mike Vrabel's going to struggle finding a job, but maybe my whole thought the pissed off Gatorade bath. That was a good one. God damn it, guys. Look at here's your towel. Here's your towel,
The
Nick.
funny thing about that, you hear that, I forgot who else did. Oh, Belichick. Is like people are like, yeah, Saban's a really nice guy. Like he's really fun loving, but you would just never know it from his coaching style.
Yeah. I think it's not even his coaching style. I think it's his public approach. I mean, I ain't heard a player say a bad thing about him. He's one of those guys like his players love. He does look perpetually cranky, though. Man, literally will win.
So quit asking.
He'll win a national title and not smile. He's already thinking he probably has to recruit the next day, so he's like, whatever.
Oh man, I got to do it again.
Yeah. So I'll switch over to what I assume is Mike and Mo.
I'm not making a change, so quit asking.
Who did he yell at? It was Maria Taylor. Yeah.
And he did.
That's who.
He did.
Who yelled?
When Nick Saban yelled at Maria Taylor about during some pregame, or it wasn't pregame, it was halftime. He said sorry. He recognized it was a little aggressive. Or someone told him, "Hey, coach, that was a little aggressive, even for you."
And he goes, "Well, at least I wasn't making things up."
Well,
well,
shout out Carissa.
Well, coming back, Hammer.
All right, I'd do my prize picks.
Man, Kings basketball coming up here in just 20 minutes.
This
Mike
is
looked good today.
This is a nice suit he got on today.
He had a nice suit on yesterday. I just think Mike looks weird in suits. He's a big dude.
This is in Charlotte. This is a D-Lo special. 7:00 start.
Well, it's supposed to be 7:00. That's what time. That's what time God intended.
7:30.
Games to start. Only Devils start at 7:30.
Prime time, baby.
Nothing good happens at a 7:30 start time.
Philly and the Kings are going to start at 7:30.
Yeah, that's horrible
on Friday.
Well,
Or
that's
just
not
start on
7:30 our time.
Yeah,
That's fine. It's 4:30. It's good. I prefer 4, but 4:30 is fine.
When the Kings start like really getting them national TV games on Friday night, those will be 7:30 starts.
All right, well, maybe we don't need to get that good. Just let's win games, but only to the point of 7:00 starts, or when be so good that the Kings go, no, we're not starting at 7:30. We're starting at 7.
Let's just make the rule.
Whatever you guys want, Sacramento.
Yeah, if those games, they can't be Monday through Thursday. I can't do that. Yeah, that's the 7:30 because then
awful.
I never ever get out of there, and then the next morning I'm like dragging into the studio. Like,
What
not good.
about this situation where like if the Kings get on Wednesday night basketball, a 5:00 start. Warriors are playing at home tonight at 5.
Yeah, is it 5:30?
Yeah, 5:30. Okay, yeah.
Oof.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
I'm
with
fine.
that.
I got plenty of time to get down there.
We'll miss it, but no, I'd be happy for James. James gets James go cover the game. We'll be on 102.5 just like we will be today, watching the basketball game.
We're here.
Yeah,
Be home by like 9:30. That'd be amazing.
Ridiculous. 5:30 home game.
Yeah, that is tough. A Wednesday primetime game. That's pretty tough. I'm anxious to see what that arena looks like.
Quiet.
I'm in.
It's quiet anyways. It's quiet when it's full. It doesn't matter. We talked about all of the shuffling in the lineup. I mean, we were talking about Juan Toscano-Anderson a few minutes ago and how Juan Toscano-Anderson got a 10-day yesterday and immediately played in the first quarter of a Sacramento Kings game. And of course, that's the ultimate. Well, Mike is pissed. He's just all over the place with this lineup. I don't want to be outside of the Duarte Herter stuff because that's new. We didn't see that last year. I feel like Mike did this quite a bit last year as well, where he tries to find a spark, and it would be, Terrence Davis would play for a stretch of games, and then he wouldn't, and he would just find different guys to play different stretches, and they'd play 3, 4, 5, 6 game stretch. They'd magically fall out of favor. Sometimes you would know why, sometimes you wouldn't. But he was going to try to find something. My question is, Hammer, what the hell is Mike looking for?
Yeah. Okay. So yesterday on the show, Kyle and I, we talked about this a little bit.
That's the
And I
Insider
said,
12 here on ESPN 1320.
that's right. And I told Kyle, like, look, I think this might be a game where, number one, he goes back to Chris Duarte. He goes back to Kevin Herter. I said, I also kind of looked at the game that Keon Ellis had last night, and I kind of feel like it's possible he goes, or on, what was it, Sunday night, I said, I think it's possible he goes back to Keon Ellis. And hey, I also think it's possible that he's had enough of watching DeVelle McGee play, and he's going to go back to Alex Len. And sure enough, I looked at the sample sizes before, and the problem that we have here is that if you want to stay in the lineup, then perform. That's it. Like, go out there, do the job you're asked to do, and perform. And it doesn't have to be, we had the same thing last year with Chimezie Metu. Chimezie would have a great run of games. And then all of a sudden you could see Chimezie start to do some things. It didn't make any sense. All of a sudden, didn't he have 8 3-pointers in one game? Didn't he have 8 threes in didn't he have 8 shots in the first quarter? And everyone like, oh man, you're done. Like that's the last we're seeing of you. Like, unless you hit all 8 of those, you're getting the big old hook, because that's not who you're supposed to be on the court. And like, I've been tracking what Davion Mitchell had done over his 6 games. It just wasn't good. Like, sorry, it just, like, he had a couple of games where he came in, I thought he was impactful. It didn't matter about scoring, but then it starts to snowball and he becomes less and less effective. And that's why he goes back to Keon Ellis. And I think the same thing about Chris Duarte. Chris Duarte had that great game where he had 12 points and 7 rebounds. I think 4 of his rebounds were offensive. 3 of them went for putbacks. Did you guys realize he didn't have another rebound in the next 3 games? Just none, 0.
Jeez.
And so you look at what they're doing, and it's like, hey, he gave you an opportunity, and you didn't take it. And 5 or 6 games for Mike is where he kind of cuts the line. Like, okay, I gave you a shot, and now I'm going to go back to what I'm used to. And I also, in doing that, I may have motivated the other guy to come back in and take his job and be ready and play hard when I do call on him. And so I don't know that it feels all that good for players all the time, but I'll tell you, if you're one of those, last year it was like 1 or 2, right? One position, maybe a half position of the rotation. This year, we got like 3 dudes who put themselves in this situation all the time where Mike needs to make a change. And it's not 1 or 2. And it might even be more than that. Like, it's probably more like 4, because I think Harrison has put himself in this position too. And Mike just doesn't have somebody to replace him. And, again, we can talk about the Trey Lyles thing all we want, but at the end of the day, like, they don't have another guy who's a starting caliber small forward that can play 30 plus minutes a night. And until they do, Harrison is probably going to keep getting that opportunity. But the other guys, okay, I do have somebody else, and I'm going to switch it out, and I'm going to like try to motivate the team in a different way, or motivate specific players in a different way, because realistically, this team is built around De'Aaron Fox, Domantas Sabonis, Keegan Murray, and Malik Monk. The rest of them, like, those, you have to earn your keep, and it's maybe it'll be 5-game stretches, maybe it'll be 6 or 10 or whatever, but you got to earn your keep.
So earlier, Damon, you talked about like these guys being uncertain of their role, and that could deal with the performance. And I get that those things happen in sports, right? Like, you just get an opportunity and you don't know what your role is, you're a little hesitant or whatever. And we never got back around to it, but this is a good time. I feel like in this situation, if I was a player, Mike wouldn't have to tell me what he's looking for. It's clear as day. If I want to play, defend and rebound. It's clear as day. And if you do that, you get your shots, all that stuff will fall back into play. But play with a certain pace on offense. Look to push the ball and play team basketball. But if you want to play, defend and rebound, that would be your ticket. That would be your ticket to get more playing time. And I think that's what he's searching for right now. Somebody that consistently will defend and rebound for this team. Because we saw last night, I think last night there was only the 4 guys in double figures, right?
That's it. Yeah, it was a part I found concerning.
They scored
it was the big 4. Yep.
And they scored 131. Let's say Domas has 27 instead of 37. Maybe you'll get to 120. I got 4 guys that'll get me to 120. You know what I'm saying? I need some people that are going to defend and rebound. And I think that's the key to getting on that court consistently.
I'm sorry, James. You had
go for it.
4 points with the 2 guys in trade discussions.
Yeah.
You had 4 points if you make it the 3 guys in trade discussions. But the other one, I'm trying to be fair to Davion, he didn't play.
But to Casey's point, look at what Trey Lyles did. And it's not always about scoring.
No, he did. He did a lot. And in Herter's defense, he did too.
Yeah.
Like, but like at some point, and we was talking about this earlier, at some point for Kevin, that's not bro, you got to score.
Yeah.
Like, you're totally a 3-point shooter. Like, it's great that it's great you're not invisible. Man, you gotta knock down this 3, boy.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
And then especially if you got another gaping hole in the starting lineup, then you have to hit shots.
Yeah.
If I don't, we'll just say Harrison because he's the other starter. If he was consistently, not like what his stats say, but consistently giving you like 11, 12, you could wait a little while longer for Kevin Huerter. But because both of them aren't giving you nothing, I guess with Huerter, you don't have time to wait.
Yeah, I'm kind of intrigued by the fact that they haven't just swapped Huerter and Harrison Barnes in their offensive set. So, like, the forwards, wings are supposed to run to the corners, right? And then a lot of times it's those guys who are getting left out in the cold. They're not getting the ball back. And I'm kind of wondering why they haven't moved Kevin Huerter into that corner spot until he finds a way to heat back up, and let Harrison Barnes be part of like the 2-man game and, sort of the rotation around the top. Because I don't know if you guys are looking, Harrison Barnes still shooting 41% from 3. He's just not shooting it. He's just not taking any shots. And I think the Kings, it's on De'Aaron Fox, it's on Domantas Sabonis, it's on Malik Monk to try to find a way to get these guys going. And I know all of them can score themselves, but sometimes it's about saying, okay, how do I find a way to get Harrison Barnes 2 extra shots tonight? Or maybe 3 extra shots? How do I find a way to get him rolling? Because they're a better team when Harrison is playing well. They are. And it's not just about like, okay, the 4 of us are going to have to carry this thing the whole way. Like, I look at the Dallas Mavericks. The Dallas Mavericks have 2 players, and that's it. Like, you look at their stats from last night, that's it. They got 2 dudes and nothing else. That's not how the Kings are built. They got 2 dudes. They got a third guy who's up and coming, and then they got another guy off the bench. So now they're up to 4 dudes. But those other guys, they have not been bad players. I mean, Kevin Huerter was the 3rd leading scorer on this team last year. He averaged 15.2, and Harrison Barnes was right behind him. Like, these guys were actually really good players for the Kings last year in this all-in together 4-man, like 6-man, 7-man rotation that everybody scores and everybody has a good time. I don't know what broke and how this has happened, but like, it's on those other guys to try to figure it out as much as it is for Harrison Barnes to figure out why not only does he not get any shots, but he doesn't even touch the ball. He doesn't. Like, look at his usage is nothing. And his usage is so much lower than any point in his career. And you're like, oh, well, he's not passing the ball. He doesn't have any assists. It's like, because he's not touching the ball. That's it. He's not getting the ball at all. So Huerter is a different story. He's had plenty of opportunity to find himself. You just need to like shooters go through this, but this is a long one. This is a long stretch.
I don't know what the answer is, man. I don't know what the answer is for any of these guys. I guess you just hope the shots start to fall for Kevin Huerter and he gets into one of those rhythms where, you starting the clock tonight now would be a great time. Hey, man, Kevin Huerter shot, 44% from 3 over the course of the last 10 games or whatever. I mean, playing well at the start of a 5-game road trip. Hey, let's go. Let's work with it. Again, it's great you're doing all the other stuff, man, but hit those shots because they're going to be there for you every single night. Every single night they're going to be there for you.
Well, I want to pull up this Scout Recycler in the chat says Kings can't afford to have 2 starters get nothing. And the fact is that the Kings can't afford to have 2 starters get absolutely nothing because they keep winning games even though they have 2 starters getting absolutely nothing. But if that's the way you're going to be built, then those 2 dudes need to be incredible off the charts defenders. Like, they've got to, you need Matisse Thybulle. You need, name that guy that the Danny Greens of the world that just, sure, on occasion they get on a heater and they knock down a bunch of threes, but their purpose in the lineup is to support those other guys by playing phenomenal defense. And that's why I think you're looking at Huerter and Barnes being mentioned in all of these trades because, like, look, if this is how we're built, then I don't need you to be a guy who shoots 40% but never shoots. I need you to be a guy who can lock down somebody or who can block shots to support Domantas Sabonis, who can stop an inline drive from happening so your center doesn't get caught in rotations all the time and pick up fouls. That's where you're going to see this team really change and morph. It's that they've gotten to the point where 4 players are so good that those other pieces that are coming in can look way different than they do. And it's why Keon Ellis keeps getting an opportunity because he can at least bring defense and energy and hit an occasional 3. And he fits into what's happening on the court. So
what do you think is going to happen tonight in Charlotte, man? Do you have any read on this team at all? A better one than mine right now? Because I actually think they're going to play well in this game for whatever reason. But I guess you never know with the squad.
I'm going to say that I agree with you, that they look at what's ahead, that the last thing you want to do is go on a 5-game road trip and come back 1-4 with your first win being the first one, because it gets a lot tougher after tonight. You got Philly. What do we got?
Philly, Milwaukee, Phoenix.
Milwaukee. Yeah, Phoenix. Yeah, and Phoenix is playing better than they were before. Like, this is a dangerous, like 5-game road trip that if you don't survive it, like the next road trip is what, 7 games? And of the 7, like 5 of them, 6 of them are winnable. This is not that road trip. Like, you got 2 winnables up front, and then you got 3 tough ones on the way out the door. You know, that last game on a road trip is always tough. And just the way the flight and everything is of this road trip, it's gonna be a little brutal. So you got to take care of this one because it only gets harder from here.
Oh, well, that's great, James. That's just fantastic. Just fantastic. Of course, I almost said the Pelicans. The Hornets have a ton of players out tonight. PJ Washington is out tonight. There's actually something on Hoops Hype this morning about Charlotte's not interested in trading LaMelo. It's like, oh, I understand that. How about PJ?
Yeah, PJ.
How about anyone else on your team?
PJ can pull up over here.
PJ.
How about PJ and a Martin twin? I'll take it.
Yeah.
James doesn't even care which one. Just give me a Martin twin. I
don't.
Cody's the one in Charlotte, right?
Oh, I think
James
so.
doesn't care. Just give me one of them.
He's out tonight, but no, he's questionable tonight. Whichever Martin twin it is, he's questionable tonight.
He's questionable because Monty's on the road trip trying to get a deal done.
There it is. I see you working.
Oh, we're talking.
No, I'm literally making stuff up. Please don't.
Yes. Now you're just making. So you see, that's what happens if you become a newsbreaker. You can't go back.
It doesn't matter if I'm a newsbreaker or not. People don't take me seriously. You print it in the Athletic, and it's the gospel. We talk about it here for 3 days, and it's like, oh goodness, how about that? All right, whatever, man.
Imagine that.
That's what I said. I guess we got to tweet more. That's how it works. That you thought De'Aaron was looking a little better last night. I thought he was still I thought it was funny. I was watching De'Aaron, like he still looks off, like he looks a step slow, and he still looks quicker than everyone on the floor. Like he can still, like he's, man, like, yeah, De'Aaron's going through it. Look, he just beat 3 guys. No, but it's still not right though. It's like he didn't beat him by enough. And I know you feel like he's kind of kicking out of this a little bit, but any thought that maybe he should chill, sit one, load management?
Yeah.
Kawhi Leonard disjoint.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, I definitely think you're starting to, I mean, you hope that he pulls through it. And again, they track everything and they may see something that we don't, or they may see what I saw in the last game. Like, I think I saw what you saw, but I think more it's the mental side that I think he's still trying to like shake out of, like just being in a downswing. But yeah, I think this is one of those games where you probably see a big bounce back from him. And then we forget that he just had like a lull and that he looked like he was exhausted. You'll find a way to get this guy time in between games when you can. And I'm sure they're working hard to make sure that he's, that he's in the best health that he can be. But also remember that the road is a different place. And for guys like, De'Aaron that are pretty quiet and kind of homebodies, when they're on the road, they spend a lot of time just relaxing and doing their stuff, like hanging out in the hotel room. And so sometimes this can be easier than being at home, to heal up, even though the travel and everything else, it doesn't matter. Like getting away, focusing, like having all of that, the outside stuff, it can be easier when you're on the road and just kind of, regain your focus.
One guy who doesn't need to regain his focus is Domas Sabonis. Let's just keep that going.
Yeah.
This guy's dominating right now, man. Let's keep that up.
I mean, and if he does, James, he might actually get attention.
Settle down.
Well, he does have a Netflix series starting. Yeah.
Yeah, it was actually, but the push notification was LeBron James, Jason Tatum, Anthony Edwards, and others.
They
Was it? Yeah.
They probably look at Domas like the Mariota. He's
Probably.
almost out of the league. So.
That tough story there in Sacramento. Domas, how are you dealing with being in Sacramento?
You know what's crazy is he's scoring, he's rebounding. Like all of his numbers are skyrocketing across the board, and he's over 20 points a game. He comes in tonight at 20.1. He's leading the league in rebounding at 12.8. He's up to 7.8 assists per game. Over his last 13 games, he's at like 9.6 assists. Like all of his stats are on the rise, and just what he's doing is remarkable. The fact that the Kings are losing these games the way they do, it's a disservice to him because it's taking the focus off the fact that this team is 8 games over 500. If they were 8 games over 500, but all of their losses were close losses, like he would be getting so much more notoriety. That's just the way it goes. Like the fact that they let off the gas and they have these moments where they become sort of the laughing stock, even if it's just for one night. It still it kind of leaves that it lingers a little bit. So yeah, man, this is the Kings found a gem. Like he is an absolute joy for this franchise. He's just such a lunch pail dude. And, you know, he's a guy that is perfect to build around. I don't care what anyone says about him not being able to block shots. Go trade for a shot blocker. Go get him a shot blocker to play alongside him. Like, do whatever you can to do it. Give up all the picks, whatever it is. Go find somebody that can support him and like sort of fill the voids in what he does, because everything else he does is amazing.
Pretty sure there's only one dummy complaining about his shot blocking.
Yeah.
Knowing Domas a little bit, are you surprised he agreed to do this?
Yeah. I mean, I think maybe his agent had talked him into it a little bit. You know, I think the same thing with De'Aaron. I think De'Aaron probably would have done something like this, maybe, but it would have taken a lot of prodding. So I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I think it's good. It's good for him that this is that he's allowing himself to be seen in this light, you know, to open your doors, because he's very different than like the like stoic, like super stern look that you see on his face all the time during a game. He's very, very different than that. You know, he's kind of like a big kid. Like he's goofy. He does funny things all the time. I mess with him because he's always, every single day, he's messing with the temperature in the room. Like he's the guy who messes with the thermostat. Like he's just
never been more relatable.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, he also, just so you know, he wears flannel. Yeah, he does. Like on occasion.
I don't know.
It's really expensive flannel,
Just
but
gonna burn this when I get home.
I love it.
Try to step out once and just get heckled for going on 5 hours over it. Man,
yeah.
That's hurtful.
No, I'm excited to see what it looks like. You know, again, I'm excited because I think anytime you can let your guard down and let somebody in and show that other side of you, it's a good thing.
Yeah, I'll be watching for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I thought he'd probably be more comfortable in a setting like that versus, you know, in a recording setting, a relaxed setting, like a non-post game setting, stuff like that. I thought that probably fits him a little better, a little more in control of those. He talks so fast when he talks to you guys. Because I feel like he just wants to get it over.
He's intense.
Yeah, just get this over as quickly. I'm not here for that.
Hey,
what'd you guys talk about in your meeting with the coaches? That's none of your business.
I'll keep that.
He didn't say that. Yeah, it's between us. Kick rocks, Jake.
Jake, I just keep that to myself, Jake. I don't really want to talk about it. Just something we'll keep as a team.
Was that your Domas impression? Oh no! No, we're back to no. We're back. No,
Jake knows that was Domas.
No, don't co-sign. You're not co-signing that, are you?
You're not. He got me to stop editing.
Okay.
He's talking fast enough, but like the voice, the sound's not there. But he's talking fast enough. We got to work on the voice, but the sound, like Jesus, like he's got it.
Yeah, it's staccato. It comes at you quick. Yeah.
Let's keep working on that one a little bit more. We're gonna.
I see the vision.
We're gonna go watch Kings basketball. That's a lie. We're gonna go do a radio show on 102.5 if you want to join us. If you want to run it back while you're watching Kings basketball, you could do that next here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings, like the beam.
Well, let's go watch basketball, I guess.
Go watch basketball. Let's go watch a win, hopefully. Let's go 9 games over 500. That'd be crazy.
There it is. You guys didn't even ask me about the whiteboard with all the numbers and stuff.
It was in my, I had it in my head, and I didn't know if you had it with you because I thought that'd be a fun bit to, but yeah.
No, I didn't bring it home, but I definitely have the numbers in my head now. And like you would year 4 of that just with the 5 guys. If you were able to keep Monk with Keegan Murray getting his rookie extension, with De'Aaron Fox on his next extension, and with Domantas Sabonis salary along with Siakam, you'd be at like $215 million. That's tough.
Doing 10 days for the rest of the roster.
Yeah, the rest of you then you have to fill out. You need another 9 guys to fill out the roster. Like there would not be any $3 or $4 million players or $8 million players. Like it's all top heavy, and if it doesn't work, there's no way you're getting someone to take on that Siakam contract. Like that dude, I'm with Toronto. I'm not giving him that contract.
Yeah,
good for him. Sweet.
All right, guys. Oh, let's end the stream. Let's go watch basketball. Hit the thumbs up before you go. I did a terrible job of referencing that throughout the day. Like we've had a ton of viewers, and just I haven't pushed you guys to hit the thumbs up.
God, that's scary, Terry.
So if you could do that, that would be fantastic. And then we'll see you guys tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders.